remember to hit record. Are we streaming? Is this happening? Are we streaming right now? Can I be heard? Oh my god. Can I be heard right now? Let me go look at... Let me go look at something here. What did Classic Tetris 2 put as their Group F? Alright. Is this the first stream of the CTWC tournament? Go to... go to Classic Tetris 2. They're underway. Okay, can I be heard above the music and all that stuff? I think I'm gonna kick Classic Tetris bot out. Can I kick Classic Tetris bot? Do we need Classic Tetris bot? But anyway, can someone tell me if I can be heard? Pumpy Heart, can I be heard right now? It is Vandy on mic. Alright, I'm gonna say Cocoa Puffs. Somebody say Cocoa Puffs in chat if I can be heard. Cocoa Puffs, there it is. Look at that. What's going on CTWC 2? That is another stream. Alright, Classic Vomp sounds good. Alright, should I be talking or you want like this whole build up where I don't talk or engage with the fans? What do you want, Vince? Should I engage with the fans? Should I not be engaging with the fans? Engage! He wants me to engage. Alright, and on that note, I'm gonna go mute for a bit. I'll be right back. Guess I should look at chat. All right. Should I say hello to people, or do we want quiet? Do we want the tension to build? Is that what we want? With just music and nobody talking, or do we want to welcome people like Tetrium and Don Matheson and Colossal Failure and Jake Games 2 and FCR? Crunchy Gristle. That's a good name. I like that name. Mistech, what's up? Smug Bear, how's it going? Buzz and Bangs, how's it going, man? I wish I could move these elements around. Who's commentating with Chris Tang on Classic Tetris 2? That's a trick question, because Chris Tang is on Classic Tetris 1, or Classic Tetris whatever. Just Classic Tetris. Yeah, so it'll be Chris Tang and Van Dweller, aka, I don't know, should I go by Van Dweller, my name? What is Beast and Shen doing on Classic 2? Is he Beast and Shen? Or is he Austin? Who is he? Yeah, is he going by Beast and Shen? What is he going by? Thanks for the sub, Greps5. Appreciate it. He didn't really say his name at all. He just started. It's very professional. I think I have to go by Van Dweller. It's weird though. Like, you know, this is like a step up. Fastest Fox in the world says, hi Van Dweller, please keep being authentic as in CTM. Well, there is zero chance of that happening. I'm certainly no red bracket rants, yelling at teenagers. Not gonna happen. Jake says I can yell at him if you want. Now listen, Jake. Let me tell you something. Okay. No, you guys have no idea. Well, maybe you do have an idea. I don't know, but you have no idea the level of coordination required to put this whole thing on. You want Vandy unfiltered? I don't think there's any chance of that. Vandy heavily filtered today. Heavily filtered. I am in lockstep with the Tetris Industrial Complex. I know where my bread is buttered, Hooters. He put Austin Bennett on screen. Now, where did he put it on screen? Why is none of this working? Hold on, I'll be right back. Maybe I have to reload it. All right. You sent me a screenshot in my channel. My channel? What do you mean my channel? Oh, you mean my magical Discord channel? I probably should have done something like that, but I didn't. Oh, I suppose I could do something like that. Let's see if Vince gave me some assets here. Got that. I guess I can put one of those in there. I suppose you don't want to hear about like keyboard sounds and stuff, right? Whoa, Nubbins Goody with the massive gift sub bomb. Thanks, Nubbins. That's right, the Vandy ASMR. That's right, I'm typing to music. It's beautiful.
Pretty well, but I think the
All right, we're gonna test audio for Chris. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Vandy, how's it going?
Good. All right, you sound good. You sound perfect. I'm gonna mute you one more time, unless you want to keep talking. That's up to you. But...
I'll talk a little bit.
All right.
Hey, chat, how's it going? Welcome to the Classic Tetris World Championships 2020 online edition. Anyone hype for the matches in bracket Group B? We've got Nanu versus Joshua, and we've got Opox versus Sharky. Those are our matches in our block for this segment. I'm pretty excited. We've got a veteran from the live events, Josh Tolles, versus Nanu. Nanu, who received his NES in the mail, apparently from Boom Tetris for Jeff. So another story to come out of this, bringing the tournament online. And one of many stories that we're getting to hear come out of this. So some generosity there from the community.
Yeah, like
and the second match at the same time is Sharky, who's been just rising up with community involvement, running Classic Tetris Gauntlet, putting out some content creation videos. So it's good to see people in the community as competitors also contributing in other ways. So seeing just such a wide range of players now. We've got veterans, we've got hot young players that are bursting onto the scene, and now with the online component, sky's the limit. Who knows what we'll see? Who knows how many people will be inspired by what they see here today? Hey chat, actually James and I will be teaming up for the finals. So when we go top 8 come December, James and I will be teaming up as proper, but we figured, we get on here for the earlier brackets, and we get the experience, we get to learn as we go along with all these players. A lot of them we've seen just in scattered matches here and there online, but our world in terms of Classic Tetris has just gotten so much bigger, with so many different leagues forming online and so many different people playing in different circles, now finally coming together where the stakes are all high now in the Classic Tetris World Championships for the real thing, bringing that online experience to the real official tournament. It's amazing to see. Another thing I saw in the bracket earlier when I was studying the bracket, Opox, his name was entered into the bracket as Ben, and I thought it was Ben Mullen at first, and I'm like, wait, did Ben qualify? And then I had seen a post on social media where Ben Mullen said, hey, I used to be the Ben in the bracket, and I'm like, oh, he didn't make the bracket, this is a different Ben, and it was Opox. So I had to make sure that I had all of my online facts correct for the different aliases of the players that we've got. So hopefully I'll get it all right this time, and I won't confuse anybody. But shout outs to Ben Mullen for being the OG competitor from our very first year and being the first Ben in the CTWC. Online facts. Hey, did anyone check out the pre-show we had, or Classic Tetris warm-up? I got to play with this bad boy here. It's a Fisher Price play and learn controller, and I got to go up against Steve DeLuca on his shredder. That's a pretty good show. If you haven't, if you didn't tune in live, be sure to check the VOD for that on Twitch. Then in our second segment that we'll be having after a short break, we have Singaporean champion Paul Yeo versus Sidnev, and also Jake Games 2, Jake versus Tugi. So a very international contingent in that second segment. In our first segment, we've got one Indonesian, and the rest are from the US, but everybody's from different countries in our second segment. So looking forward to see that. We've got a truly international lineup this year. It's just great to see. So if some good came out of having to bring the tournament online with all the crazy things going out there in the world, it's that we really get to see the talent from far and wide. Looks like we'll be getting started in about 3 minutes, so sit tight, people. Guess since we're about to start, I can mention a couple of our sponsors. just because it's a good thing to do. And we wouldn't have Tetris without Tetris Official. And special thanks to Tetris once again sponsoring all of the cash prizes for this year's event. Tetris is also giving our viewers a chance to win some really cool prizes, so please follow at Tetris_official on Instagram to learn more. And another thing that just went up on Kickstarter is a new film under development. Well, it was a film, but now it's going to become a documentary series called Best of 5, the Classic Tetris Champions. And it's brought to you by the same people who brought you Ecstasy of Order of the Tetris Masters. It's kind of like a spiritual sequel in a way. And it's kind of like a chronological documentary on the Classic Tetris Championships 2014, kind of like the second generation of players and competitions when Jonas was reigning champion. And it's filled with interviews with players and organizers, and it shows the story of what happened in that era of our history. And despite us coming so far all these years since then, it's still a very interesting look into how we got to where we are today with it. You have spotlights on players like Harry Hong and like I said, Jonas, Alex Kerr, and people vying to see if, at the time, if anybody could ever dethrone Jonas. And without spoiling anything, that 2014 was a really big year in that on that topic. So all of this stuff was filmed in 2014, and Chris Higgins was able to finally, because of different events happening in the world, put that footage together and develop a documentary series on it. So head over to TetrisChampion.com to check out the Kickstarter for this new documentary series, Best of 5, the Classic Tetris Champions.
I can't believe this is about to start, Chris. 1 minute away.
1 minute away.
Ish. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if the players are ready yet. Let's see. Players are walking. See, I can see all the players, guys, and you can't. So they're walking around. They're fiddling with stuff. Behind the scenes stuff. That'll be in the bonus features of the DVD.
Yep.
And it's really once I get the okay. I guess I think that's what I'm going to wait for. Okay. Let's see.
Mandy, is that you typing?
It is me typing. That's right.
Okay, I think I can actually hear you a little bit better now than I could before.
Oh, really?
It turns out my headset has 2 volume controls, so I think it was mixing. I had the mix volume dial a little bit too low, so now I can hear you typing, so we're all good.
Well, that would be one more volume control than I'm capable of dealing with at the advanced stage. That's for sure. All right, so we're just about there. So let me just check a couple things. I'm going to go mute for a second. We should be there in a moment. Well, I think we're kind of ready. Are we ready? How do we kick this? What do we even do, Chris? What do we do?
I mean, we have to save the 3-2-1 Tetris for when they actually play.
Yeah.
But we'll just kick it off. Welcome to the Classic Tetris World Championships 2020. Here we are. We've brought the tournament online. So much has happened in the last year, but a lot of positive things have come from it. And now we get to unite the world. Whoops. I think I have my phone. I was watching the stream on my phone, and I couldn't mute it. Every time I was gonna watch our stream on the phone, but I have to like close it first. So I'll deal with that later.
Yeah.
But anyway,
welcome to 2020, Chris. This is 2020. This is people meeting virtually. This is what the world is now. So all kinds of hangups, but yeah, this is super exciting, Chris. And
getting to bring the world together with Classic Tetris now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it's like when worlds collide, right? CTWC, really known primarily as, the biggest, in-person Classic Tetris competition anywhere. 10 years now, 11 years running. And then this online scene, which has developed over the last couple of years. And this is it. And now, whatever the strange state of the world has forced these two things together. It's two great tastes that go together.
Right. It's coming full circle, right? Like, who would ever thought that we'd get like a contest where we plug in two Nintendos together next to each other on two separate CRT TVs, have two people play at the same time, make that compelling enough to people want to take that online, and then when people have that format online, when the world ends, it actually makes it so that you can still hold the tournament. Even after the apocalypse happens, there will always be Classic Tetris, thanks to the online scene and our great community.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Well, let me go ahead and I don't know if they want to look at me anymore, so let me go show what's happening over
we've got our 4 players set up. We've got Nenu and Josh. And we've got Opa, Ben versus Sharky.
Yep, and let's take a look at our bracket real quick, just so people can see what the order of business is today. So this is the bracket, guys. Oh, that's not the right bracket. That is totally the wrong bracket. Who made this bracket? Oh my god. Let's go back to the other thing while I fix the bracket. And Chris Tang will vamp a little bit here while I fix something.
Yeah, Vandy's fixing things. Looks like our players are getting ready. Josh Talls is a DAS player, a veteran that's been at our live events. He's played very well. He played in a couple of years. Then he took a break and he came back last year and made top 8. So very much looking forward to seeing him play again. And as I said, he's a DAS player. And his competition, Nenu, is a hyper tapper. And he got his NES just recently. I think he played emulator before. So now he's actually on real hardware. Jeff Moore apparently mailed him the system. So that was an amazing act of generosity from our community. And those are the kinds of stories that they make us really happy that we're all in this together, even competitively. And on the bottom, we've got Sharky, community leader. He runs his own tournament, the Classic Tetris Gauntlet. He's going against Opa, who's been increasing his scores just exponentially going on forward.
Yeah, the kids say that Opax is cracked, right? You got to get down with the lingo, Chris. He is cracked.
Okay, he's cracked.
Oh my god, see, instant meme right there. Chris Tang saying someone's cracked. Instant meme. Of course, Paul Yo from last year against a pretty new guy named Sidnev. And then Jake B from Canada, known as Jake Games 2, and just a legendary online player. Has won pretty much every anything that you can possibly win online. He's won it. And going against Tugi, who has like no accomplishments whatsoever. I'm just kidding. No, he has plenty of accomplishments. And he also is one of the co-organizers of Classic Tetris League, one of the many online leagues that have sprung up. So let us go ahead and switch now over that we fixed everything. Oh, he's a Champion Summit finalist. That's a thing, apparently. All right, so I think we need to get readies from all the players, and we'll know that they are ready when they hit ready on their Max Out Club thing. And then I will give a countdown to all the players. I guess I can end all games right now. I have a magic button that allows me to end games, but that might confuse the players a bit.
I noticed that Sharky lists himself as a DAS player. So I know he does the Hyper Jolt, which is, I think it's kind of like a variation on the Quick Tap.
Yeah, it's kind of a quick tap with a lot of extra English on it, I would say. So All right, we got 2 readies on the top. We got a ready from Opox. We just need a ready from Sharky. And we will count everything down. And Chris, you're going to see a countdown from 10, but we can kick in with the countdowns when it gets to 3.
Okay.
And we're going to let you do it because, I mean, you're the legend. You should be doing the countdown for sure.
Okay, got it up on the screen. And yeah, we'll have to see how this syncs up because I think Vandy and I are looking at the same feed. But there's always like, I experienced this the other day when we had our setup for the exhibition matches. There is a time delay between what you see on Twitch and what you see rebroadcast on Classic Tetris.
All right, we're going to start countdowns on both these games here. And so, boom and boom. Let's hopefully that works.
Yeah, I'm seeing it count down.
All right.
Top and bottom aren't synced, but...
All right, go ahead, Chris.
3, 2, 1, Tetris. Kicking it off on channel Classic Tetris 1. Nenu versus Josh, and Opox versus Sharky.
And Nenu, of course, one of the players that sort of have emerged in the like Southeast Asian scene. He's from Indonesia. Participant in all like my events that I run, Classic Tetris Monthly. Is a champion of that event, and for certainly one of the top 10, 12 players in the world, and somebody who wouldn't really be able to attend in person very easily. And so this situation is really going to allow him to show off what he can do to the world.
That's another great thing, just being able to have a new generation of players being showcased to the world. And who knows, more people from other parts of the world will see stars from their regions. We could see new people inspired to join them.
All right. Do we want the cameras flipped and backwards and looking at their pieces, or do we want them to be as they naturally are? That's a question. Yeah, maybe that's a Vince question.
I think whatever works better for framing. Looks okay now, though.
Well,
that's
Laser Zero Monkey is voting for natural, and he's got good taste, so I might flip these guys.
Josh doing a nice triple down the center well, keeping his playfield clean. Nenu's just been tearing it up. They're both been scoring Tetrises pretty consistently, but Nenu's got an early lead, about 2 Tetrises now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the bottom, we're virtually neck and neck. Sorry to have to use that so early, but it's just a force of habit.
Yeah, that hasn't gone away, and I think some of the online folks have developed their own, argot and language and all that. But neck and neck still a thing for sure. Now Nenu, 256 through 51 lines. If you double their score at 65 lines, that'll be their a good approximation of what they would get at transition level 19. And he's already kind of halfway to 500, not even halfway to transition. So
yeah,
Nenu putting up a huge pace, and Joshua no slouch either. 229 through 57 lines, and then Ben 218, while Sharky's at 212.
No trouble on any of these 4 play fields. They're all keeping it clean and all playing very solid Tetris here. Looks like it's going to be smooth sailing to 19. And we were seeing that neck and neck go back and forth between Ben and Sharky now. Ben with a tuck. And Sharky having to deal with some playfield jaggedness here. Chooses to burn a triple.
Yeah, the first real slowdown for Sharky. Now, Sharky actually 13 lines in the future. And that, in the past, can sometimes come into play when, players get the kill screen. And players didn't kill screen all that often in the past. But now, kill screen play is routine. And so those extra lines in hand can really come in handy for Opox here.
Absolutely. He's got 2 more Tetrises you can do with 10 lines.
Nenu 407 at 90 lines. Pretty good. But Joshua really only 1 Tetris behind.
Mm-hmm. Very, it's also a close match. And we were given a stats sheet, and there's some Elo odds predictions. For Ben versus Sharky, it says it's pretty even on that one. But for Nanu, it says that he's got sort of an advantage for that, whether or not you want to read into those odds predictions.
I mean,
people
Chris,
don't.
I would trust anything coming from the father of online facts. That's for sure.
There's so much more that a projection calculation, can't really take into consideration. There's, the old meme with the nerves going into the. What was it? I can't even remember it now. But Jeffrey Wittenhagen, the nerves going into the finals meme. You can't predict that.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously the biggest competition for Tetris in the world. And while we do have sort of monthly and weekly competitions that happen all over the internet, I mean, this is like the real thing, and there's real, prizes on the line. So
Sharky transitions to level 19, and Ben is still 10 lines behind, and he'd better get that playfield ready. Okay, he opens up the well. Sharky opening up a 100,000 point lead, but like I said, a little bit more than a 10-line difference now. And both Josh and Nenu have transitioned as well. They're still pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, now these kind of situations for Sharky, who's a DAS player, are going to be much more dicey than they would be for a tapper. And it's really that left side that they have to be concerned with. Getting pieces over to the left, so much more important. I mean, obviously important all the time, but so much more important for a DAS player. Sharky's going to burn this down. I mean, Sharky is back to safety. 588 for him, 523 for Ben. Up at the top here, 615 for Nenu here on level 21, and 576 for Joshua. So it's about a 3 Tetris lead for Nenu.
Yeah, Nenu's lead is growing. And Sharky with some Swiss cheese he's going to have to burn. So that'll give Ben a chance to catch up.
We've got Das on the right and Tappers on the left. Now, of course, Josh also can tap and will, kind of fool you and surprise you with some tapping moves every once in a while here on 19.
Ben's board is looking really clean. And he's ready to take the lead. They're still neck and neck, but remember that Sharky had like a 100,000 point lead, but many lines ahead. So virtually, Ben Opox is a little bit ahead. He's got more lines to work with.
But in reality, Ben with a huge pace advantage right now. And Ben's situation on the right side. Can he get pieces over? No, he's going to hang a piece, and he was just getting crowded. Couldn't find a piece to fill in that L dependency. And ends up topping out at 624, and Sharky is good.
Take it. Yeah, he had just overtaken him in the score, so yeah, Sharky's good for round 1.
All right, let's give that man his heart, shall we? Oh, dude, he's pumped.
Yeah, he's the elation of having your first match go so well. Meanwhile, on top, Nenu and Josh are still going. Both at level 26 now.
Yeah, 850 for Nenu here, 787. Both players on max out pace. And this could really go the distance, Chris.
Yeah, we could see double kill screen.
Oh, no, look, Josh.
And Josh hangs and tops out at 788. And Nenu, with a commanding lead, takes round 1.
Wow. Well, all right. So we've got it ready from Ben, and we just need one from Sharky here. And
we could.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, we could count down both games and start them at the same time.
Yeah, we'll start them at the same time. Nenu is good, and he can go ahead and top out. But he wants to flash the max out here. Look, 7 digits. Look at this, Chris.
You never know when someone's gonna hit their PB. So give them a chance to see if they can up their score. But, you know, it's still a virtual kill screen for most players.
Yeah.
Don't have to wait long.
And that's kind of one of the stories that's evolved over the last year, too, is just players going deep into the, quote, kill screen. All right, so we're going to get readies from all 4 players. We're going to simul count it down here. Nenu going the full Ben Mullen, of course. Wait, how is it 7 digits without Game Genie? Chat is asking. The magic of television. All right, we got 4 ready players. I'll go ahead and start the countdown on each.
Okay.
And all right, it's hard to do because I have these 2 different websites I have to click on, and it's hard to do it simultaneously. But here we go.
3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Chat is asking. Chat is saying, "Don't tell me they're using math to do it." Yeah, we actually have a team of accountants sitting right here that is updating the post-million point score in real time with calculators. No, that's not true. Software is doing it. Trey Vision, of course. Trey, sort of the magician behind all the technology here for CTWC the last few years, last 5 years, really, right?
Something like that, right? I mean, there was a time when I had to do that in my head in real time, and I think 2014 was like the last year I had to do that. But yes, thanks to Trade Vision, then my brain can be used for other things, like talking about online facts or giving booms or other things to entertain you.
Yeah.
Oh, Josh is looking like he has to clean some things up. Nothing he can't handle, though.
Yeah, he's just
and
a few pieces
Anu also with a kind of like a high burn shelf there, and just cleared off without a problem. It's just interesting seeing that same formation happen, even though they're using different pieces.
That's right. At this point, early in the tournament, we don't have same piece sets, but when we get down to the final 8 in early December, the final 8 will be using same piece sets. Now, of course, you can imagine the reasons why, given that these players are like totally different continents, some of them, right? Trying to get them same piece sets is a challenge, but that's what the best of 5, the change to a best of 5 throughout, is meant to mitigate for, right? So if you have more games in a match, right, less chance, less variance that can sort of happen over the course of 5-game set with regard to RNG.
Yeah, a lot of new things in our tournament this year, best of 5 and double elimination. So a lot of people have been clamoring for having that, because you get to see more matchups, more of your favorite players going up against, your favorite players. So who doesn't want that?
Yeah, and that's just not something that's practicable in real life. Oh, Spire for Nenu in the middle of his stack here, but that's going to burn down easy. He's going to have a gap sort of at the bottom of that Spire, though, so that's going to slow him down a little bit. 127 Nenu, 149 for Josh. Josh with the third column.
Column 3.
Tetris.
Tetris.
Look at that.
Don't see that too often. And he's going to keep it. He's going to be doing another Tetris there, and he's in the lead by a Tetris.
Yeah, Josh is one to ride the kind of middle well kind of Tetris and just stay in that well. And against a player like Nenu, you kind of have to do that, because Nenu is capable of going to max out every single game. And so you really can't give up too much in the way of pace, because, you say, oh, well, I'm just going to burn these 10 lines down and then get back to safety and start over. But by that time, Nenu has put up 3 Tetrises, right?
And but Josh is a commanding lead, 100,000 points now. He used that column 3 Tetris well, and he tore 3 Tetrises down with it. Amazing.
So Josh,
and he moved the well back to the right.
Josh with a 100,000 point lead, now well on the right side, and now actually 120,000 point lead here through 75 lines. And on the bottom, Opox with a 113,000 point lead. Same number of lines. Oh, Sharky, look at that formation on the left side of his board. That's going to slow him down a bit.
Yeah, there's not too many ways you could turn that into a Tetris, but yeah, he's going to still take care of it pretty fast. Nenu with kind of a mess he's going to have to deal with there. And it gives him the long bar, and he's cleaning it out.
Yeah,
but meanwhile, Josh, his lead is growing. Now almost 200,000 points with this Tetris here.
riding those flexible well strats. And Nenu is cleared back to a normal board here, but that obviously having to clear it down 10, 12 lines is going to cost you a little bit of pace here, and he is back by 150,000 points. Josh, though, with some cleanup to do.
Yeah, he's riding high. He's going to need to get that lower in a hurry because we're at 30 lines to transition here.
And on the bottom, both Ben and Opox. I know him as Opox, so Opox and Sharky with some cleanup to do. Looks like Sharky's going to get out of this though, and Ben is out.
Yep, but Ben maintaining that lead.
Oh, and Josh is going to top out at 397. Ooh. So Nenu in a chase down situation needs 130,000 points. 130,000 point chase down for Nenu. Needs to get to 398.
This is the best Nenu's board has looked the whole match, though. So we'll see if he could get it. He's one Tetris away from transition.
Yeah, and you see Josh popping off there. Obviously disappointed in that happening. It's tough to have such a huge lead, and you see a lot of players with a lead like that kind of tempering their aggression a bit because they know they can afford to. Josh decided to stay aggressive, and it cost him a bit.
And yes, Nenu now burned down to the bottom. His board's looking super clean. Opting to play it safe with a triple there. Meanwhile, on the bottom, look at that lead that Opox has.
Yeah, almost 200,000 point lead, and that's being 11 lines behind as well. And Nenu here with half of Tetris to go.
And Josh reacting to another couple of line clears will have the result of keeping it. He's going to single it out.
Yep,
no
need to get crazy here for Nenu. Just line it out and take the points as they come. And a couple more singles will do it. And actually one single will do it. And Nenu is good. Nenu gets the heart.
Nenu up by 2, going into the third round. Meanwhile, Sharky's got a lot of ground he needs to cover to catch up to Opox.
We'll give the players on the top a moment to kind of shake it out a little bit while we do the bottom. And if they signal that we're ready, we can count it. Then give them a soft countdown, No, they've signaled that they're ready, so I'm gonna give them the countdown.
Okay.
Where's the count? There it is. Start countdown.
So on top, we're in round 3. Nenu up by 2. Counting it down. 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Yeah, these are best of 5, so that is a new thing for the early rounds here. And remember, the player that loses this match is not eliminated from the competition. They will go into a loser's bracket. There's really no genteel way to name that bracket. So, you call it loser's bracket, but that's what it is in every other sport, so that's okay. It's not a moral condemnation, right?
And for us viewers, it's just a chance to see them play some more, so it's not a bad thing.
All right, so Ben in a bit of a situation here, trying to burn this down. And a burst of the wrong pieces here would be really bad for Ben right now.
It gives him what he needs. Dependencies have been filled.
So,
he hangs an L, but that's J. But
it's one of they're both L's. Oh no! And Ben's gonna hang a piece on the left
over
side.
To the left.
So Ben's gonna top out at 765. Sharky needs to get to 766, and Sharky has he does not have a lot of time. He's got 8 pieces until kill screen. Not easy for a Dash player to play on. Needs to get he's ready for one Tetris, but taking too many burns. He can't burn at all. He needs a long bar now.
A line and a Tetris away. And if he Tetrises, it's gonna transition him, but it's not gonna be enough to overtake. So you'll have to.
Oh no, and he can't get the long bar over. And Sharky's gonna top out, and Ben has tied this up.
We are 1-1 on the bottom now, going in round 3. that was a very close match. Sharky made up a lot of ground there. He was down 200K and brought it back within a Tetris and change.
Yeah, and it's so hard. See for the DAS player, they really have to build up a tall stack in order to set up multiple Tetrises in a situation like that. Whereas a tapper can kind of, get pieces over, still stay a little bit low, because a lot of these tappers can now play post kill screen and even set up for Tetris's post kill screen. So it's a real tough situation for Sharky, and just needed the pieces, and the game did not give them to him. So
boom, middle well Tetris for Josh. Had to point that out. I love the center well. I also noticed that in the Ben versus Sharky, both of them actually had the fatal misdrop trying to get the eyepiece over to the left. And that's just one of those things. If you're a tapper, you really need to get it over and be ready to get that thing over to the left. And Das even more so. But I thought it was interesting, even with different piece sets, that exactly the same situation was what caused the end of their match.
All right, we got 2 ready players on the bottom. I'll go ahead and count it down. They can get going. All right, 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Tetris. Meanwhile, up on top, Josh is playing dangerously high. He needs to get that burned down.
Oh, that left side for Josh, and that's going to do it. He's going to top out at 283, and Nenu just needs trivial amount of points here. Wait, number of points. Did I just say amount of points on worldwide broadcast event? I'm very ashamed.
I think people understood what you're trying to...
Number of points.
It's
a countdown, Chris, and it deserves number. And Nenu just needs 83 points, and he's good.
But we have not seen the last of Josh Toll. We will be seeing him. Not sure how the bracket lines up for losers bracket. Is there a map for losers bracket matches? Do we know which match outcome will line up with?
Yes. So the losing players of these 2 matches will play against one another.
Okay. So we keep it here then. It'll be one of these 2.
Yeah, and then the winners of these matches will play against each other. So we're going to have the same players.
Nice.
Just all scrambled around. So Nenu gets his heart, and we've got the bottom here. And we'll switch. Well, I guess we can switch to the 2-player scene. Can we do that? Oh, let me switch Sharky around. I didn't really line him up. This is just first match kind of things here. There we go. And we'll flip him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Look at that. Look at this amount of control I have.
It's just like, shifting Tetris pieces. Fuck that webcam. Right. Wouldn't it be funny if you could use Trade Vision to manipulate their webcam? So if whenever they spin their pieces, you can rotate their webcam 90 degrees.
Rotate them.
Rotate them.
Yeah. Keep the pieces. Isn't there a version of Tetris where the pieces stay oriented relative to the viewer in a fixed way, but the actual board spins? Isn't there some... That exists, right?
It sounds familiar. It sounds like something they would do in Tetris Effect,
Yeah.
Speaking of which, we are sponsored by Tetris Effect Connected by Enhanced Games. And if you haven't heard the news, they've included a mode in the game, the classic competitive mode, which is inspired from what we do here in the CTWC and in our online communities to have a version of Classic Tetris remade for PC and current gen systems. So major shout outs to Enhance for building that into the game, so maybe new competitors will discover that mode and be able to enter our events and discover our community as well.
That was a beautiful segue, Chris. Boom, just take that right into Tetris Effect. So 201 for Ben, 275 for Sharky. Sharky's going to Tetris here again, 298. So about a 4 Tetris lead for Sharky now.
Yeah, this is a very competitive match here. I mean, they're going back and forth, both in games and on the boards. I mean, we saw how big Opox's lead was last time, but Sharky's turned the tables this round.
started as a best of 5, both players 1-1, and it's now, in effect, a best of 3. Sharky with a great sloping board there, and yeah, nice effort to get that T-piece over to the left to fill in. You know, the left, so important to keep filled in, and especially so as a DAS player, because you sort of have limited opportunities to fix the left side, you know, if you've got a canyon up there, you know, so high. Whereas a tapper can sort of get, you know, pieces over and just rip them across the board. Sharky has to be a lot more conscious of that left side.
This is a really clean game from both of them. We haven't really seen a whole lot of burning. Not quite at max out pace. I think they're like right on the line. The Sharky's lead's grown to 100,000 points. Nice tuck there by Opox. It's a few Tetrises away from transition now.
Yeah, Sharky's got his own version of the Yanni thing going on right now, just kind of grooving right here. Yeah, setting up that overhang right there, see Chris on the right side. That's sort of some new kind of meta that's emerged over the last year, is players setting up really interesting overhangs on the right side of their boards, you know, and tucking T-pieces and setting up intentional weird overhangs and tucks. And you will see, those of you who kind of tune in once a year for this stuff are going to see a lot of strange business on the right side as players set up these overhangs. And it's really players, you know, kind of taking this from Jonas, because Jonas has been doing it for years.
And once again, Sharky's about 10 lines ahead, so their scores a little bit ahead on pace for Sharky, but Ben could catch up. And Ben's going to transition with the next Tetris. Both players with clean boards. Yeah, this is going to be a close one. Sharky with the clean board. Boom Tetris for Sharky. About 3 Tetrises ahead now. Knocks another one down. Ben waiting for the long bar. Boom Tetris for Ben. And still about 10 lines behind. So once again, that Sharky being 10 lines ahead is making it really even. Yeah, neither of them letting up one bit. Ben hanging something I don't think he meant to put there.
Ooh. Oh no, misdrop from Ben.
Misdrops. They're both 1-1, so who's going to come ahead on this? Sharky's board looking really clean right now, and Ben's almost out of that. Well, there's a place for a T-spin he didn't use, but he's just going to play it safe to burn that down.
Yeah, no, this difference between Ben and Sharky in lines is, you know, 14 to 18 at any given time. And that's enough for Ben to actually do some damage late in the game, if, you know, when Sharky tops out, you know, whether a kill screen or not. So it is definitely a factor, and Ben not out of this by any means.
And he dealt with that misdrop very well. He's almost out of it. Opened up his well, waiting for the long bar. There it is. Boom, Tetris for Ben. But Sharky's lead has grown now, 144,000.
Yeah, Ben is clean at exactly the right time. You know, once you get to about 200 lines, you have, like, theoretically about, you know, to kill screen, you've got about 270,000 points available to you if you play perfectly. And that's what Ben needs to do right now.
His board's clean again. He can catch up with those remaining lines. Nice spin by Ben there into the line clear.
Ben having to make some compromises over on the left here, and he's got some to burn away. He needs to play perfect, and he's just not, pieces aren't really allowing him to do that.
Wow, that is some amazing survival digging, but he misdrops the J and hangs it up. Sharky's going to take this one with a 200k lead.
Sharky's he's a little excited. So Sharky have 2 games to 1 now over Ben, and Sharky really just like dominated that one the entire time.
Yeah, that was it was well played by both, but yeah, Ben with a couple of misdrops near the end made the difference there and allowed Sharky to keep that big lead.
All right, once we have a couple of readies here, we will go ahead and give a countdown. We've got 2 players waiting in the wings. Josh, of course, waiting to see who his opponent will be in the loser's bracket, and Nenu waiting to see who he will play in the winner's bracket. So. Sharky was kind of meditating there, kind of centering himself, getting ready, and he is now ready, so we will go ahead and count it down.
Here we go.
All right, channel. There it is.
Five, four,
3, 2, 1. Tetris. It's really hard to coordinate that over the internet. We're going to get it right. I mean, we're going to get this right one time.
I'm just amazed that all this technology was able to come together and we were able to organize it and be super resourceful to make this tournament happen online for all you fans out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of sort of a pre-existing conferencing software that we're using, plus some really innovative things that Trey has done with capturing these streams. And you know, these games are not being streamed online in a traditional way, in a visual way. It's actually a piece of software that Trey has developed, which sort of captures these folks' games and then streams telemetry basically to this software that will redraw it back into the back into Trey Vision, so we get like nice clean versions. Rather, where in the online community we're kind of relegated to kind of janky captures and things like that, and people with different color schemes and all this other weird stuff. But Trey, I mean, it's like perfect looking, so he's a wizard.
Yeah, and I remember when we were talking about how we're going to organize this, we didn't know we were going to have that system in place in time, but we got it all together, and now here we have it for our brackets.
That's right. 107 for Ben here, 146 after a Tetris for Sharky. Sharky had a little bit in lines, and it seems like he's been pushing down, whereas Opox is not. For the most part, tappers don't push down, but there are many exceptions, but as an overall tendency, they don't. So we should expect Sharky to generally be ahead in lines.
Yeah, that's definitely been consistent over the last 3 rounds.
People are in chat are asking for the meaning of the number in front of the name. That is their seed position in the tournament. 64 players have qualified into the main tournament, and so yeah, these are the 24th and 41st seeds meeting with one another.
I just noticed that now maybe if we put what do you call round braces around them, it would be more apparent.
Yeah. Actually, Chris, it's their age. Sharky is 41. He's aged very well.
I noticed Ben's been looking over at is he watching the stream on another screen?
Yeah, so both of these players will be streaming to Trey's sort of creation called Max Out Club, and they can watch each other's streams or games through the interface there.
Right, and it's a lot more real time than actually watching it on Twitch, from what I have seen.
Yeah,
nice spin by Ben.
Yeah, Twitch will have about a 7-second delay, which is hilariously awkward a lot of times throughout the online matches that we run here. So it leads you to counting things down, right? And then, 7 seconds later they start.
Right.
And you're just twiddling your thumbs, trying to fill in airtime.
When I was playing in the exhibition match the other day, I was watching the Twitch stream on my phone, and I knew it was like 5 or 10 seconds behind, and wasn't quite convincing that if we were starting our games at the same time. Steve's games were starting a lot ahead of mine, but yet, I couldn't really jump the gun. So that's just something that happens when you're not using the system that we have in place for this one. So it's something we're getting better at, and it's almost like we developed technology to allow this to happen.
Yeah, somehow Trey has figured out how to bend space and time to his will. So it'll be interesting to see what 2021 brings. Like, what is Trey going to do? Just merge with, like, reality or the cosmos or whatever. Attain some higher level of spiritual wisdom. 362 for Ben, 404 for Sharky. Sharky setting up for a center well Tetris. And the game
we don't see that too often. Boom, center well Tetris for Sharky.
There it is.
That was a juicy one. Amazing. And if you take the line difference into account, they're pretty much neck and neck still. Ben set up for a Tetris now. Yeah, this has been a very close match, just across the boards.
Yeah, these early levels, so long as you kind of are within 100,000 points of your opponent, you're still like in it. It's it is 4 or 5 Tetrises, but a lot can happen after level 19, and especially the disparity in play styles, where Sharky is going to tend to have to be a little bit shorter of a stack. That means he has fewer Tetris opportunities. He can't wait as long to get a Tetris as long as Ben can. Ben can just keep, flinging pieces over to the left and stashing them away while he keeps his well open, and Sharky has to do a lot more burning in theory. So it's a definite disadvantage stylistically for Sharky, but Sharky obviously super competent, maxed out over 100 times, so he'll be fine.
He's been keeping his boards really clean. I mean, I haven't seen him have to pull out the Hyper Jolt yet, although it's a definite crowd pleaser. Got to see that live when he first competed in Portland last year.
It is pretty exciting. Ben with a Tetris 525, Sharky 594. And there's a little bit of a jolt from Sharky. A little bit of
jolt there, yeah. It's getting there.
Maybe he heard you. Oh, and Sharky taking the triple rather than going for that little tuck there with the J piece.
Yeah, I was expecting to see the tuck there, but he actually tucked something else after that. So
yeah, it's possible the next piece kind of altered that plan, right? I mean, that's a lot of this game is making a plan and then having that plan like radically thrown into doubt by the next piece. So
right, that tends to screw me up. Like, it's always. I remember, I think it was Jonas who said, if you're kind of relaxing and you put the piece in the first place that it goes, then that's usually the right answer.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's why a lot of these players do push down, is to actually make it so that they're playing more on instinct, more subconsciously, rather than having that split second to just sort of doubt yourself, change your mind. And that's what Jonas has said, is what is rewarded in this game is like a radical certainty. Remember that quote.
That's right, radical certainty. That I haven't heard that in a while, but they talked about that in the XT of Order movie. Really good description of committing to putting the piece in the right place.
So 663 for Ben now, 672 for Sharky. Super close in score, and again, Ben has these 12 lines in hand, so this is going to go to the wire. Sharky looking to close out Ben right now.
Boom, T-spin for Ben.
Oh, we're booming T-spins now.
Why not?
Maybe Trey can make some sort of like flashing animation or something for the T-spin.
Can make Trey Vision cause a T-spin flash.
So Ben, again, briefly in the lead in score. So they're trading this score back and forth. Sharky needs to stay clean here. Ben with a little more wiggle room.
Virtual neck and neck. Hurtling towards transition. Kill screen 29 is coming.
And Sharky looking to just clear this away and maybe score one last Tetris before it, because Ben is only... Oh, and that left side for Ben. Oh, and he's going to hang the long bar. He's going to hang the long bar and top out at 745, and Sharky is good.
Yeah, I think Ben gave him the ghost a bit early on that one, but man.
Yeah, I mean, once he got that long bar over and he couldn't tap it over, and that was what happened in that previous game
last
too.
Round, exactly what happened. Like we saw that happen like 3 times in that match. Is having a left well not get the long bar over, and it's fatal.
Well, let us give that man his heart. Sharky takes down Ben here 3-1. Ben will be headed to the losers bracket, and Sharky will stay up here in the winners bracket. And of course, the losers bracket, so brutal because that's the point where now you've got everything to lose. Like one match, and you're done. Whereas the winners bracket, they've once you staying up there, great advantage because you do have a game or a match to give away. And so you can play with a little bit of a cushion of safety. But losers bracket, that's it. That's going to be it. So Ben headed to the losers bracket to take on Josh Tolles.
Josh Tolles.
All right, let me check something here. Is this bracket being updated live? It is. Look at that. Amazing. So I'm going to go and futz around here for a moment, everybody. So bear with me.
So yeah, we've got hyper tappers versus DAS players for both of these matchups. That should be very interesting to see. Josh Tolles being a veteran, and Ben being one of the new players rising in the online community. That'll be our first match, and we're doing the losers first, right? And then we're doing the winners. Is that correct, Mandy?
We're doing them right along with one another. So it's going to be...
Oh, they're going to be on top of each other.
Yeah, winners bracket on top, losers bracket on bottom, theoretically here. Assuming I can get that working.
Nice. Yeah, it's interesting because you see the 2 players on top, and then you just shift them around like pieces, and you got your second matchup.
That's right. All right, I'm going to go dark here for a moment here, so... You want to hang out with chat or whatever you want to do there?
Yeah, I'll hang out with chat. So, how are you guys enjoying this first match in Classic Tetris 1 of the Classic Tetris World Championships 2020? People are asking where's Quaid in the chat, and Quaid's going to be on Classic Tetris 2, I believe. I think he's going to be... let me see if I have... the full bracket somewhere over here on my screen. No, I don't have it saved. So I'd kind of like to see where all these matches are at. All I know is I'm not going to get to commentate that match, which is unfortunate because it's going to be very entertaining anytime Quaid is in a match, being able to see his unique style. I'm a big fan of the center well. A lot of people, kind of like associate Quaid with the center well, but I don't get to say this very often. But when I did my qualifier and when I won the Nintendo World Championships in Los Angeles, I won with a center well configuration. And looking back at my tape, I was very, I don't know, I think it was something that I liked using the center well to adapt. If the well wasn't working out on the right side, I would just build it in the middle. And Terry Lee Torak, the announcer, actually commented on that and said he's building something interesting, going for a slide down the middle. And then that was when he said, there's a Tetris for Chris Tang. And that was like a moment in my Tetris career I'll never forget. And even though I didn't get boomed, I had Terry Lee Torak say Tetris for Chris Tang. And I guess that sort of emanated throughout my commentary as well, and how I ended up saying things like, boom, Tetris for Jeff or Jonas or Joseph over the years. Just attaching that boom to a name is my contribution to the meme. Andy is working on the live bracket, so we'll be seeing that in a second.
yeah, the games aren't quite ready set up yet here, so we just have to make sure that the players. There's a whole folks just watching this saying, "Oh, it's so easy. There's cameras here, camera there, games. Let's go." But there's this whole system of machinations and things that have to happen on the back end here for this all to happen here virtually in this strange time. So we're getting it done. So this isn't going to be like, well, we jump immediately into the game like in 2 seconds. Right? We got to get all this set up.
Yeah. Especially, we have judges and we have other things going on where they have to make sure that everybody's synced up and all the consoles are properly verified. I think the easiest way for me to see the bracket actually is just to go on the Classic Tetris Facebook because they have it posted there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's where I got the image from, but for some reason it didn't see it saved here. Let me see. Because my goal was to see where... Oh, there it is. Okay, so if you're looking for... Quaid, he is in group... I'm not seeing it here. Where is it? Maybe he is in Tetris 1. No, he's... Is this an old picture? Yeah, I think they changed it. It's so I'm looking at an old version of the bracket, and Quaid was supposed to play today in this channel, but something got changed around, and instead of it being Quaid versus Ben, it became Sharky versus Ben, and that was as of October 24. So let me I'll check Discord because there's an updated version of it there. Yeah, I thought I had the bracket up, but I guess okay.
Yeah, the latest here is that Quaid is in group
I see it. He's in group D on November 8th on Classic Tetris 2.
Oh, okay. Well, did that change?
Yeah, that changed because I'm looking at the social media version of the thing on October 24th had Quaid playing today, and that was a big difference. But I mean, things got shuffled around. One amazing thing about how they're organizing this tournament is they're really working with the players, making sure that everybody can get in on this. Just because someone might have had like a work conflict or something, they really worked with the players to schedule and make sure everybody could participate as best they could. So once all that was confirmed, I think they redid the schedules, and now we have a final schedule. It's just that they needed to update that on various channels, and either I'm not refreshed, or I think when they announce the day's games, those are always going to be the correct ones. But they didn't actually have the full bracket redone on social media.
Right.
Well,
I think we're going to go ahead. They're having a little bit of issues here with the Josh and Opox match here. So I think we're going to go right into Nenu and Sharky, and then we can pick up the Josh Opox match.
Okay.
So, yeah.
This is our winner's bracket match, Sharky versus Nenu.
This is our winner's bracket match, 9 Nenu versus Sharky 41, which I guess that's not appearing on there, but Sharky is seed number 41. So as soon as we get it ready from both players, we can go ahead and get that started. So let us get all ready, and we will get that going. I have to refresh this. This is all very new, everybody, so it's like, once we get the first few under our belt, and the next one's be like butter.
Yeah. Well, CTWC has always kind of been fly by the seat of your pants and, just kind of get things done, and it's a miracle, and I love being part of it.
All right, so we got Sharky cracking his knuckle. Do your fingers, right? So we're having him do that, and they are both ready.
Is a quote from Alexei Pajitnov. Manifesting itself in reality.
That's right. All right, so we got Nenu versus Sharky here. This is the winner's bracket. Everyone's seeing it. Everyone looks at, look at Nenu. Look at that guy. And,
Look at that smile.
Yeah, and Sharky is here. And this is very early in the morning for Nenu, so, you know, props to him for showing up this early. It's a great opportunity to showcase some of our players all around the world. So we got 2 ready players. We're going to go ahead and count it down. Here we go. There it is.
Down from 10.
It's very tempting to want to start down from countdown
I know,
from 10,
right?
but anyway, here we go. 3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris.
I don't know if we achieved anything with that one, but we're going to get better.
Mm-hmm. They're both getting push down points. Or no, just Sharky.
Just Sharky is. Yeah, I don't. Nenu not really known necessarily for pushing down. And then Sharky from that Harry Hong school, right, where you just kind of let your subconscious take over, push down.
Mm-hmm.
First instinct.
You know, I noticed as a DAS, starting off, I was a DAS player, and now I'm a hyper tapper. But the reason why I think DAS players tend to push down more is when you move from left to right and then to down, there's kind of like it feels like it flows a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really do that when you're tapping as much. I recently switched over to hyper tapping, and yeah, you're right. I don't push down as much.
Well, it's just like one more. Your fingers are already doing a lot of stuff. You know, it's like you need to add one more thing in there and push down. I don't get it, but some of these guys do it. Now, Sharky, the middle of his stack is really worrisome.
Yeah, he's got some dependencies there. Okay, I gave him the T, and now he's going to need another. There it is.
He's open up at the right side for a Tetris. That left side. Okay, good. He's going to fill in something there, and he gets the Tetris. 103 Sharky. 120 for Nenu.
Yeah, if you're dependent on an SZ or a T and it doesn't give them to you and you're that high, it's scary.
Yeah, for sure. And he obviously did whatever he could do just to get something over there so that he could burn it away. But yeah, I mean, he was kind of all in at that point.
Yeah, and we're seeing left well play, and judging from how the last rounds have ended, it's just like, man, I'd start staying away from those left wells.
Yeah. Well, the left well used to be, sort of known as the Harry Hong
well.
And now it's the Anna D well. So for folks, those of you who have watched the qualifiers that took place last couple weeks, new players sort of emerging here, like one of these out of nowhere stories, kind of like Matt Martin last year. Anna D and Uncle Mike, right? And so Anna D is the left well, and Uncle Mike, left well players.
Left well, Uncle Mike, triple flipper.
That's right. I mean, he's got everything going again. I mean, triple flipping, that left well. If he just did it kind of, the traditional way, like max out tomorrow.
Exactly. Like these players are discovering best practices. So, it's like I'm not sure how many people are familiar with Dragon Ball Z, but it's like playing with or fighting with the weighted armor on. And when the weighted armor comes off, you'll get to see them play like you never have before. So yeah. We're looking forward to seeing them learn from our community and get those best practices into place. And sometimes you're going to have players that do something unusual, and that's going to serve them well into the future. Like a player who's great at left well, when that situation arises, they might be able to handle that better than their competition. So players evolve differently, and it's just amazing seeing other players who haven't been exposed to our community learn along with us.
That's right. 296 for Nenu, 323 for Sharky. Sharky up by about a Tetris. Nenu's going to Tetris here, and actually Nenu's going to Tetris again. They're both going to sort of almost simul Tetris. So
we are neck and neck, very neck and neck.
I think officially that is neck and neck. I don't know if anyone's ever put a spreadsheet out and determined statistically what neck and neck is, but this is pretty darn close.
Maybe Sharky not pulling down quite as much as he did in those last rounds. It's definitely less than 10 lines this time. And they're both up the same amount on the board.
Nenu started life as a DAS player and, has, lots of high scores and max outs, as a DAS player, then, switching over to tapping. So, he's a brilliant stacker and, is able to come at this from the experience of both having success at DAS and as a tapper.
Yeah, I think there is definitely merit to having experienced both styles of play, and even in a matchup, if you know that you're going up against someone who's DAS or hyper tap, you might push yourself a little bit differently, play a little higher when you can, give you that edge.
That's right. 460 for Nenu. He's going to Tetris 482. Sharky 450. Players are approaching transition. Nenu with the lead by a Tetris and a half.
And Sharky pulling away in the lines just a little bit. So about 10 line difference here. And he's going to transition with this next Tetris coming here. Sharky on level 19.
520 transition for Sharky. 551 here for Nenu. Still 9 lines away from transition. And there's a Tetris 574. So he's aiming for a higher than 600 transition, which is pretty darn good.
Yeah, we haven't had a max out pace on this bracket yet. Over on Classic Tetris 2, I saw that their first game had a max out. Both playfields really clean. And Sharky with the Tetris. Nenu's still ahead. I think I saw a Hyper Jolt there. Sharky's going to have to burn down on the right side to get that well manageable again. It's that killer left well that, okay, he filled it in. Do not want to hang that long bar on the left again. Both players have had some problems with that. Sharky waiting for that long bar. Getting anxious. Ooh, having to... Oh, he gave him 2 in a row. Boom, Tetris for Sharky. He got 2 lines in a row. That's what he needed. He's got a bit to catch up to Nenu now. Still got some time though. Got about 5 levels to the 29 transition. Boom, Tetris for Sharky. Nenu's set up for another one. Boom, Tetris for Nenu. Virtual neck and neck again. Nenu being about 10 lines behind. That's a couple of Tetrises.
Looks like our players are just about ready here in the 4-player scene, so maybe we'll do the countdown at the end of this game here, which is approaching the end. 823 Nenu, 823 Sharky.
Yeah, Nenu having a little bit more time than Sharky, so Sharky has a little bit of catching up to do.
Tetris for Sharky, and he needs to stay really efficient here. And he's got
still a close game.
A bit high here, and now he's having to take some compromised burns here on the right side, waiting for that long bar. Game not giving it to him. There's the long bar. Oh no, and he can't move the long bar. He lost DAS. And he jolts a piece over to the right. It actually opens it back up and gets a Tetris here. And I don't four.
Sharky. That was amazing surviving skills.
Well,
it's not going to be enough to get the lead again, though.
Well, he's got. If he can build for one more Tetris, he cannot burn without hitting kill screen. And I think he knows it here, and he's trying to build up for one last Tetris, which would give him the lead. It would give him the lead if he got it. Now, of course, oh no, and he can't get it. But you see Sharky pulled out a hyper tap there. There is no way that that piece could have gotten over with DAS. So he lost DAS and dropped that in the middle. Either that or he dead dropped it, which I couldn't imagine why he would do that. So he must have lost DAS and then used hyper tapping to get that piece over to the right.
Yeah,
and it was good.
Nenu's got round 1 in the bag, but yeah, amazing survival skills from Sharky. That's the kind of resilience I like to see in a game, and I think Sharky's happy with his performance still. That was a very close match, and some great Tetris by both players.
All right, so what's happening with the... Just bear with me for one moment here.
Yeah, we're going to be setting up the 4-player scene again as our loser bracket is getting ready. Ready.
All right, so let me go ahead and give Nenu his heart. Well, I want to give one to Sharky, man. I mean, he really just played with heart right there.
Yeah,
I mean, if this were figure skating, right, and we had to, give based on like, oh, how well they executed things. I mean, obviously we would give Sharky a heart here, but unfortunately, it's the score that speaks.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just waiting on readies from all 4 of our players, and we'll do a simultaneous countdown here.
And Sharky with the GG Nenu, holding up a notepad to communicate across the stream. That's pretty cool. Because these guys can't type and chat and all that and make sure that the other player is reading it. But if you hold it up to the camera and they're watching the stream on their other screen, then that's one way to do it.
Yeah, well, if they're in, Trey, this whole thing is called Max Out Club. This is how the players are, connecting their games to the stream here. And there is a chat that happens in there. So these players can communicate with one another if they want to. And actually, it's also been sort of a cultural thing throughout the scene. Oh, what happened to Ben here? Something happened to Ben here. So we may have to...
Yeah, Josh's camera seems to be frozen.
Well, something. What is this? I don't know what he's saying. Hold on. Glitch. Oh, there's a glitch. All right. Well, we need the judges to go and figure that out. And let me make sure the players are facing their pieces.
Yep. Yeah, we actually have some protocols for this. They're not supposed to reset their system in the event of a problem. They talk to their judge, and then they get re-verified. So we'll just sit tight, and we'll work this out.
Yeah, so we'll switch back to our 2-player scene while they figure that out. And that's probably just going to be a do-over since it happened so early in the match, I would imagine. But I don't want to speak for the judges, but it seems reasonable to me.
Great. Shout out to the Long Bars for, having contingencies and having plans to deal with these things. So everybody feels, secure in their when they're playing, and that these things will get taken care of, and in the event of a problem, it'll get resolved.
That's right. 122 for Nenu here, 50,000 for Sharky. Sharky dealing with some garbage. And double line dependent here, so he's going to have to fill in that and just burn some more lines. Sharky does not want to go down 2-1 against a player like Nenu.
Right, and the ELO predictions had said that Nenu is heavily favored to win, but Sharky's been holding his own very well.
Oh, Sharky with the dirty Tetris.
Filthy one there. And with the offset on the left side too, just got it cleared away, and now he is clean again.
Bang, Tetris for Sharky. I mean, boom. Oh my god, wait, this is CTWC. I can say booms now. See, booms are unlocked for Van Dweller. Normally in my own streams, I don't tread that, right?
I don't know whether I didn't know whether it was because it's a branding thing, or if it's if you're in the venue, you can do it.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, I think that very much associated with you and all that, and so it's kind of a way to honor you and say, hey, I'm going to do my own thing. You wouldn't steal like Vin Scully's personal call, right? You make your own call. So, of course, nobody in this chat knows who Vin Scully is, right? So they're all under 18 and don't watch baseball.
I don't either.
Dodgers announcer for like a million years.
Yeah, I mean, back when I first started this gig, I actually didn't have an idea of what my style would be, and that I even have a catchphrase associated with that just blows my mind, and I'm very appreciative.
Yeah, I mean,
and I've come to appreciate everybody's different, styles that have emerged. King's got, bangarang, hangarang, all those different terminologies that have come across.
Yes, he does. Kingsman, of course. One of our community members who organizes tournaments and streams and all that. And a really robust online scene that has emerged in the last 2 years, which is feeding into CTWC this year, and probably at the most it ever has, just because now it's a virtual event this year, and so players who would not normally get to participate are allowed to participate here by circumstance. So, so really
extremely thankful for that existing online scene. And that existing online scene came about because they kind of wanted to do what we were doing, in the live events.
Yeah. And honestly, that's where Joseph emerged from. Like, he was, he saw the Boom Tetris for Jeff video, and that was inspiring him to pick up the game. But it was really the online scene that existed that allowed him to sort of get the experience, and also just, have the community in place that sort of, drove him to keep going and keep playing and keep improving. So,
right. And even before we had seen him in live competition, we were seeing his scores and the way he was playing the game, and watched him learn and grow and become just the massive force that he is, and the two-time world champion now.
And of course, Joseph will be in the on next week on Sunday, I believe, is when his seat is. Sharky's going to transition 387. Nenu 10 lines from transition at 489, so 100,000 point lead for Nenu here.
Yeah. Right, but Sharky had all those burns early on. He's really managed to clean up his board, though, and the momentum is shifting.
Nenu with the Tetris to get some of it back. He's going to try to get one last one before transition here. Yeah, he's going to take the safety burn instead. Sometimes, Chris, you see a lot of players really go all out trying to get that one last Tetris before 19, but they end up doing a lot of damage to their board waiting, for the long bar to come, and it just ends up giving them a really complicated board going into 19. So you see a lot of players now just like, they'll wait one or two pieces, but you know what, I'm just going to take the safety and play 19 with a good stack.
And with a lead like Nenu's now, you can kind of afford to do that.
That's right. 579 Nenu, 504 Sharky.
20 lines behind, so definitely a better pace on Nenu's side.
And we're still waiting for Ben and Josh's match to get set up technically here. Oh, Sharky with some problems in the middle of his stack. He had to put an awkward piece down the right side, and that forced him to create some gaps in the middle. Now he's cleaning that up. Then he's going to Tetris 646. He's opened that 100,000 point lead back up again. And Sharky.
Ooh, Sharky hangs the J left side.
That's going to do it for Sharky. Sharky's going to top out here 542, and Nenu is good.
Nenu up by 2 now. So Sharky has to win to stay in this.
Well, to stay in the winner's bracket. What is he actually?
Yeah. This right, the winner's bracket.
Stay in the winner's bracket. Don't forget. Regardless of who wins or loses this match, this is a winner's bracket match, and so the loser will continue on in the loser's bracket. Oh, it said GG Nenu. See, some of the magic here is that we flip the cameras around so that players are facing their pieces, and of course, when they write things on their notebooks and show them,
it's also mirrored.
Yeah, it's also mirrored. So the players have to learn to, write backwards so that they can then show. All right, don't do that. All right. Well, we got readies from Nenu and Sharky, and I don't see any reason to delay. So let us go ahead. If they are ready, we can count it down.
All right.
So we'll get their game underway.
Three, 2, 1, Tetris.
Opening weekend here of CTWC. Seems weird to say the opening weekend, implying that there are multiple weekends, but that's what this event has evolved into, and it's really going to be interesting. I think that the interesting thing, Chris, is, what is the future going to be like? Even just, obviously we're just starting this year, but obviously such a different approach that we've been forced to take due to the COVID-19 situation and the lockdowns and social distancing and all that, and having to do this online. But it's kind of opened up panoply of opportunities. They're like, what can we do now that we have this technology sort of in place? And of course, players, who did not have actual original console setups now have these setups, all over the world. And so what is this, what possibilities is this going to open up? And does the tournament change from here on in?
I think it's going to have more of an online component. I think what's great, though, is you're going to have people be able to compete in other countries, and with higher stakes and a bigger audience and more, I guess, opportunities and sponsorships and things like that, you might have a player in another country get flown out to go to Portland for our next live event for some kind of online qualifier. Like, this is just ideas, right? Like, it's not, we don't know how it's going to evolve, but that's a possibility. And it kind of takes me back to my biggest competitive event was the Sega Rock the Rock competition, and it was one of a very few amount of events where you could have a kid win in like Brazil or France or Japan, win their qualifier in another country, and then get flown to the US for the finals. And that sort of thing is almost unheard of, but I would love to see the CTWC get to that point where there's a kind of budget and the kind of audience to support that kind of thing again. I haven't seen anything quite like that since, where someone could come in at the entry level without any investment and then become a world champion.
We're going to hold you to all those promises, Chris. And if we don't see them, then
they're just ideas.
Knocking at your door here. Nenu 240, Sharky 161. Sharky with a high stack here. He's going to bang down a Tetris 186 for him. And Nenu's going to get 263 to maintain this about 80,000 point lead. Still getting the Ben and Joshua match squared away. We're making progress. Stay tuned.
This match having a similar complexion to last, where they start off with Nanu a slight lead. This time, Nanu's ahead on lines, though. So, and the Dirty Tetris for Sharky. And Sharky built up nice and clean. He's starting to battle back that deficit. Nanu's still ahead by a couple of Tetrises. Nanu playing up really high. He's got some holes in his stack. He's going to need to clear that. And he does so expediently. And he's ready for another Tetris. Covered it up and... all right, there it is. Nanu with another Tetris. And Sharky with a nice sloping well.
And there's a Tetris for Sharky. So he's a Tetris and a half behind. And Nanu's got some cleaning up to do. So this is going to be Sharky's opportunity. If he can stay clean and get a couple Tetrises to get back to neck and neck with Nenu. But the game's sort of denying him long bar here. So he's going to have to take some burns. And there it is for Sharky. And another one for Sharky into the lead.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty close game. Sharky only, with a 10-line difference ahead. And Sharky's playfield's looking good nearing transition. He's not doing any burns there. He's playing aggressively there, leaving the double wide open. It's always good to have the double wide, just in case you end up with bad pieces. You can just throw things down that well and burn them off.
That's right. And then you're, at most 2 burns away from getting Tetris ready as well. So gives you some options. And Sharky's going to transition 520. Nanu's shaking his head a little bit here, getting droughted. And now going to have to take some burns. And look at that, hyper tapping that T over there to the left. Just, how are you going to do that, DAS player, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you were smart to switch there, Chris.
And the new transitions, he doing a lot of last-second maneuvers there.
All right, Nenu with a little bit of work to do to get this cleaned away. So this is going to cost him like 4, 5, 6 lines, something like that. And Sharky, you know, building a nice lead here, even with 10 lines in the future. This is a real lead for Sharky.
Yeah, his stack is set up a lot better too. Nanu's still trying to deal with clearing his down.
And he is going to, and he'll be Tetris ready in just a couple of pieces.
And yep. But Sharky's lead at about 100,000 points now. Opting to use that line piece to burn a single and throw him Tetris for Sharky. 100,000 point lead now. And Nanu's playfield's gotten a lot better, starting to catch up.
Oops, sorry for the typing, everyone. I have like one of the clickiest keyboards in the world. It's called DOS keyboard, actually. It's pretty intense. All right, so
Does it have delayed auto shift?
It does. It does. All right, so we're gonna cut over to our four-player scene here, and I think they're just about ready.
Please pardon the eye adjustment on our for our viewers, having to look a little bit higher and towards the middle now.
That's right. All right, we're gonna go ahead and count it down. They both got readies. Let's, you know, while they've got matches at work here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what happened?
It superimposed the countdown over.
Well, that's what happened. Will that?
I mean, it won't affect Max Out Club, but it just makes the viewer, yeah.
Ah, sorry about that. That was a mistake. That was Vandy.
Okay, so Sharky's lead, 50k now. It's still ahead by about 10 lines. And Sharky's set up for a Tetris on column 9. Boom, Tetris for Sharky. Playing aggressively there, maintaining his lead. Nenu building up high, but he bangs down to Tetris. Sharky's going to have to burn some to get Tetris ready again. He's got a bit of a lead, but Nenu's playfield's in better shape. It's going to be a close one. Sharky at level 28. We're getting close to the 29 transition. And boom, Tetris for Sharky. The next Tetris he makes will send him to level 29. So Nenu's got some room to negotiate, regaining the lead.
And Sharky turning his whole body trying to score extra points here post kill screen, and he gets 3 extra lines post kill screen. We'll see if that actually becomes a factor. Nenu is going to hang a piece on the left side, and that's going to do it for Nenu.
It's that deadly left well setup that's been doing players in left and right, and Sharky is on the board.
Sharky
now down only 1.
Yeah, Sharky has some life left in him, so don't count Sharky out ever. So let's go ahead and give that man his heart.
Chat's going wild.
Yeah, chat's going nuts.
Definitely want to see players at their best, and after some of Sharky's earlier game performances, you want to see that tenacity be rewarded, and here we have it.
All right. Well, I think we're having issues again with the bottom match here, so we're going to switch over to the two-way scene again before we get ready here. So we've got our crack technology staff here on the case. So Nenu have 2 games to 1 over Sharky. We got a ready from Nenu. Just need one from Sharky, and we'll get this underway. And I will click the right countdown this time, everyone. I promise.
I love how close this match is. It's like you can never count either one out, and despite a lead, it's just you can't. It's always too close to call.
That's right. All right, so they are both ready. Let's go ahead and count it down here. That is the right match. All right. See, now I'm paranoid. I'm gonna ruin Tetris like I've been doing for 2 years.
3, 2, 1, Tetris. Love that smile from Nenu. It's just when you're playing competitively and having fun, that's something that we saw definitely manifest in the event last year. Is Corian and Joseph were just having a lot of fun up there and enjoying playing the game. That's what you like seeing. And both players with Sharky with the spike in the middle. And he bangs down Tetris to bring it down.
Okay, so apparently this was an early tap out from Josh. So that actually, I thought it was a technology issue, but it wasn't. So it actually ended up being, that was an early top out. So it was hard to actually tell.
So yeah, well, we get that sorted out. They'll be back once we have it set up again.
Yes, there were still tech issues as well, even despite it being an early top out. So
Sharky dealing with some traffic on his board. It's got that dreaded alternating burn shelf.
All right, so I think we're back to good now, and so that's going to be a heart for Ben here, because it was an early top out. So let's go back to 4-player. Oh, he's peering in.
And Nanu's got some uncharacteristic things he's got to burn on his screen. Sharky's still maintaining a lead here.
Yeah, they're not quite ready there.
So yeah, Sharky with a definite advantage at this stage.
All right, we're going to bring in a different match here at the bottom, so just bear with me while I set that up. You're going to have to take the reins here, Chris.
All right. But yeah, Ninu is having to take a lot of burns here, while Sharky's playfield, he's playing really high, but he's managing to knock down Tetrises, playing really aggressively, even though he's got about 100k lead. Meanwhile, Ninu actually did burn down all of the junk that had been plaguing that phase that he was in. And now he's got a center well built up. He's going to use it. Looks like he is, and boom, Tetris for Nanu. Opting to use that middle well, and he's going to use this to move it on over to the right. Column 9 Tetris ready. Definitely showing his versatility here. Taking a dirty triple on the top into a boom Tetris for Nanu. And setting him back up with a traditional well on the right. Sharky's lead growing to over 100k now. Super clean play field. We're about halfway to transition now. And Nanu's board health back into shape. Both players are looking good at the 100 line mark. And we're back to the 4-player scene. Yep. Yeah, Sharky playing pretty high and aggressive here. But he seems to be thriving with it. A lot of long bars there. Wow. Sharky got 4 or 5 of them. Back to back. Almost back to back. Sharky in great shape here. Not too far ahead on lines, so their pace is what you see. Sharky up by 80,000. Nearing transition, next Tetris will do it, putting them at putting him at level 19. And he's set up. There it is. Boom Tetris for Sharky going into level 19. 100,000 point lead is what he needs, being down a game. Nanu in great shape though. Just clean board. He make a Tetris and figure out whether he wants to Tetris into transition. Looks like that's what he's going to do. There's the long bar, and boom, Tetrising into the transition. Down only by about 40k now, so he's about a Tetris and change behind. And Sharky getting Tetris ready again. And there's long bar, boom, Tetris for Sharky. Ooh, just even not playing super high, getting a long bar over to the right even can be really close. Ooh, that left side, got to get it filled in, and he does. Board health is a lot better with that left side filled in, and boom, Tetris for Sharky, maintaining his lead now. 2 Tetrises and change ahead. Please pardon scaling the screen.
All right, we got a couple of ready players. We're going to go ahead and get them started here.
Sharky playing super clean, maintaining that lead. About 100,000 points. Nanu's got some catching up to do. So this is an actual game started on the bottom. Is that right, Vandy?
Yeah, that game has started on the bottom. They have counted down.
Okay.
Chris, are the game sounds being played like through your microphone for some reason?
They shouldn't be.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not live anywhere in my room, so they're only going through my headset. Meanwhile, Sharky having to burn down some stuff on the left, but he's still got, his lead has grown. But we're nearing the 29 transition. Nanu's board looking great. Knocking down a Tetris. Seeing a little bit of hyper jolting from Sharky. Ooh, that was a nice clear. Oh, I think he missed the placement there, but he's going to deal with it. Managed to keep his board health despite that misdrop. And he's going to look to make a few more clears. I don't know if he's going to try to set up a Tetris before the old kill screen at 29. He's got to set up a center well for it. If it gives him long bar, he'll make another.
Oh no, Sharky's going to top out at 746. Nenu's up high though, too.
Ooh. I don't think there's a even perfect.
No, and Sharky's going to take this and he's going to survive by 7,000 points. And Sharky's going to tie it up.
So you know what that means, right? We have a decider.
Oh my god, we have a decider. No decider emote for those of CTM fans out there, but it's a decider nonetheless. Give Sharky that heart. Oh, and Nenu's gonna knock his camera down.
Meanwhile, Josh and Ben have a pretty close game. You could say they're neck and neck.
I could say that. I'm not going to say it, but I could say that. All right. Well, as soon as we get readies from Nenu and Sharky, we can get this game underway.
And that's going to be the final game of their best of 5 winners bracket match. Meanwhile, losers bracket, we've got Ben up 1 game. And halfway to transition, Josh having to do some cleanup. Ben's field looking great. Otherwise, pretty close game there. Looks like we've got readies.
We got one ready. Sharky here centering himself, just trying to get himself in a place where he's ready to start, and he is ready.
There we go.
So we are going to count this down.
Three, two, one. Tetris. Sharky versus Nanu. This is the final round of the winner's bracket.
For one of these players.
So if
because
we have a
yeah, because we still have the other two
Right.
sections of the bracket to go, and the winners, the winner that emerges out of that will play the winner of this match.
okay, so we won't know that until we do the 1:30 p.m. bracket.
Yep, that's right. So 390 here for Ben and 330 here for Josh. So Josh in shouting distance of Ben, but still a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, it looks like that 1:30 bracket's going to become a 2:30 bracket.
Yeah. I mean, this is just getting used to, Tetris Online is notoriously like, well, we've blown past all of our time estimates, so let's go for it.
Yeah, it says estimated. So
That's right.
we're doing the best we can.
That's right. Technically, it's an estimate, everyone. So there you go.
But it's great because the reason we're being behind schedule is because these players are really pushing each other, and we're not seeing any sweeps, at least not in our stream.
That's right. So early goings here for Nanu and Sharky. 121 Nanu, 104 Sharky. And down the bottom here, we are approaching transition. Ben at 509, Joshua at 429.
Yeah, I'm just really enjoying how evenly matched Nanu and Sharky are. This is a really good example of high-level Tetris play, and two competitors giving it their best and seeing them just push each other. You never know who's going to come ahead at any given time.
That's right.
Meanwhile, Ben has Ben and Josh have both transitioned. They're equally, 140, 142 lines. But Ben's lead.
Opox with that long bar dependency down the middle. It's a Tetris, but that left side where he had trouble getting pieces over there before. But he's going to emerge relatively unscathed. There's still some work to do here.
Yeah, he's really going to need the right pieces to get out of that.
Oh, nice long bar down the center, and that's going to help a lot. Look at these pieces.
Wow. Definitely got that handled.
Yeah, and it is not an insult to say he got the pieces. I mean, obviously the player's got to know where to put them.
Right.
And you got to move him there.
Survive long enough.
And survive long enough to get that, kind of fortuitous run of pieces that will come eventually. You just got to stay alive long enough to see it. Opox 733 here on level 23.
Wow.
It's
we could see our max out here. It's a really good pace.
That's right. 735 for him, 627 for Josh. And there he's going to stay. He's going to throw some pieces on the top there to create some gaps to keep his well open, which he did. But now he's going to fight through that as well. So that's going to slow him down for 8 to 10 pieces, 8 to 10 lines. It's going to give Josh an opportunity if he can get clean soon enough. You can see what Josh is trying to do is open up that well, and he's built a Tetris well in the third column. And he's gonna he's gonna get a couple of triples, which is nice. He's gonna be able to transfer his well over at least. But not really able to capitalize too much on Ben's slowdown.
Okay, he's Tetris ready though. Oh, but he's burning his triples. He's not playing as aggressively as I think he needs to catch up at this point.
796 Opox, 720 for Josh.
There we go. Boom, Tetris for Josh. And Ben firing back, so the deficit was...
Oh, that hang for Josh, and he's going to top out.
And
Ben is already good, and he's going to get heart number 2. As soon as we see a ready from these two players, we can move on to game 3. Ben up 2 games to 1. We got Nenu and Sharky here approaching transition.
Josh with a dog bone NES controller. I'm not sure how many competitors use that, but it's nice to see.
Josh likes the dog bone, and I got to tell you, I first met Josh 2019 Southern Qualifier in Irving, Texas, and I streamed that, and I brought extra controllers. The venue is supposed to provide. And here's Ben getting some extra points on the kill screen with a max out, of course. Going the full Ben Mullen, and we'll get a countdown. But yeah, and
I try to get a PB.
I saw Josh eyeing my dog bone, and I honestly I tucked that thing back to the very the very back of my backpack there. I didn't know him at the time. I mean, he's a fine man, but I wasn't worried. Let's see.
Dog bone's worth in cash now.
And Neto's going to top out at 518 on level 19, and Sharky is good. So Sharky will be continuing on in the winner's bracket, and Neto will be relegated to the loser's bracket. Sharky, the 41 seed, coming in.
Was that a reverse? No. I'm trying to remember what happened in game 3 and 4.
That was a reverse sweep from Sharky. Give that man his heart. We will start Josh's and Ben's game momentarily.
I mean, I remember the momentum changing, but wow, a reverse sweep. Amazing.
Sharky shocking the world and proving to those DAS players out there, DAS is not dead.
And the chat is going wild. Wow.
And Sharky, they want Sharky to run for president, which, it's hard to disagree with. All right, so we're going to go ahead and give a countdown to Ben and Joshua here while we get the next match set up, and Nenu will end up in the loser's bracket. Sharky continuing on in the winner's bracket. And let us go ahead and get this second match started here. We're starting the countdown, guys, so be in your seats.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Ben up by 2. Josh needing to win this one to stay in the whole thing, as this is loser's bracket.
That's right. Ben
a lot of DAS fans in our chat.
Yeah, old people mostly. No, I'm just kidding. No, but I mean, certainly, Sharky, obviously Sharky, supremely talented here, but coming back from 2 games to none against the Hyper Tapper with DAS, taking 2 rounds in the winner's bracket here. I'm not going to say it's shocking the world, but it's pretty darn close to that. Okay, so we're going to bring in another match. I'm going to switch over to our other scene here. Bear with me.
Yeah, I guess we'll get to do the next bracket as part of our schedule, since we're just doing it.
That's right. Yeah, we can just go right through. So yeah, just bear with me, Chris and audience, while I go ahead and get that set up.
Yep.
Maybe this is good for the audience, but I'll be quiet for a minute or two. They'll probably enjoy that.
Josh with a dirty center well. Boom, Tetris for Josh. Into the lead. And Ben coming back. You're neck and neck. Still early on, of course. Josh having to do some burns, but relatively clean play field there. Got a nice setup again. Ben with a small lead. Not quite a Tetris worth. And Josh fires back. You're neck and neck again. Ben clearing off a triple. Not the most aggressive move, but he follows it up with a Tetris. Josh Tetrising. Oh, he missed the spin there. Saw what he was going to try to do, but nothing he can't handle. He'll just burn it off. Ben with some interesting line clear gyrations there. And Josh with a dirty center well Tetris again. Keeping it. Nice tuck, and boom, Tetris for Josh. Still a very close game up on the bottom. Now we're getting our scene set up for Polio versus Sidnev. Oh. This is a pretty close game 3 here. Nothing too dramatic yet. Both players are playing pretty clean. Josh is just, complete versatility on where he's setting up that well. We've seen it, in the middle and, left and right, and kind of wherever the winds may blow, Josh can set that well up. So, I like seeing that versatility. But for his next Tetris, it's going to be on the right, as per tradition. Ben's also set up for one, hanging him. I don't want to say Smash Boy, but hanging the block, and he's going to have to tuck to keep it clean.
Oh my god, you went there. You called it a Smash Boy. Oh my god.
That'll be the only time I ever do it, I swear.
We'll have a Smash
Never
Boy counter going here. We'll track Chris's progress on not saying Smash Boy.
I'll just do it just that once, just for you, Vandy. And I'll have to follow that up with a neck and neck, because we are neck and neck. Ooh. Josh with some double well dependencies there, but he's gonna burn through it. Ben, meanwhile, with a very clean play field, a slight lead. We're about 3 Tetrises away from transition here. They'll both need to get their fields in order to stay safe. Josh opting for a triple there. Probably a smart thing to do. Next couple of Tetrises will put him into level 19. Ben's ready for it. Playfield clean, and Josh is ready for a Tetris. One line away from transition, and he's going to do it with a single. Ben's growing a lead now. One away from transition, but he's going to have to build on top of that going into transition, which is not safe. And he hangs another box in the same place he did before. And he's burning it down in the early stages of 19. Josh building a center well. And boom, center well for Josh. Tetris. Displaying that well versatility that is happening a lot this game. He's set up again. See if the pieces fall right for that to happen. He's gonna play it safe and burn it down a few times before having it open, and it's open again. Whew, it's just not giving him the long bar when he needs it to capitalize on that. It's a nice setup when you get the right pieces, but if you get droughted, get kind of hairy. And Ben's lead is growing, about 80,000 now. Having to take a double to open up the well, but now he's set up. Boom, Tetris for Ben. 100,000 point lead now. And Josh fires back. Still in this. Nice. Slightly dirty Tetris from Josh. Narrowing the deficit just so slightly, but we're still he's still down about 100k, and with only 4 levels to go before former kill screen, Ben's going to maintain his lead, and his aggressive play is going to keep him in the lead. His playfield super clean. Ooh, Josh tried to maneuver that J, or that's an L, and still have to. He survives the misdrop, but he's gonna have to burn some. Taking a double. Ooh, T didn't quite go where he wanted it to. Really gonna have to get some good pieces to burn this down. And boom, dirty Tetris for Josh. Playfield's not in good shape. Hopefully he'll get the right pieces to survive a little longer, but he doesn't. And Ben is going to take this match. Josh, with an amazing showing, has been eliminated from the loser's bracket, but some good tenacity there, and amazing just seeing his versatility, being able to build out well wherever it may be, and it's great fun, and great to see a veteran do so well, getting into our main bracket for the Classic Tetris World Championships 2020. And Ben Opox progresses and wins his loser bracket match, and I guess we'll see who he'll face as we continue with our second half of this show.
All right, Chris, let's take a look at our bracket real quick. People updated it? Yes, it's updating right now, so we can go take a look at it. And yeah, so I'm going to be setting up the next group of matches, which is going to be Paul versus Sidnev and Jake versus Tugi. So I will be setting that up, and I will be back, and you can continue, or if you want to take a brief break, it's a good time. I mean, we've been streaming for a while, so we can let the music go and let people chill out for a moment.
I think I'll get some work done while I chill with chat.
Sounds great.
What I'd like to do is pull up some online facts and get people ready for this next set of players. So we've got Paul Yeo versus Sidnev. Paul Yeo, I've known as a Singaporean CTWC champion, and he came to Portland last year, so he's the only main CTWC competitor in this next set of players. However, Jake, I believe, showed up at one of our regional qualifiers. Was it in Canada at a shopping mall or something? And that's when he burst onto the scene, and people saw him play for the first time. And I remember seeing footage of that, and it was amazing. It was cool seeing a new player do so well, at a live event. And definitely one of the players we're looking forward to seeing in a live event this year. But after things moved online, Jake being very prominent in our online scene, winning numerous tournaments. Let me see if I can get these stats up. It says that Jake has won CTM Masters 3 times, and CTG and WPL Open. And Jake lists Cheesefish as his rival, since they've both been progressing rapidly in the world of online Tetris competitions. Meanwhile, Paul Yeo, he's not. Well, Jake isn't fighting against Paul Yeo, but just happened to have his online facts here. States Mark Mayer being his rival, since he's half Asian. His words, not mine, which is interesting. And I didn't know that myself, so time to get educated, I guess. Let's see what we... Tugi is from Austria, and this is his first... I don't see a whole lot of... says, okay, CTL Division 4, and it doesn't have any of his competitive stats, so I can't do any comparisons there. And Tugi will be going against Jake with a massive number of online experience. So we'll have to see how that pans out. It lists Tugi here as a DAS player with a personal best of 1 million points, 1,664,775 at level 29, while Jake has a formidable 1.3 million at level 33. So definitely lists as Jake being favored strongly to win with ELO odds, if you believe in such things. There you have it. Tugi has darts and soul searching as his non-gaming hobbies, and Jake has piano, speed cubing, and MS Paint as his non-gaming hobbies. Speed cubing is interesting. We have some crossover with some cubers. There's other cubers, I believe, in our brackets. Maybe someone in chat could list that fact off. I don't have it off the top of my head. And let's see, Sidnev. I remember watching Sidnev's awesome performance in the preliminaries. Sidnev from the Netherlands, and I believe he got his first max in his qualifying run. And it lists his PB as 1 million at level 29, qualifying seed 40. And let's see. Against Paul Yeo, it favors Paul Yeo as being a slight favorite with a 62% chance of winning. Both players being hyper tappers, both Sidnev and Paul Yeo. So, as opposed to Jake versus Tugi, which will be Jake being a hyper tapper and Tugi being a DAS player. And those are some online facts going into our next set of matches.
Great. Awesome. Look at that. I mean, I never thought that we would have Chris Tang doing online facts again. It really warms my heart. It makes me feel better about myself, to be honest. Because it was really a traumatic experience for me last year. Just the groan of the audience. Adam Cornelius forces Chris to read online facts in the middle of a hype match. So, cool. Well,
I need to see that again. I need to relive that because I vaguely remember it. Yeah, I try to be a good commentator and do as I'm told.
That's so right. And I was like, and I even in my mind, I was like, people don't want these online facts. And Adam's forcing me to write these online facts and email them to Bidwell, I think is what happened. I don't know. It's a whole thing, and it's one of the most humiliating experiences of my life. But they brought me back for some reason. I don't know why.
Let's have a shout out to Rory, who's helping compile and put together these online facts for our current year. Did a great job of getting these put together and having it. Since we're online now, I can have everything on my. I have like 5 different screens in front of me with different things. I've got the bracket on one screen and my online facts in another.
I've got
it's all together.
Yeah, I have a lamination machine at home, and I printed out everything I need, and it's laminated so that you don't hear like papers rustling. Right? So I'm all set, man.
So you want to hear something funny and embarrassing that happened to me last year? They printed out a bunch of sheets for me for profiles on the players.
Yep.
And I couldn't use any of them because they organized them by their email address. And their email address didn't match up with their real life name. And I couldn't figure out whose email address matched to which name. So if you look on the ESPN, maybe not ESPN footage, but some of the Twitch stream footage, you'll see me looking down at my phone, massively hammering away at it, trying to figure out whose name matched which sheet. And I think at the time I was trying to look up, trying to remember who it was that was competing at the time.
Yeah.
It was probably one of the players who was new to the scene. So
yeah. Well, there's nothing worse than in the heat of the moment having to navigate a spreadsheet or whatever. This is not fun, is it at all? Chris, we got 4 ready players here.
All right.
So I say we get these guys started.
We got up on top, Singaporean champion Paul Yeo versus Sidnev from the Netherlands. And on bottom,
we got Jake from Canada, and then Tugi. Where's Tugi from? I forget where Tugi is from.
It says Austria.
Well, there he is. He's in Austria. I mean, look at this field.
It's a field of international competitors.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, I mean, relative to where I'm sitting, yes, I mean,
Right.
there's all 4 different people, 4 different countries sitting at home right now. Who knows if these folks could fly out to Portland, you know, if it were there this year, but they're able to participate because of all this. So it's pretty exciting.
Love seeing the world representation. I remember back in the early days, people were saying, well, why are you calling it a world championship if almost all your competitors are from the US? And, you know, here we are 10 years later, and we've got 4 players on the screen, and none of them are from the US.
That's right. Oh, it's fantastic.
So they're off and running, right? Or are we counting them down?
No, they are off and running. They are going.
Okay.
The countdown happened. And so we can imagine in our minds that we did one, but they are starting.
Okay. The international countdown will have to wait till round 2.
That's right. So yeah, Jake's board early on here, a bit messed up. Sidnev with a bunch of long bars just stacked up over on the left side.
Put them where they fit. Going Tetris for Sidnev.
That's right. And Jake having to do some early burning here. He's throwing pieces over to the left side. Just trying to burn down this right side as efficiently as possible, which he does, and he gets rewarded with an immediate long bar for his Tetris. 73,000 Jake. Tetris for 2D, 123 for him. And on the top, we got 73,000 for Paul, 143 for Sidnev, who's still burning.
And with the ELO prediction saying that Jake had a huge advantage coming in, look, Tugi has the lead now. So this is being already quite interesting.
Yeah, maybe I should explain this ELO thing for some of the folks who
yes,
don't.
Please. I don't have a huge background on it either, so I'll learn right around with the crowd.
Yeah, so you know, when this online scene has started to emerge, or it became a desire to see, well, how do we rank players? Oh, what happened to
Sidnev has popped out.
Sidnev popped out all of a sudden, and Paul is actually good already.
Good.
That just happened all of a sudden.
Wow.
Wow.
In the blink of an eye.
Yeah, so let us go ahead and give Paul his heart. He is good. And there's Paul's heart. So as soon as we get it ready for both players, we'll go ahead and start game 2. And yeah, so there just became a desire to have, you know, a ranking of players. And, you know, of course, these players being gamers and interested in puzzle games and things like that, they look to chess, which has a ranking system called ELO. Which you know, has been going on for like 50 years, and so there was all these attempts collaboratively to come up with a ranking system based on sort of wins and losses, and then like strength of victory, which then will return like a numerical value that allows you to sort of rank people based on their tournament performance. So that has all emerged in the last 18 months or so. And it allows you to sort of predict, you know, or at least make predictions anyway, about how players will perform in tournaments. And of course, we have to play the tournaments, right? So.
Right, and guess what? So far, it hasn't really worked out because it had favored the last bracket. Nanu was favored to win.
Yeah, that's right. So you still got to play them, and then you know the other thing people see with, you know, oh, someone's favored. Like, even if somebody's favored, quote, 80% to win, well, 20% still happens sometimes, right? So, you know, 20% happens 20% of the time. So, it's definitely not like a shoe-in, like, oh, well, the prediction was wrong because the person won. You know, it just means, well, sometimes the unlikely thing does happen.
But it's a great thing to see just the evolution and people being able to kind of take our activity as a competitive sport in such a way, right? Like, we now have stats, we now have stars, we now have people who are, you know, favored or predicted, or even, you know, you can have something called an upset because you have stats like that on tap. And
so Paul 110, Sidnev 125 here in their match, which is just getting underway. And then Jake here 411. He's kind of straightened himself out a bit. And Tugi with the Tetris to get him to 365. Pretty close in lines and approaching transition here on the bottom.
Sidnev playing really high, really aggressive, but he's got the lead. And early on, Tuki had a lead, but Jake has just decimated it and now has, 100,000 points up. So he's turned this match around, and Jake has just gone into the level 19 transition. And Jake has just been playing really, really good Tetris right now. Is that a last second adjustment? Jake opting to take a triple there. Hanging down to Tetris. Yeah, I noticed that Jake's movements, he's doing piece moves like within a frame or two before lockdowns. Not used to what I'm seeing. People usually commit to where their piece is gonna go.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like a no next box kind of thing you have to do, right? So it's like, oh, well, last second.
Yeah, you might see the next piece, and then it's just like, okay, plans changed, and
Yep.
to be able to think on the fly like that, that's an amazing skill. Like, if I saw a DAS player doing that, I might think that it was, trying to charge for the next piece, or maybe even a mistake. But for someone like Jake, I think he's actually doing adjustments.
All right, 745 for Jake, 592 for Tugi. Jake here on level 24, Tugi level 23. Jake with about a 14 lines in the future.
And yeah, it's still a pretty big lead. Looking at 150,000 potentially. And on the game up top, Paul and Siddev chugging along past the 100 line mark. Siddev favoring playing higher and very aggressively. We're kind of neck and neck up there. Not much of a difference in points. And we should see transition happen in the next 20 lines or so. And Jake just tearing it up, 200,000 points ahead. That's taking nothing away from Tugi. He's just been playing really clean. Whew, barely getting that line bar over to the right. Having to take a triple there. And he's set up for a Tetris. Jake widening the lead to almost 300,000 points. And Jake's about to hit the 29 transition. Let's see what post 29 play is going to be like.
Yeah, and at this
one
point,
line.
Yeah, nothing
two
really
line.
Tugi can do. Jake waiting for that long bar, and yeah, he's gonna get one
Boom!
over there on the right.
Tetris for Jake. Post 29 Tetris. Wow.
Yeah. With the 1.1 million, just, whatever, 1.1 million, completely
He
unnecessary.
just kind of walked away after making that Tetris, and I guess didn't have any interest in getting a PB or anything. But
Yeah.
he's here for business. So
Yeah.
we're gonna go right into round 2.
All right, we got readies from both players. Let's go ahead and count them down. Give Jake his heart. But amazing. I mean, just, whatever. Just casual, whatever. I'm ahead by 300,000 points. I'll just keep playing, max out, kill screen, whatever. I mean, but that's what sort of
The
emerged.
nonchalant level 29 Tetris on the right side.
Yeah.
Walk away. But yeah, amazing performance so far. Tugi played a great, consistent game. Any other Tetris match that would probably have won. And up on top, we are deep into the level 19 speed. Scores are close. Sednev having to deal with a little bit of cleanup there. That'll allow Paul to pull ahead a bit in points. And Sednev opening back up. Ward's back in better shape, but Paul with a 2 Tetris lead. 3 Tetris lead, a little bit more. 100k ahead. We may see that lead widen here as Sednev has to deal with a very high cleanup, and he's not going to be able to clean that up.
And Paul is going to be at heart number 2.
So Paul now leading 2. Sednev needing to win this to stay in the winner's bracket. Close game on the bottom. Tiki was just a slight lead. And Jake managing to catch up. Oh hey, we've got like a max transition screen now.
That's right. I figured out the BIOS. So we just need Paul to go ahead and I guess he's going to bend Mullen a bit here.
Sounds good. Tookie once again with the lead early on. But Jake's set up for a couple of Tetrises, playing really high. Gives him a couple of long bars, that's going to be big scoring.
Paul's going for the max out here, really just to flex and do something for the crowd here. So long bar will give him the max out. And no long bar, so no max out. That's it. See? There we go. All right. Well, I haven't been showing player bios because, I'm bad though. So, but I'm going to show them now. And we'll get readies from a couple of players here. And we will move on to game 3. We are a little behind schedule, so this Ben Mullening thing, it's cute, but maybe something we don't want to do.
Well, we've had at least one running game at all times, so no shortage of Tetris action. And as they always say, more Tetris than you can handle. Or is it more Tetris than you can handle?
Oh my god, that is going to be instant meme right there. You're a meme machine, Chris. You speak, memes flow from you. All right, we got a couple ready players. Let's go ahead and start the countdown. And they will get underway. Meanwhile, on the bottom, we've got Jake here at 331 and 253.
2, 1, Tetris. Paul up by 2. Sednev having to win to stay in the winner's bracket. And meanwhile, Jake has caught up to Toogie. Slight lead, but 1.5 Tetris is ahead now. Jake playing up on the board much higher. Paul just dumping pieces on the left. I'm gonna be interested to see how that gets cleared. That is a skyscraper. And with the T-spin, cleans it up quite nicely. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I could tell. Boy, this is getting a lot out of this.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see if Paul's going to go for the Tetris. And he is going to go for the Tetris here. It's always good if you can to clear down with Tetrises. Just to keep your efficiency. He's going to get a Tetris dirty down the 5th column. And he's looking for another one. Going to take a few burns.
Jake on a tear, widening that lead.
Yeah, heading into transition is Jake here. He's going to have to take a couple of burns here, but he will be Tetris ready.
Wow, that was very forward thinking.
Yeah,
burns there.
Very nimble with those burns. That would have taken me about 30 lines to get rid of. Jake's just like, oh, 3 pieces, whatever, no problem.
Yeah, that's some very unorthodox stacking. Sort of like setting up different possibilities for what pieces you get to allow for a burn in different ways from what I can see.
518 for Jake, 452 for Tugi. And Jake set up with a long bar dependency down the middle of his stack. It is not a Tetris well. It's really only good for a single, but he's trying to clear it down efficiently. And in a way, he's kind of messing up his whole stack.
Yeah. He got a little too dependent on certain type of pieces, and that's going to pop him out. So Tugi's in a chase down situation. He only needs a couple of Tetrises. Now just maybe...
Yeah, just half a Tetris here will do it, and he needs to get to 524. He's got all the time in the world. You know, he's got 80 lines to do it, so I think, barring a disaster, something Tugi can handle. And, you know, Tugi has his fans, you know. Obviously, Jake has a lot of fans. He's, you know... Oh, no, Tugi! Tugi's going to get the long bar in there, and he's still going to get a few points.
Oh, okay, he got it. Single. He got it with a single. Wow. That was a nail-biting, like a eye bar tuck into the well.
Oh, my God. I am, you know, Chris, I am 43 and in ill health, and, you know, that could have caused me some problems there. But Tugi is able to find, he clutches that long bar, and they are ready. So let me go ahead and satisfy Trey here and show some player bios, because I guess I haven't been doing that. So he wants to see the bios, and Trey is happy.
But definitely, good job for Tugi. Just keeping the state of mind to be able to recover from that. Especially when you're in a chase down situation, you just could have singled the guy out. To set up a Tetris like that and then, you know, not get it would be, you know, that'd be a huge disappointment. But he was able to pull it off.
Yeah,
and he's on the board. Don't forget to give Tugi his heart.
Oh, let's give he earned it. By God.
Yeah, that was a excellent survival there.
So Jake and Tugi tied one game apiece here. What was once a best of 5 is now effectively a best of 3. That is right. You know, there was one time I had to explain the whole math behind that to someone in chat. So, what do you mean? Wait, it's best of 3 now? I'm like, no. That's it. Takes all kinds, Chris.
Makes sense to me.
All right, up top here we got 299 for Paul and 297 for Sidnev. Pretty darn close in line. So this is.
I was gonna say it, but I won't say it.
No, you can say. You can say. You've earned it. You can say whatever you want.
I'll say it when you're neck and neck.
Well, you know, I gotta say, Chris, there aren't a lot of good alternatives to neck and neck in the language. You know, there's a couple I've heard, eyelash to eyelash, which seems a little too intimate. I don't know if I want to get eyelash to eyelash with somebody.
That's a little weird.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I like the imagery.
Yeah, that's some weird European thing. I don't want to get into that. You know, that's a little weird for me. But yeah, there just aren't, you know, really darn close. I mean, there's nothing really you can say. So neck and neck wins by default. 391 for Paul, 349 for Sidnev.
And Paul's got some interesting ways to deal with that. It's like he did a tuck for leading into a delayed burn, and it's a setup that I don't see too often, but pulls it off quite nicely. Now he's super clean.
Tugi getting set up for a Tetris. A couple of LJ dependencies here. One of them turned into a long bar dependency. He's going to have to get the long bar, which he does, so should clear this away pretty darn soon. And bang it, Tetris. I mean, sorry, boom Tetris for Tugi. I got to forget. This is not Classic Tetris Monthly. And transition has occurred at the top. Paul 433, Sidnev 423. Sidnev's going to clear the ceiling over his well. And he's going to get a Tetris, 452.
Sidnev, I mean, I haven't said this in a while, but he's got some kind of YOLO play. He plays really high, and then he somehow makes it work out. It kind of reminds me of the old style Jeff Moore used to play with.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, you know, I haven't heard YOLO in a while, so see, it's good to have it back.
I like being able to compare, you know, play styles. Like Jeff doesn't play like that anymore, though. He's playing a lot safer, playing a lot lower now.
Yeah, well, it's tournament strats. You know, that YOLO play is really if you're going for like score attack, like PB kind of games, right? Where, you know, tournament, you have to sort of modulate your aggression, right? Depending on what your opponent's doing.
Yeah.
And just kind of your board state, their board state.
And looking back, back when people were not thinking anyone could defeat Jonas, you kind of had to do that. Like you couldn't hold back anything with Jonas back in the 2017 days.
Yeah,
2016, 2017. That was just where we were, and we've come a long way since then. But
well, I mean, where we've come is now you pretty much do have to be aggressive like a lot of the time because of just what these players are capable of putting up. But of course, what seemed aggressive then isn't necessarily aggressive now. It's a constantly shifting meta here. And Paul in trouble, 519, and looks like he is going to top out.
He's going to top out. And Sidnev gets on the board.
Sidnev is good, and he survives. So let us go ahead and give him his heart. There it is, the heart. And once we get some readies, we can go ahead and do the countdown for game 4.
Meanwhile, Jake has opened up a huge lead, over 100,000 points now. And we're about 30 lines from transition. And Jake with a left well here. Got a couple of long bar dependencies. Let's see how he handles this. I saw in the chat people said that Jake used to play really YOLO, but having multiple long bar dependencies, he handled that really well though. Wow, it just you'd think that was dangerous, but
yeah.
It's just all gone.
Walk in the park. But I think the thing that people have to realize, especially those of our audience who are kind of with us, maybe more on an annual basis rather than a monthly basis. A lot of the score milestones, those have shifted a bit in the sense that, in the subsequent year, I mean, multiple players getting 1.3 million point scores, right, in an uncapped score universe. And so a lot of these players, when they're just kind of playing on their streams or practicing at home, they're going for high score and they're going really aggressive for like 1.3 million scores, which is, 300,000 points more than a max out, right? So that's like, 9 or 10 Tetrises more. And so these guys are trying to play really efficient and then just, almost farming RNG to find, games that will actually work. So sometimes these players can have trouble. Some of these players will have trouble sort of adjusting that to what is required for a tournament. And Paul in trouble kind of again here.
Yeah.
Gaps all over the place, and Sidnev super clean. This is survivable for Paul, and he is bringing it down, but this is going to give Sidnev an opportunity to keep, scoring and build a bigger lead.
I remember Jonas had a term for that, where you have a situation that's festering.
Yes.
You have like a hole, then you build on top of it, and then it starts multiplying the number of problems you have to solve. And you limit your options. So seeing Paul make a hole here, a hole there, and just it's just piling on top of each other. Okay, he made a last second adjustment to keep that open so that when he does the line clear, he can start digging. That's a big dig for Paul.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's going to open up a huge lead for Sidnev. Now up a higher lead than he's had in this match prior, and that's 134,000 points.
On the bottom here, Jake 692 and Tugi 419. So a huge lead for Jake here. Pretty darn close in lines. Jake with some burning to do, and Tugi is clean. And at this point, 223,000 point lead. Tugi really hoping for Jake to top out here and then, do a chase down. And it's really hard to come back from that. But it's possible, and I've seen it.
Yeah, it's a big mountain to climb, and he's hanging in there.
Yeah, if you, if you don't count post-kill screen play, which is kind of a wild card, once you get to the 200 line mark, if you play perfectly, you got about 250 to 270,000 points available. So that's something always to keep in mind when you see these deficits and what's possible, for players to do. And, it's really for a matter of Jake, if he just, continues even to just stay alive, there's not much Tugi can do.
Jake's been banging down Tetrises, though. He's not letting up one bit. Oh, I'm not sure he's going to flip that.
I mean, look at that movement, Chris, on Jake's pieces.
Yeah.
Another Tetris
Ooh.
for Jake, 833. Tukey back still by about 190,000 points.
Yeah, that Tuki's board's probably not in enough shape to be able to catch up at this point. But he's going to keep playing.
There's going to be one time that we say that, Chris, and then there's going to be a massive post-kill screen thing. And it's
We want to do that, though. That's what makes it exciting.
Yeah, I virtually guarantee it. And we will be proved wrong happily.
Exactly. Oh, and Tuki hangs up, and Jake's still playing. So Jake's going to take that one with a huge lead. And let's see if he does a triple. And he's going to get a double. Post 29 flexing here. Nah, he's just going to call it a day. Okay.
There's something to be said for not going into that state where you're playing on the kill screen, because your adrenaline goes up and then that sort of carries over into the next game you have to play. So
yeah.
There's a big argument for just like, all right, I'm done. Okay, so Jake here shaking his arm out. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, is he okay?
I hope so. I don't know. I hope so.
Do we have a policy for medical checking during our events?
Yeah, we're going to fly Chris Forrest right down there. He's going to go check it out. All right, we got a countdown. We're going to start for them. Just going to make sure I'm on the right tab. Otherwise, we'll ruin the top game, which we have Paul 255 and Sidnev 482. This is some pace for Sidnev. And another Tetris, 500,000 points through 109 lines is pretty big.
Yeah. That's the biggest lead we've seen Sidnev have thus far. And that's what he needs. He needs to win to stay in this. And then we're at 15 lines from transition now.
Again, this is not insurmountable for Paul. I mean, if Sidnev tops out, this is certainly chase downable. I mean, players have, gotten 500 plus thousand points, after transition. And it's certainly necessary, especially for, for players that are chasing 1.2s and 1.3s. They're getting that, and they're used to it. It's aggressive, but it can be done.
Yeah, and Paul's definitely got the talent to chase that kind of deficit down. And Paul transitioning pretty high, but...
Oh, and he's going to go for the Tetris.
Playing super aggressive, he gets it.
Yeah, you saw that tuck with the L piece in there. He could have taken the triple just to take some pressure off his stack, but no, he decides to go for it. And that's situational awareness, right? That's like, hey, I'm way behind, and I'm either going to go all in on this situation or let's play the next one.
Mm-hmm. And he can afford to play a little aggressive. He can stand to lose one, but he'd rather not, so why not score?
Yep. So Sidnev up by 243,000 points, but Sidnev kind of in trouble here. And all in on a log bar, and he's going to hang something on the left, and he's going to top out at 618. So here we go. What can Paul do here? Yeah, 217,000 points to go. He's got time to do it. He can't just like single it out. He's going to have to score a bit, but we'll see what he can do. And Sidnev, just all he can do is sit and wait and see, is he going to land in the loser's bracket, or is he going to have another chance?
Yep, and Paul has to actually maintain some aggression, even though it's a chase down.
And not it's not easy at all.
Yeah, he can't single it out. He has to actually put his foot on the pedal, so to speak.
And there's a definite psychology to this, where it's like, your opponent is topped out. You would think, at first blush, oh, I know what I have to get, so it's easy. But, you kind of, all of a sudden you become your opponent at that moment, right? And just say, okay, well, what should I do? Can I wait? There's a whole bunch of other considerations you have to make. Paul about 100,000 points behind. He's got 40 lines to do it, and Tetris is at this point, worth around, in the neighborhood of 30,000 points.
He's got some holes in his stack he's going to have to clean.
Right, so Jake 231, Tugi 252 on the bottom here as we watch Paul and Sidnev.
Ooh, there's that festering situation. Building on top of his holes. That's not good. Gonna need to clean those off.
Oh, that hang, and then he's got that left side is so problematic, and
that's tough. I don't know. I don't think he's gonna be able to burn this
And
out.
he's not going to be able to chase it down, and Sidnev is going to force a decider, and he is happy.
And we've got a decider. But yeah, Sidnev with that big lead, putting the pressure on Paul, and yeah, Paul wasn't able to keep his playfield clean and get rid of those holes in the stack.
That's right. We got 2 ready players. They're ready to go, and I don't see any reason to delay. Here we go. Let's get them started.
Best of 5 is now a best of 1.
That is right. And now the loser of this game will not be eliminated. They will be moved to a loser's bracket. This is a double elimination sort of mini tournament. Best of, for these 8 players. And the winners will be moved into the top 8, where the bracket will then be reshuffled. So, the loser's bracket, they are not out of it. They can definitely win. And the winner of the loser's bracket, the way double elimination works, right? They get thrown into their own little tournament. Anyone who's lost a match, right? And then the winner of that little tournament comes back and plays the winner of the winner's bracket. And then because you're coming from the loser's bracket there, you have to lose twice to be eliminated. So the losers win, the winner of the loser's bracket actually would have to beat the winner's bracket winner twice, because they'd have to eliminate him twice. So it could be a double finals here for this little 8-player mini tournament.
Yeah, I've seen this happen a lot in fighting games. They call this sort of like the pools, where you have like 1,000 players, but then you've got like this 4 mini tournaments going on, and that only one person's going to come out of that quadrant alive. So we've kind of got that going on here too. Instead of having 1,000 players, we've got 64, but you still have to wait to see what the results are before you know what your final matchups are going to be.
That's right. So we've got the bottom here approaching transition. Jake has transitioned here a little bit awkwardly, but still low enough for him to be able to deal with. And he will be Tetris ready in a couple of pieces or so. 523 for Jake. He's going to Tetris 547. Tugi 547 here post transition.
Neck and neck.
We got us. I also sometimes will say we got us a horse race.
There's
there's just not a lot of good things. Oh, Tugi with some mischiefs here. And Tugi, that hang on the right side is going to be insurmountable. Nothing he can do. He's going to top out, and Jake is good and will be moving on in the winner's bracket.
But a good performance by Tugi, especially taking that one game where he had to shift that line bar, under that miss drop. That will be one for the highlight reel.
All right, we'll get the two-way scene going here in a moment. Oh, whoops. What happened? That's not good. Shoot. How did that happen? Okay, I just gotta fix the cameras, guys.
We can still see the game, so it's all good. Paul having a lead of about 80,000 points now. Both fields are good shape.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I didn't know that could happen. Yeah, we'll fix this. It's easy to fix.
Pardon the technical difficulties, but at least we get to see the game going on. Paul going up 100,000 points now. Sidnev having some catching up to do. We're halfway to transition. Both players with clean boards.
And
There we go.
why is someone... Okay, there we go. So that should happen for there. And then we should be good. And then we'll just move these people around. There we go.
Nice.
And Trey is just like, why did we hire this guy?
You're the leading authority on online Tetris competitions.
Yeah, apparently. Doesn't feel like it right now.
but not a whole lot of people. Paul with misdrop there, but he'll be able to burn it down. He has a lot of. When you have a situation like that, and you misdrop up high, and you have an open well. Even if you don't get a Tetris, if you're able to burn down all that stuff that's underneath, you make your life a whole lot easier, and you can survive a bad misdrop that high. And he cleans it up like it's nothing, and we're clean again on Paul's side. And he gets to keep his lead, but his board is in great shape, so might be able to catch up. Nice tuck there by Sidnev. Whew, a lot of line dependencies there.
Yeah, able to clear away. Oh no, that placement. Let's see, he's going to have to do some sort of combo burn here. Oh no, and Sidnev's going to hang a piece. And he is incredulous and not happy. And he's going to top out at 393. Yeah. And Paul is good and will get the heart.
And Paul advances. Still in winner's bracket here up there. So Sidnev moves down to the loser's bracket and will face Tugi.
All right, so let's go ahead and bring you the bracket. Hopefully that should be updated momentarily. Someone will do that. Is someone on that duty? I think so. Yeah, okay, they are there. And of course, we need to update the Jake result here. And he's got something which can't be read. So there you go. Congratulations to Paul for showing us a glowing rectangle. Very good. All right, so I'll go ahead and let's go ahead and our bracket should be filled in momentarily, but I will switch it over there so you can visualize what it would look like if it were updated. Okay, so let me go. Now we're going to set up for basically swapping these players. The two winners are going to be Paul Yo and Jake, and then Sidnev and Tugi will be playing in the losers match here. So just bear with me here, and I'll get all that set up.
Wow, look at that bracket though. Like Nanu, Sharky, Paul Yo, and Jake. This is just wow. We're gonna see some great Tetris.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna go on mute. So if you want to take a break or engage with the fans or yodel or whatever you want to do, I'll be right back.
I'll engage with the fans. Why not? Actually, I haven't checked on Tetris 2 to see how they're doing. Do they? I guess they have their own. I'm looking at their bracket now, and it looks like they've got Brendan versus Sam coming out of their bracket. Not sure how many of you guys in chat are watching both streams simultaneously. You guys watching both? Hey all. Hey trailer. AMA on the chat? Sure. Go ahead, ask me stuff. Boom Tetris for chat. Boom AMA for chat. So while you're thinking of something to ask me, what do you guys think your favorite match is so far in this side of the bracket? We had Nano versus Josh, then we had Ben versus Sharky, then we had Paul versus Sidnev, Jake and Tugi. I like Nanu versus Sharky just because it was so close. And that was one where the Elo didn't. Yep, yeah. The Elo just didn't pan out, so you can never count anyone out. Yeah, I agree with you, Chad. Yeah, I was not expecting to see a reverse sweep. Like, not with this level of... Like, usually when you have someone that's, like, that consistent, it's like, you expect them to just kind of, like, carry it through. And, like, even in the history of our tournament, I don't think I've seen too many reverse sweeps. Probably someone like Chris Bidwell would be able to tell me exactly when they happened. Is Chris Bidwell in the chat? I haven't seen all the names. 2013 finals. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Oh yeah, that means we're gonna get a Sharky versus Jake. That is crazy. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Jonas. I remember there was we changed our rules to be like best of 5 instead of best of 3, and had we not done that, like Harry might have won. I remember that now. Oh, that's so strange being able to like talk about our scene in a I remember those days sort of way. I'm not wearing any particularly exciting trousers. Pretty chill.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that was kind of the quote of the day, Chris.
No, someone in chat asked me if I was wearing exciting trousers. And I'm like, most of myself is exciting, but not particularly my pants.
All right, well, we are set up for our winners match and our losers match here.
Oh yeah, chat's demanding the bios.
Chats will get they will get the bios. So here, the bios are coming, my guys. There they are. Look at that.
Actually, I am dressed. Someone asked me if I'm dressed up, and I actually am in my CTWC shirt, and I've got my CTWC pins on, and my International Video Game Hall of Fame pin on, and I am dressed up. And I've got like my streaming setup with a giant NES controller background. And, they weren't sure, we were going to have maybe some in between scenes, or maybe I'd be talking to Vandy and chat or something. But we've been oh, there we go.
We can show you. Ready? All right,
guys.
There we go.
Hey, chat, how's it going? Hope you're enjoying CTWC 2020 here on Classic Tetris 1. Hope you all are having a great day, a great weekend, and a great Halloween. It's sort of fitting that we are on the 31st of October, Halloween, when the greatest terror of them all is the RNG of NES Tetris. Nothing can be more horrifying to a Tetris player.
That's no doubt. I forgot entirely that it was Halloween, so I have like no candy, no anything, or I don't even know if trick or treating is happening. No idea. So
it's one less thing to have to worry about. Imagine having to like stream this, having to run an online tournament, and then there's like kids like ringing on my doorbell, and I gotta like throw candy at them and stuff like that. I'll be the ringing the bell and booming Tetrises instead. So,
well, there we go. Proof that Chris is actually dressed as he's saying. We didn't get a shot of the trousers, but who knows? Maybe as the day wears on and we loosen him up a little bit, who knows? We could get a trouser shot. We have no idea.
I wasn't prepared for that.
No. Let's see. All right. Well, we've got people set up here, and I think we are just about ready to get this underway. If the players are ready, then we are ready. I think Vince is very adamant that he wants people pointed at their pieces here, so understandably.
I really like how we're doing this whole webcam thing, and when you see a player play, I mean, always one of the focuses of the CTWC and Travision was showing the face of the player and getting to see the emotion, the expressions that the player goes through as they play. But now you're kind of getting to see a bit of personality, and there's like a personal connection to you watching a Tetris player play in their environment, being able to kind of see their room, seeing their gaming setups and things like that. I kind of like that. There's some charm to that.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to keep that going forward. So I think this is something that with all that's happened in the world, just having a way to connect to other players and become part of each other's lives through a game is something amazing, something great, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find a way for them to bring their rooms with them to Portland when we do it that way. So we'll figure that out.
Dude, if we ever, so you've been to Portland, right? And the Portland Retro Gaming Expo has this retro gaming room set up where they put up like a fake living room in the middle of their show. Can you imagine just for hits and giggles if we set up like back when we have a live event, we have like a booth with like a gaming setup and a webcam just to be funny, to say like we're gonna relive 2020 and like you can have this setup.
Yeah,
you can have your qualifying setup in the fake streamer room.
Well, I think Vince has got to give you some sort of associate producer credit just for that. I think. So, all right, I think we have players taking this opportunity to break a little bit, but also just who knows? Maybe this is a good opportunity to tell you about one of our sponsors while we're waiting for Tugi to come back. What do you think, Chris?
All right.
Should I do it? Oh my God! Wow. So, I think probably a huge thanks, right, to Tetris, right, for once again sponsoring all of the cash prizes for this year's event. And I don't know if you knew this, but Tetris is also giving our viewers a chance to win some actually really cool prizes. And you can get in on that by following them at Tetris_official on Instagram. So I'm going to repeat it. Tetris_official on Instagram. And if you follow them, you're going to have some cool prizes in conjunction with all this. So please go ahead and do that. All right, we've got players here. They are properly situated. They've taken whatever kinds of breaks they need. And I think we are just about ready to be ready. So we just need Sidnev and Tugi to give us a ready, and we will be underway.
And I'm here. I just gulp down some Rockstar. I'm good.
This is a slog, Chris. I mean, this is like, we start and then, this is like 6, 7. We don't know how long this is going to be, but
this is actually my first. Well, I've been on stream playing Tetris. I think my record is like 13 hours or something.
Yep.
But this is my first commentary run, continuous. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but like everything else the CTWC does, you just let it rip and hope for the best.
That's right. All right, so we have these folks who are here, and we're just waiting for Sidnev. I don't know. Okay, he's ready. So we already showed the player bios, right? Do we need to show them again? I don't know. I'll show them again, and then I'll count down. Oh, whoops! I don't
There's our. I just love seeing all those international flags. It's great. Look at that. Hey, Chad, aren't you proud of our? The W in CTWC stands for World, and we've got that now.
That's right. It's truly the biggest worldwide Tetris event, as far as I know. I mean, I could be just making up facts here, which wouldn't be the first time, but I can't imagine, a Tetris event, any form of Tetris, with this reach and this diversity of locations for its players. So it's incredible.
Yeah, I love it.
And we are underway on all 4 screens. So here we go.
And Jake's got fire situation, multiple dependencies going on. Let's see how he clears this out. I saw a T-spin set up there, and he does it. Playing up really high. Ooh, can he clear that down? That is crazy. He's able to tap it all the way over to the left, but it's just insurmountable. And that is a very early top out. And Paul is good for game 1.
Yeah, Paul, you can go ahead and top out for real, bro. That is real. So, all right. Sometimes, commentators will curse these games by being like, oh, he topped out, and then the other guy's not even there. But I know from hard experience. And Nenu knows for sure as well, as a result of...
Someone is photobombing Paul on his stream.
All right, we got readies from both those players. We'll go ahead and count them down.
Can you have your own cheering section? Is that in the rules? Like, can you have like a room full of people like?
Yeah, I think I don't know that we'll have to. That seems like a Vince thing, so we'll have to find out in the rules, if that disqualifies Paul in any way. I don't think it does, but
I don't think it does.
I don't.
I'm just like wondering if that could be like a strat, big brain strat. Just like put something so ridiculous in your background that it distracts the other player when they try to look at your screen.
I think you're onto something here. All right, we are underway on the top. Meanwhile, on the bottom, 159 for Sidnev, 134 for Tugi. Tugi with a nice high build. He gets the long bar to take a little pressure off that for Tetris. Sidnev, meanwhile, Tetris is as well. So about a Tetris separating these guys.
Yep, Tugi building higher. Sidnev we were seeing build really high in the last game, but not particularly this time.
And by the way, Chris, in secret chat, Vince is confirming that cheering section is absolutely fine.
Oh, okay.
So there you go. I don't know. I don't know if he thought. I don't know what he thought, but that's all right. Good job, Vince.
No, I mean, like I said, having the setup back there and being able to see into each other's lives is kind of part of the personality of what we're doing here. Or being able to see all the personalities of our competitors and our stars, and it makes it more relatable, I think.
Yeah, I'm into it. I mean, you get a real slice of life here. So, and 2 players here on the screen with keyboards. So, like piano keyboards.
Right. Yeah, that's musically inclined. I mean, people are going to catch on to this. People might even analyze these backgrounds.
Yeah.
After CTWC 2020 is over and say like, well, is there like a meta going on? Like,
now, by the way, Chris, I don't know if you're looking, not to cut you off, but I don't know if you're looking at Paul's screen. There's somebody like lying in bed looking at a cell phone.
That's what I said. Someone was photobombing Paul.
Oh,
that's why I started
thought they just walked by. Yeah, that's somebody like lying around.
Exactly. That's the steering section. So, you never know.
Oh, there's actually another piano. I guess Sidnev has a piano as well, so I don't know what Tugi's up to. Tugi is the only one without a... One of these things is not like the others. I mean, Tugi has one. I mean, Paul. Sorry, Paul.
Ooh, Paul's in dangerous territory. Multiple dependencies, and he's able to get the line. If it didn't give him the long bar there, it would have been trouble. Whew, and he's able to get the right pieces to burn it down. But Jake's been able to amass a lead, which is what he needs now. He's down 1 game. Yeah, Paul able to fix that up pretty fast, but yeah, he was in danger for a second there.
It looks like, Jake's stack a little bit high here, but he's going to get this J and L to clear all this away. And he's back to safety and gets the Tetris. Vince is wants to make clear that the only rule is that Chris Bidwell cannot say poopy under any circumstances.
Whoa, what happened with that?
I don't know. It seems like some sort of inside thing. I don't know if I really want to get too much in the weeds on that one. We'll leave Vince and Chris to that one.
All right. So speaking of cheering sections, when I was watching the preliminaries or the qualifiers, I remember watching Aaron, and I think it was his mom. Like he had made I think he made a PB and a qualifying score at the same time, and just the happiness and the joy seeing that wholesomeness, I thought it was really great. So having your life go on while you're doing your Tetris qualifier,
highly relatable.
Yeah, that's great stuff.
So Jake 410 and 356 for Paul, so decent paces here through 90 lines for them. Sidnev and Tugi have transitioned here, 537 Sidnev, 549 for Tugi, and just about the same line count. So that is neck and neck for sure.
I was gonna say it earlier, but I didn't want to cut you off.
Oh no, believe me, we're gonna cut each other off. I mean, this is pandemic life, right? Everybody on these things, and Tugi in a little bit of trouble here.
I want to see the other commentary start saying neck and neck more. Like, it shouldn't be frowned upon.
Yeah, we should embrace the necks. Well, I mean, I don't know if you've watched any of our streams, but we have a whole icon that flashes on stream with some of the more famous necks in Tetris.
Oh, nice.
I consider the best necks in Tetris. No offense to anybody listening, but I consider Jeff Moore and Alex Kerr to have the best necks in Tetris.
Oh, absolutely. Now that's the video for that meme. Zooming in on Jeff's neck. That's the neck right there.
I mean, we're all really here because of that neck in a lot of ways.
No kidding.
Yeah, 548 Jake, 457 for Paul. They are approaching transition. Level 22 here each for Sidnev and Tugi. 708 for Sidnev. 636. So about 3 Tetrises behind his Tugi.
About to transition up on top there. And Paul's going to transition with the next Tetris. Oh, I guess he's going to have to burn a triple. If you're going to pick one time to not be aggressive, that's the time. Because when transition's coming, you don't want to take any chances.
Yep. Oh, yeah. We mentioned it before. It's like, one last Tetris is sort of a thing that goes through your mind. But on the other hand, like, what stack do you want to have going into 19, right? It's better to take the triple or double or whatever.
Yeah.
679 for Jake. He's got a 160,000 point lead over Paul right now. Paul up 1 game to none. Sidnev with some, what does Jonas call them? Alternating burn shells and whatnot.
Yeah.
And, Tugi's going to top out 738. All of a sudden.
That was fast, yeah. I didn't see that coming. Look at that. It's like a formation of... I guess there's a spire in the middle and something hung, and he wasn't able to get anything over it after that.
And Jake is going to top out 685. So that's all of a sudden. I'm sitting here doling out hearts, and Jake is topping out. So Jake's going to top out 685. Paul needs to get to 686. Mild chase down here. Paul has runway to do it, so no big urgency on Paul right now.
Right.
And we'll go ahead and start these simultaneously here, regardless of what happens with Paul.
Yeah, there's not much. It's not too much left. 2 Tetrises will do it, and he's clean.
Yeah, needs about 45,000 points. That's going to be about a Tetris and a half at these levels.
He's doing it with triples, so he knows.
Paul looking to take a 2 games to none lead here on Jake. And again, it's hard to call any of these an upset, Chris, but I think people would expect, people who've been following the online scene would expect Jake to go pretty deep in this.
Now, both competitors have remarkable resumes. I mean, Paul with being the Singaporean champion and Jake with all those online credentials. They're both like enormous superstars here. So
yeah, no doubt, and all tons of experience, playing online. I mean, I think to a lot of our viewers right now, who is Jake, this newcomer? Who is this guy? But Jake has played, hundreds more online competitive matches than any of the people you've seen, in past CTWC. So players who are kind of newbies to our viewing audience have huge accomplishments and resumes and tons of experience. And Paul is good, so Paul is going to chase down Jake here, and we're going to give Paul his heart. And Paul up sort of quickly, 2 games to none over Jake. Wow. All right, so as soon as we get readies from those players, we can go ahead and count it all down at once. Why not? Or we can just get them started. It's okay. Here, we'll just get them started underneath them. They might need a moment up top there to...
Yeah, in both cases, there were situations that were developing that, I thought Jake would have a solution for, but it didn't quite pan out that way. So maybe we'll have to see. We'll see if he adjusts to maybe play a little safer this round to avoid that from happening. Especially since in his prior match, I think that those situations weren't happening.
Yeah, they got a little situation, something happening on top there. So we're going to go ahead and get that bottom match started already. So let's go ahead and do that. Make sure I'm clicking the right thing. And we'll wait for the Jake and Paul situation to get resolved. Oh, he might have soft.
Whoa,
reset.
those almost. So on the game on the bottom, those almost look like the same piece set when that game started. It's not the same now, but I think their like first 4 pieces were very similar, if not the same.
Oh, interesting. The fix is in, Chris. Oh my God, we got to get our team to investigate. Dateline CTWC is doing a story right now.
I mean, we may have a future where we can have easily same piece sets with, our CTWC rules because of Tetris Effect Connected will have that mode in it.
So we'll focus on the 2-player scene here while they get all that sorted on Jake's and Paul's end there. So far, Tugi with a lot of burning here. Only 23,000 points. No Tetrises with the first 24 lines. Finally, he's going to open up that right side and get a long bar and bang, or boom, sorry, Tetris for Tugi. I just can't get used to that. I mean, I've tried to leave that for Chris, but people are saying, well, it's CTWC, you can say whatever you want.
Wow, Sidnev building up on top, basically built a triple on top of the trash that was under it, and it just went away.
Yeah, and Sidnev with not a lot of great places to put things like squares right now, so he's going to have to. Okay, finally opens up a little place for that. But that's what you call bad parity, right? So for those of you
bad parity, but good dig. Wow.
Yeah, no doubt. 120 for Sidnev, 99,000 for Tuki. So kind of early suffer game here through the mid 40s of lines. Okay, so looks like they are ready on the other one, so we will switch over.
And Sidnev has cleaned up pretty well. It's about to be Tetris ready again. And he was able to maintain his lead throughout all that, too. And Tugi is set up. Ooh. Longbar came at the wrong time. It's not giving him the right S piece. So, not too dependent on it, but he's able to clear it off with a double. Okay, so Jake and Paul have started the third game. Jake needs to win to stay in it. See in the winner's bracket that is.
Yeah, players have been sort of given a list of kind of instructions and guidelines from the tournament organizers and the judges about soft resetting, which is, when you press A, B, select, and start all at the same time. That is actually prohibited for anything that's like a consequential match. So, kind of a warning going on, and now it's like, hey, don't do that again. Right? It just kind of messes with the technology here.
Sidnev playing way high. He's gonna get. Ooh, he barely got getting that bar over, but he's still in trouble.
Sidnev, yeah, lots of concentration going on here from Sidnev. I mean,
multiple digs having to survive.
Yeah, and when you're up that high, just one false move, right, can really end your game immediately. And Sidnev setting up one row off the bottom. He's actually still got the lead, and he's going to Tetris and extend that lead as well. So despite all that, still with the lead, just because of Tugi's real slow start.
Yeah, that's a heroic dig. Gonna have to call this an Estonian.
Uh-oh. All right, so up top we got Jake at 238. He's Tetris ready. Bang Tetris for him. 261. 181 for Paul. And a Tetris for him to get him to 204. Down at the bottom, 349 for Sidnev and 316 for Tugi. Both Sidnev and Tugi. A little bit of burning Tugi. Tugi's clean again, though.
Sidnev still at the dig. And still in the lead, just slightly.
He's transitioned now to level 19 speeds, which are 50% faster than level 18 speeds. So significant speed increase for these players.
Whew. And Sidnev finally digs down to the bottom. Might find a ET cartridge or something down there. But it looks like the dig is finally done.
Now, viewers, keep in mind the bottom match is one of the losers bracket matches, so the loser is out of the tournament. On the top, though, we're still in the winners bracket, so the losing player will still be able to continue on in the tournament, just be relegated down to the losers bracket. You have to lose twice to be eliminated from this tournament.
Meanwhile, up on top, we're about 40 lines away from transition. Both players with super clean play fields, but Jake has a lead, which he needs right now to stay in the winners bracket. And Paul playing really solid. Has some catching up to do.
And Tugi actually, almost, he's been keeping pace with Sidnev, and Tugi's really been struggling just with like these elongated kind of protracted burns, but still around. And I guess the same thing has really had to have happened to Sidnev, but it doesn't seem like Sidnev's boards have been as complicated as Tugi's have.
That is tough. Tugi's not going to be able to survive that.
Oh, and Tugi's going to top out, and Sidnev gets heart number 2.
So this is an elimination game, right?
This is an elimination game, so at this point, Tugi's going to have to come back and win 3 in a row if he wants to stay in this tournament.
Well, we've seen the reverse sweep happen so far.
We have seen one already, so this is
Yeah.
not outside the realm of possibility for sure. All right, so we're just waiting on readies from those players. We will get that started. Ready. I'm like triple checking everyone that I'm clicking the right start countdown button.
And Paul has just transitioned to level 19. He's opting to keep the one off Dirty Tetris so
Yeah.
one off the ground.
Yeah, Nosey's behind, so he's going to try to find an opportunity to clear that down efficiently, and it's going to be able to do so with a double, right?
Yep.
So ideally, obviously, you'd love to clear everything away with a Tetris every single time, but not always possible. So if you can avoid triples, that's good for
It's
your
better to
efficiency.
take a signal later than to take a triple, several triples that you don't have to.
663 Jake, 489 for Paul. Jake with kind of a complication there, but hanging on. Oh no, that misdrop from Jake.
Kind of knew what he was going for, but yeah, it's a complicated setup. He's able to survive it.
All right, Jake set up finally on the right side for a Tetris. He's going to maintain that lead. He's at 711. Paul 558.
Yeah, he's able to turn that around. His play field's looking good. Still playing kind of high. Yeah, it's a big lead.
And Paul actually setting up for the Tetris. Knows he's behind and knows he has to be aggressive. He's got 2 games in hand, so he can afford to, give one up.
Ooh, that's a lot of holes to fill.
But this actually looks survivable now for Paul.
You have to kind of get good pieces to survive that. Wrong. Oh, nice. It gave him the long bars he needed for that one.
Yeah, but he's so far behind now. He's 216,000 or 225,000 points behind. Oh, there's a triple.
Wow.
So it's going to take some pressure off. And Jake is actually burning right now, too.
Yeah,
and Jake's going to top out at 810. So Paul is now in chase down mode. He's got 30 lines to go before kill screen and 210,000 points roughly to get.
It's rough. He's going to have to get that playfield in good order.
He's not gonna be able to like burn all the way back down to the bottom and then just like reestablish a right side well. He's gonna have to Tetris on the way down.
Yeah.
Well, he's gonna clear open the right side, so we'll see if I was correct or not. We'll just edit that.
I haven't seen too much post 29 play out of Paul, but I guess we'll see. He's set up.
All right, so Paul now needs 120,000 points. That's three. What is that? That's three plus Tetrises.
Yeah.
And you know, if he could play past kill screen, it's something he potentially could do, but this is real difficult.
Yeah, he's gonna need better pieces than that to survive this.
Yeah, and he's not.
And yeah.
So, all right, Jake's gonna eke out a win here. Kind of an un-Jake-like game there with the. I mean, it's hard to say 810,000, topping out in the later rounds is an early top out, but in a lot of ways it is for Jake. So, but he's gonna squeak out a win here, and Jake's gonna get a heart.
But it's a definite momentum shift. You know, aside from starting off playing very aggressively and taking a lot of risks and having early top outs. You know, he's kind of playing it safer, and we're seeing an adjustment.
Yep. So, all right, Jake off screen for a moment here. On the bottom, we've got Sidnev 342 and 311 for Tugi, so pretty decent tournament.
Game.
Yeah, and good tournament paces here. You know, ideally, if you're looking to, kind of play a PB kind of max out style game, you're looking for about 100,000 points for every 20 lines. You can bring that down a little bit for a tournament situation, although not much these days. Well, we've got ready players on the top, so let's count that down.
All right.
Yeah, Tugi getting a little bit high on the top there is going to get a nice long bar for a Tetris. Set up for a triple down the right side. Now, players can see the countdown on their screen. That's part of the Max Out Club thing. They can see that, so... sort of unlike being in a physical location, they don't necessarily need us to count it down for them, where they sort of like need that in person, right? So it's another sort of different dynamic here.
That's why you see them looking off to the side.
Yep.
They have their own countdown. Special tray tech.
So Jake's board a little bit messed up at the top, and he's going to get a long bar over there. He's over for a triple down the right, so his stack's going to be knocked down a little bit. He's kind of swagging a little bit.
When I watch Jake play, it's like the way he places his pieces usually is like the last place I would put it, but then he's able to do something with that setup.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to watch.
Yeah, if you and I knew where to put these pieces, we wouldn't be here. We'd be playing, right? So.
But, when you watch someone, even like Jonas, typically he'll put something in a very predictable, smart place. But Jake is putting things in, places that I wouldn't have normally thought would be wise, and turns it into something that you can work with. And that's what you like seeing, when you see different styles of players, like different possibilities emerge, and you become a better player when you see those possibilities.
Well, we've got a transition down at the bottom here now into level 20. Sidnev 592, Tugi 491. Tugi setting up for another one. Sidnev going to get another one here, 617, so 126,000 point lead. And Jake high up on the board, and looks like he's going to top out, and Paul is going
set
to
up
in the winner's bracket. He'll advance in the winner's bracket, and Jake will be relegated down to the loser's bracket.
And we'll be facing the winner of Sid and Tugi, right?
That's right. So yeah, Paul will be playing the winner of this match. Not this match. Oh my god, I totally forgot. So let's see. Yeah, Jake will be playing the winner of this match.
Right.
Or something like that. Don't worry about it. Just Jake's still here. One of these guys will move on, and one of them won't. That's what we know. 769 for Sidnev, 571 for Tugi, and really, Tugi's back is up against the wall, back by this amount. But look at Sidnev's board right now.
That's a lot of...
And how's he going to get out of this? And he is not going to get out of this. So Tugi in a chase down situation. He's got 47 lines to do something here, and really only needs 136,000 points. So this is doable. And this is for Tugi's survival in this tournament. So Tugi in a do or die, all or nothing situation here.
Burning back down to the ground there. That's good. He's in much better shape than he was a little earlier.
He set up for a Tetris, and there's a Tetris. Now he needs 86,000 points. At these levels, that's about, 3 Tetrises. And he's got 29 lines to get him. So, I mean, this is like really Tugi's game. Sidnev would love to not have to play another game here. And now he's a Tetris and a half from getting his first heart and keeping this match going.
Yeah, and Tugi's not playing super safe either. He's actually going for Tetrises. He just needs either a Tetris or a combination.
Yeah,
I think that might have been a slight misdrop, but not a fatal one.
Yep, 7,000 points just needed here, and now just 4,000 points. So just needs to kind of get those points.
And that'll do it.
And that'll do it. So Tugi has salvaged a game here and forced this match to continue. So let's go ahead and give Tugi his heart.
And he gets a dirty Tetris on top of it. And we see some 29 triple.
And because why not?
Yeah. I mean, I would do it. Feels good.
So it's going to be, I guess it's going to be Ben versus Jake in the losers bracket, Opox. All right, so these players are ready. So let's go ahead and get them started, and then we'll see what we can get started now.
Okay.
2 games to 1 for Sidnev. Sidnev kind of coming out of nowhere, honestly. Not super engaged with the online community. I think he had one competitive match that was sort of on the books before this, but he's up 2 games to 1 here in the losers bracket.
Someone has, for a while, someone just had 1 pushdown point of a lead.
Well, who knows? That could do it.
I remember in last year when Corian and Joseph were playing and they started trading off pushdown points. That was very memorable.
Yeah, that was a huge moment and a lot of fun for sure. But right now we are embroiled in this neck and neck match right here.
Oh, I love it! You said neck and neck.
I did.
It's
oh
like,
my
I don't
god!
need to say it anymore.
Oh my god! It's catching. It's contagious.
When my broadcast partner says neck and neck more than I do, I consider that a victory.
Yeah. Oh, what have you done? I've become corrupted. Oh no, Chris. All right, 123 for Sidnev, 93,000 for Tugi. Both players with nice, clean stacks. Sidnev's is a little severe. You kind of want to see more of a slope there, but still fine. No problems there.
Sidnev likes playing high. I've noticed that. It reminds, like I said, it reminds me of Jeff. Old Jeff Moore.
Yep. Back from the 2016 finals match against Jonas.
Yep. Building up high, and Paul Yeo also kind of reminded me of that too, because Jeff would like to dump stuff on the left, And not too many people. I mean, I play like that sometimes. Like in the NWC, you had to do that because if time was running out and you needed to make a Tetris at the end, you got really good at dumping pieces on the left.
Yeah.
So seeing Paul Yeo do that reminded me of that.
Yeah. Well, Jeff will be seen later in this tournament. I don't remember exactly what day he is, but we will see. He will make an appearance. He did qualify.
Looking forward to that.
All right, Tugi's going to Tetris here. He's back by 8,000 points. Good clean board. Sidnev again, kind of, you know, high and flat, right? And I think, you know, sort of traditional advice would be to keep more of a slope here, but you know, when you can tap and you can do all this other stuff, the traditional rules don't apply.
And sometimes it works out. Maybe you make better use of the long bars because if multiple of them appear in a row, then you know you get like 2-3 Tetrises where otherwise you wouldn't be ready.
All right, Sidnev having to take some burns at the top of his stack. I think just for the very flatness we were talking about, honestly. But what do I know? 691. So 297 after a Tetris for Sidnev, 282. So Sidnev was actually behind with all that burning. But Tugi now really not in a position to, because he's
having to clean up a bunch. And boom, Tetrises for Sidnev. He's kind of did what I said, where you know if you're built up really high and then you get 2 long bars, then that's 2 Tetrises that you may or may not have been ready for had your playfield not been built so much. So there's kind of a strategy there.
Yeah, no doubt. Sidnev actually has built up about a 70,000 point lead here and is ready to score again. There's the Tetris. There's one for Tugi to take it back, though. We're approaching 100 lines.
Yep, both playfields looking really good now. It's kind of where you want to be. Transition happening fairly soon.
Yeah, about I've asked Jeff more of this, and it's like, well, when do you start to think about what you want your transition stack to look like? And he says about 150 lines.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, of course, he can go much more aggressive, I think, than you or I can. But yeah, about 115 lines is where they. Of course, I start thinking about mine. You know, 65 lines, and then I top out immediately because I'm thinking about it. So, all right, Tetris for Tugi, 417, 488 for Sidnev.
Sidnev is going to be transitioning with the next Tetris if he gets the long bar.
Yeah, he's kind of left himself with no other option other than the long bar.
He could burn that.
And so now he's going to transition a little bit high. And having to take the burns here and finally gets the long bar for a Tetris, 546. And still about the 70,000 point difference between these two. Normally I have to calculate on the fly in my head, Chris, and it's like Tray Vision just makes it easy because I use a look now. But I'm still.
I had to do that for years, right?
Yeah, I'm still in the habit of calculating. I mean, even though it's right in front of me, I'm still like subtracting in my head.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, I do like thinking about it in terms of score as well, because then that gives you perspective on how close they are to maxing out in their pace. So there's some merit to that.
So 629. Oh, Sidnev with a last second adjustment here to make room for the Tetris. 657 for him. And 517 for Tugi. So Tugi kind of falling behind.
Yeah, he had some unfortunate... he had to take some triples because the long bar didn't come. Yeah, the Sidnev's board's just in much better shape.
He's set up for a dirty Tetris, and he's going to get it. Nice. 694.
Yeah, Toogie is having to deal with a lot of digging.
Oh no, Sidnev, look at his board.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get anything
Yeah.
over that. So Toogie is in a chase down situation again. Kind of similar to last round. He has about maybe a little less time to do it, but that's not too big of a lead. He'll still need to make Tetrises to do it. There's one.
Yeah.
Need 3 more.
Yep, it's about 3 and change, and the change will come as you know, kind of burn to make room for them.
He opts for the triple there. He can afford it, though. Better to be safe sometimes.
And yeah, Toogie having to chase down again, and Sidnev just sitting and waiting. And yeah, it was just this misflip with Sidnev on the left side with this long bar that gave him this kind of weird impenetrable ceiling over the left side, which you just can't have. You got to burn on the left or burn your left away, and he wasn't able to do it. So 46,000 points now, a Tetris and a half, and 24 lines to do it before kill screen, or as we now call it, the thrill screen.
I haven't used that term yet. I guess I'll have to add that to my vocabulary.
We can forget that we came up with it, and then we can make that another Chris Tang original.
Nah.
Okay, so 1 Tetris away, and he's got 13 lines to do it, so no urgency.
He takes a triple there instead. He's on 28, so he's gonna have to build something to score with.
Yep, and he's set up for the Tetris, so now he just needs the long bar, and also not
He's
to run a second. There's a long bar, and he's gonna chase down Sidnev. Wow.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah, when he made that hole in his stack, and I'm like, okay, he's committed to getting that long bar. If it doesn't give it to him, right, that wouldn't have been pretty. But he got that long bar, and he sealed the deal with the Tetris.
And Sidnev can't do anything but just smile and be chagrined and say, all right, well, let's go to a decider.
Yep.
So
Decider, potential second reverse sweep in our bracket.
I mean, look at all these deciders. I mean, this is what people want, right? So here we go.
Yep.
We're going to count it down.
Three, 2, 1, Tetris.
No one does it better.
Let's go.
All right, 1 push down point here for Sidnev. So, you know, if it ended right now, then that would be it.
Stranger things have happened.
I mean, I have to believe since that 1 push down point is free, then to not do it is a strategic error, right? Like, since there's no downside to doing it, then you kind of have to do it. I think mathematics would say that.
Someday, you know, we never thought that we'd have, 12 max out qualifiers or double max out games just like as a matter of course. One day there will be a match where it's going to come down to push down points.
Yeah.
And maybe it'll be like Harry Hong or something.
Yeah.
And, people are going to go nuts when that happens, but people may laugh at it today, but someday they'll be able to point out that game where push down points mattered. And Harry will say, see?
Oh, that's wonderful. All right, well, we are underway here. Sidnev, decent looking board here. Toogie with a little bit of burning here. 20,000 point lead roughly for Sidnev. That's been a Tetris. And Sidnev with not a lot of competitive experience, although certainly an impressive qualifier to be sure.
I mean, played this deep into the rounds, like to even be able to come back, being down 2 games, 3 games, and being almost eliminated and come back in a reverse sweep. Like the fact that that's a possibility is crazy.
Yeah.
But it's what our fans want to see. You want to see a good fight. You want to see these players playing at their best, and definitely seeing that here with Sid and Toogie.
Yeah. Now, Chris, this is kind of what I'm known for as well, which is starting down, 0 games to 2, coming back and winning the next 2, looking like I have the momentum, and then losing and failing in my reverse sweep. So that's what I am famous for, among other things. Yeah, just losing in the just most horrible way.
Oh.
Sidnev in trouble. But okay,
He got the right pieces.
Yes,
Just
he did.
hanging by a thread, though, just barely getting that piece over.
Yeah, and that's
Ooh, he covered the well, like, right before the long bar game.
Yeah, and that is kind of a consequence of this kind of flat kind of top that he has, where he doesn't really give himself that burn chamber at the top of his Tetris well that, you know, is kind of foundational, that, you know, Jonas talked about in his early kind of instructional videos that helped launch this scene as well, the online scene. Yeah, you have that flat, kind of too flat stack that Jonas warned us about.
And then you're forced to stick something where it doesn't belong, and then you have to dig, burn it all off, like that.
Yep.
And it's gonna haunt you later. Now he needs to clear that and get a line piece. Ooh, or build on top of it, and he built on top of it.
Yeah, and
Ooh,
yeah.
Boom! Tetris.
There you go. And Tugi, though, yeah, able to get some of this lead back, and yeah, he's only one Tetris behind now.
But still, even to be able to survive a mess like that and dig out, that's impressive. Sidnev is able to take that risk and then recover. Oh, I don't know if he's going to go for a T-spin there, but that...
Yeah, he missed the T-spin there for sure. And but yeah, I think this is an artifact of, you know, just kind of, you know, in a competitive context, you have to kind of change a little bit where, you know, the way that he's stacking with that flat, it's like, it's going for PBs and score attack and, you know, and just trying to get the highest PB. And that's what that kind of stacking is, where you just, okay, well, I didn't get it this time, move on to the next game, right? But there is no next game here, right? So you have to sort of play a little bit, you know, closer to the vest and, you know, give yourself some outs.
Yeah, I think there's a slight misdrop there, so it's going to have to go back into dig mode just a while longer. And in the meantime, Tugi has taken the lead.
Yeah, Tugi with a substantial lead now, 77,000 here, pretty even in lines, and Sidnev with a really dependent stack right now, and heading into transition, so he's going to need to clean this up right quick.
That is dirty.
And he's kind of all in on a long bar. All right, so he's going to have to burn it down. There's no choice.
Yeah, he missed out on that potential dirty Tetris, but it was a safer move to do in case the long bar did not come. He's going to build on top on the right, or is he going to burn it down? Okay, he's ready for another dirty Tetris on the right.
And he's gambling here. He is gambling.
Whew.
And he's going to have to take the burn, like the long bar just didn't come, and he's going for another one, just gambling again.
Oh man, that's hard to dig out.
So he's
gonna have to get a long bar over to the right. He can't get to the left at that point. And Tugi is gonna take it with a reverse sweep.
Wow. Sidnev had him 2 games to none, and he just really was building high and then gambling on long bars the entire time. And the long bars didn't come, and he topped out. And Tugi with the reverse sweep, amazing.
It was just one of those, like, I play games like that, and when the RNG does that, I'm just like fuming because the long bar comes like right after you cover up the well, and that happened like 5 or 6 times, and he was able to dig back down, and then it just happened again.
Yeah, and the thing is, he really didn't leave himself a lot of outs because he just kind of went all in on a long bar several times, and then when he was caught without one, he just had to scramble and place stuff where he could. And he just kind of flirted with disaster too many times, and it caught up to him. And I think that's maybe a lack of tournament experience here. So it'll be interesting to see. Now, Sidnev this is loser's bracket match. That means Sidnev is out of the tournament. And Tugi will continue in the loser's bracket. So everybody give your GGs out for Sidnev, and congratulations to you for even qualifying here, because really...
Well, that was some good digging action. I mean, to be able to take risks like that and survive that many times, there's something to be learned from that. And it was exciting to watch, and definitely a distinct play style there that I don't normally see. And to be able to witness it and see such survival and skill, it's always a pleasure.
Yep, no doubt. So I'm going to go ahead and set up the next one. We'll be back in a few with like some, and I think the next 4-way setup will be our next one, and then we'll have a break after that, and then after that break, I forget what the break will be, but stay tuned because matches are coming up in like a minute or two.
And if chat wants to kick me questions or reactions or what'd you guys think of the 2 reverse sweeps in the same day and same bracket? That is crazy. I'm breathless. I hope you all are too. Definitely the horrors of RNG and getting those long bars when you don't need them and then having to cover up your well. That's the stuff my Tetris nightmares are made out of. I don't know about you guys, but that's what makes the game, what it is with the RNG and having to deal with it. Oh, thanks, Arctic. Yeah, I hope the GDC talk, did something to kind of like help broaden our audience and get us. There's some things going on with our games. So a funny thing about GDC is that even though I didn't plan this, Tetsuya Mizuguchi was having a presentation on Tetris Effect, and I was having a presentation that same year for the CTWC in terms of esports. So there are actually 2 really cool Tetris panels at the same GDC, and I kind of got to hang out with the Enhanced guys at GDC as a game developer and as like someone on esports. So I took my copy of Space Channel 5 for the Dreamcast with me, and I had Mizuguchi sign that because I didn't know he was going to be at CTWC the year before. So yeah, GDC I was prepared, and I checked out his Tetris Effect panel, and I guess they really like what we're doing, and we really like what they're doing. And when Tetris Effect Connected comes out, and in a couple of weeks, you'll get to see CTWC inspired mode in it, and it really makes me feel like we've come full circle when you love a game so much that you start doing things with that game, like running events or promoting it, and just having fun with it, really immersing yourselves in the community with it. And eventually, some of the things you do go back into the official game. And here we are in the year 2020, and we never thought we'd see NES Tetris come back in like an official form. Like I heard like it was playable on one of the Nintendo eShops, but to have it like come back in a competitive form officially is something I never thought would see happen. But it means that we're doing a good job as a community, and they like what they see. So let's keep up the good work and help expand the love for Tetris that's been growing and growing. I'm just catching up with chat, seeing what people are talking about. People talking about the matches. Love seeing that. Yeah, Sharky Nanu. Jeez. Yeah, I actually did do kind of like a Tang icon that could be put on a shirt. It's kind of like in the same style of the Boom Tetris for Jeff shirt. So maybe I'll I'll make them available on a website or something if I ever get the time. The people asking, there's a question, who's your favorite to win it all? That's probably a popular question. If I actually had to put my own money on it, I'd have to say Joseph. Just because that display of pure, raw, max out power, it's like 12 of them, like that kind of consistency. I mean, we'd see, I think of Jonas still as the god of Tetris consistency. But Joseph really is, cementing himself and making an identity of his own with performances like that. And seeing that happen and just having that happen in your sport or in your passion, to be able to see a player or participant push the limits to that part. I mean, that's something really amazing and special to behold. And that's why I would have to say that Joseph would be my personal favorite going in. Taking nothing away from the rest of the field. The rest of the field is amazing too. And just some of these matchups, you want to see these matchups beyond just, the final one. I want to see, how Jonas fares in his next match, because you'd love to see him come back, in a finals. So there's that. And I want to see Jeff do really well again. I want to see. I don't want to sound like I'm only for the vets, because I love seeing the new players too. I guess Joseph counts as a new player as well, but Corian came in as a runner-up last year, so there's just a lot of people to cheer for, and so many players that I'm a fan of. And also, if I go just from watching online games, I want to see Richard do well. So yeah, there's just a lot of players now to keep an eye on. Oh, Corian's in the chat. Hi, Corian. I was just talking about you. That was not reactive to be seeing him in the chat. I actually talked about him and then saw him in the chat. So it's good to see the community all come online for this. Holy cow, we've got like 3,200 views in this channel. What? Thank you for tuning in. This is amazing. I mean, we're only in like the first bracket of like the first day. Oh, there's 9K when Sharky was here. Wow. Well, we're even on a break, right? I mean, people got to eat and stuff.
Well, we're not even on the break. I mean, we're going into it now. The break is after this.
Okay.
This is just getting these guys set up. So we're going to play these 4 matches. And now, just for those of you who are looking at the bracket right now, these are the bottom 4 brackets in the red little section here. Jake against Opox/Ben, and Nenu versus Tugi. We're going to play these 4 matches, and then there'll be a little bit of a break here. So, but those are the 2 matches that we're going to play. These are both elimination matches, so the loser is out of CTWC 2020. So, big stakes here, especially for those that came with big dreams. So these are going to be some high intensity matches here by motivated players. So let us switch over to our little scene here, and we are going to get ready to get this underway.
Okay. Had a question in chat highlighted. Do I think Jeff will make a huge comeback this year? I actually got into watching Jeff stream his games and saw the genesis of that before he was stencil ready and everything, and then seeing him get up and running and then start to do some of the other leagues and things. So I think out of all the vets, that would be a good one to see a comeback for. I'm excited.
All right, well, we are waiting on readies from these players, and as soon as we have them, we will get underway. Ready's on top from Jake and Ben, and just waiting for Nenu and Tugi to be ready. And I'll just say this one time, because otherwise YouTube will go nuts. I just want any chicken sandwich fans out there to know that the chicken sandwich has arrived. But that's the last you'll hear of it. So anyway. All right, we got Nenu ready, and we just need Tugi to be ready, and we will get these started.
Yep. So yeah, these are the winners of the. These are the last brackets, loser bracket, right?
That is correct. Yeah. So these players have so basically, Opox was relegated down to the losers bracket in its first match against Sharky.
Right.
And then Jake advanced in the winners bracket, but then lost to.
Right. So it seems like most these players have won one and lost one, so they kind of are even ground on numbers there.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
But yeah, Jake and Nenu having won one match each in the winners bracket before them being eliminated in round 2.
Okay.
We'll get all this sorted out, guys. We got it. And what we have coming up after these matches will be the winners of these matches will face each other, right? And that's going to be after the break, and then we'll also have Sharky and Paul, who are still in the winners bracket, will play against each other, and then of course the loser that will be gone down to the losers bracket and play the winner of all this nonsense, and then those two worlds will collide, the winners and losers bracket, into a battle to see who will make the top 8. We need Sharky, if you're out there, can you make a YouTube video about how double elimination works?
I think most people know how it works.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely a first for CTWC this year, and something that you may not really have time to do it in a live situation because just the vagaries of it being live and there's time constraints and there's a venue that has to be satisfied and limitations. But here, this is something that players have been calling for, really, some of them.
Yeah, no, a lot of people really wanted it, and the live event was part of the reason why we couldn't. And, well, with all bets off on a live event, may as well do what everybody's been clamoring for, and now we've got double elimination, best 3 of 5, all the things that would have taken too long in a live venue, we can now do just because people are chilling at home.
Yep, no doubt. So we are underway here. Jake 178,000 and Ben 222 and Nenu 199 and Tugi 176. Tugi's board is really messed up. Oh no. But that's a nice T-piece. Left side, oh no!
Oh, he was able to get it over.
And he
hangs
hung
the L.
and Nenu's going to get the heart. That is the bottom game, and Nenu gets the heart. There it is. So an unexpected sort of early top out here from Tugi.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many early top outs, so that might be like the second one we've seen.
Yeah, very, very few. Unless you want to count Jake topping out on like level 25, you know what I mean?
He had an earlier one that was really early.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. All right, so they're going to be underway momentarily on the bottom. On the top here, we've got Jake at 298 and Ben at 298 as well.
We are neck and neck.
Oh my God. There's one person's neck and another person's neck, and they're like right near each other, so it's amazing. So Jake trying to burn out of this. He's going to clear away the ceiling over as well. He has Tetris ready, and boom, a Tetris for Jake. Nice aggressive setup for Jake in column 9. You know, a lot of times you won't see players put that long bar in column 9 on a 3-high there to get Tetris ready, but Tapper is like, yeah, no big deal. Dash players would be like quaking in their boots to do that. Go at all costs, you know, to avoid it. And we're trading the lead back and forth between Jake and Ben now.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, on the bottom, it's also pretty close, but it's super early, so.
Now, Chris, do you think it's responsible for there to be neck and neck in this age of social distancing? Maybe it needs to be something else, like elbow to elbow or something.
Yeah, that's
it's a really dumb joke.
I mean, you could set it up so that their online images.
Yeah. somebody funny could have really, made a good version of that joke, I bet. So maybe we'll see. All right, so Jake 467, 447 for Ben. Both players set up. Jake's in a Tetris 490. Approaching transition here, just a few lines away.
Yeah, Ben might want to get safer than that. 10 lines from now. Okay, he has it.
Yeah, he's at 949, Jake 976. So Ben one Tetris away here. And that Tetris, Ben into the lead. Amazing. Oh my God, an unbelievable game. Ben having to max out. Jake had topped out at 979 and Ben having to get that one last Tetris and really kind of at the mercy of RNG. And if that long bar had not come, who knows what would have happened, but it did.
To maintain your lead, this is a showcase game for the highlight reel. Seeing Ben looking at the screen and seeing how far he had to push to secure that lead and that victory over Jake.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we've got 2 readies on the top, so we're going to go ahead and get this started. They are ready.
We're seeing a similar situation happen on the bottom. Not too huge of a difference, but they're going to have to push each other to maintain their lead or to catch up.
All right, down on the bottom here. Nenu 590, Tugi 643.
And Nenu had won the last match, so Tugi being ahead, he needs this win to change the momentum.
Yeah, this is do or die time for both of these matches. If you lose, you are out of the tournament. These being in the loser's bracket.
Tugi having to take some burns. Boom Tetris for Tugi. Winding the lead just a bit. And Nenu having to take a bit too, but nice playfield there. Barely getting that piece over to fill out his left side. Boom Tetris for Nenu. We are neck and neck. Now trading back and forth.
Yeah, Tugi with a Tetris here, so about a Tetris and a half lead here going into level 26. Still anyone's game. It's really whoever blinks first is out.
Yeah, this was definitely this is going to be a duel to the death with having to make a Tetris any way you can going into level 29.
Yeah, so Tugi now 44,000 point lead, a Tetris and a half.
Both players super aggressive, and they have to be. Nenu with a center well set up, waiting for the long bar. Boom! Tetris for Nenu. Neck and neck again. Right along the same lines. Tugi firing back. It's going to go back and forth.
There's one for Nenu, so a third of a Tetris here. Nenu, can he squeeze a Tetris out of this situation? He's going for it.
As I used to say, kill screen's approaching.
There it is. It just needs that long bar for the Tetris, but he's back by more than a Tetris now. So he's setting up for 2.
Oh,
so
he didn't take it.
No,
Why?
because he's back by more than one Tetris, and he was trying to set up for a second one.
And he didn't.
And
right?
he needed to
Nenu
set up for
maintained
2.
the lead, not getting to the kill screen. Yeah, no, you're right. Nenu was trying to set up because he was going to kill screen with one Tetris, and he had to facilitate a possible center well for the next one.
Yeah, may have been better. I mean, who knows? I mean, you got a blink of an eye to make these decisions, but may have been better off taking the Tetris and then trying to build up for the next one using what you got.
A little bit of 29. I guess I felt like 29 play might have been possible, but yeah, that was, whew.
Yeah, unbelievable matches here in the early goings here, and they are ready for game 2.
And remember to give Tugi his heart.
I will, thank you. Well, I wouldn't have if you hadn't told me.
That was a well-earned heart. Definitely one to remember. And we've had highlight reel matches on both top and bottom here. This has been an amazing day of Tetris. And a great Halloween. Great way to spend it.
I think I have to get a quieter keyboard, Chris, because I think my clicks are coming through.
Well, that's just evidence that we've been working hard getting it done.
But damn it, you spend $140 on a keyboard. You want people to know that you did, right? So
yeah, I started off with the blue switches too, and then I found that if you're going to be doing a lot of typing, they actually tire you out faster than the red and brown. So now I use red and brown.
Oh yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. People really tuning in for typewriter stuff, keyboard stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like my hands have gotten stronger over the year and a half I've been using this thing. So it's a big meat.
Might help for hyper tapping.
That's what I'm getting ready for.
Yeah. Start typing with my thumbs.
Some of the most famous thumbs in gaming, as far as I understand.
I got to show them off in STO order, so that's something.
Yeah, gamers' thumbs.
I got my thumbs on a DVD. Yeah.
46,000. I mean, 466,000 for Jake. 339 for Opox.
Nanu had a bit of compound misdrops, and he had a big sigh of relief there, but he was able to dig down pretty easily, and he's still in the lead. Meanwhile, Jake with a huge lead now, 127,000. And we're getting close to transition, so we'll see if they maintain the aggression going into it. Oh, Tugi topping out early, and Nenu's going to take one.
Oh, no. All right, so Nenu, 2 games to 1. So a couple of early-ish top-outs here for Tugi. And Nenu trying to fight his way through the losers bracket. You know, the winner of this tournament could still come out of the losers bracket. That's why we play it. So
these players are so good. You know, we're almost expecting to see. You know, that's why we have the losers bracket, right? You see different matchups and you see different, you know, outcomes when you have different players pushing each other. I'm really liking seeing Ben and Jake push each other, like, especially because Ben is fully aware of his scoring situation at all times. You can just see his response, and yeah, that's exciting. That's what we're here to see.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think what the one thing though that is kind of sort of a new kind of meta here is that, you know, these sort of shocking upsets, especially we had a lot of them last year. You're not going to see, you won't see maybe quite as many of those this year in terms of one. Well, the players are a lot closer together in skill level, I think, than they've been in any other year. But also, you know, you've got this double elimination thing. So if a player does kind of have a, you know, kind of an uncharacteristic moment there, they have, you know, some time to sort of regroup and set themselves straight and go back in, right? So you should see, I mean, kind of, I think, a Tetris champion here with, like, kind of undisputed status, right? And, you know, through double elimination and everything we've gone through. If you make it through this whole gauntlet, then yeah, you deserve, undeniably the title of champion.
Oh yeah, they've run you through the ringer like hard in this. And a lot of people who were expected to perform well in qualifiers didn't. So that's, you know, one skill check, and you know, now we're seeing different kinds of tests being put up against each other right now.
So here we are on the top. Jake approaching 200 lines. Opox approaching 200 lines. Jake with about 120,000 point lead. Opox kind of high up here. He's going to get a Tetris. Jake's going to get one. And a big lead for Jake, but, you know, at any moment, you know, at these levels, these speeds.
Yeah, we're approaching kill screen here, and Ben's got some catching up to do. 100,000 points behind now, but he's set up for making Tetrises. Jake's well's looking really good too, but yeah, definitely not like this entire session. Ben has not been able to let up at all against Jake. Jake has been really been testing Ben, and Ben's been answering. So,
all right, so
one of the.
Jake's got the 1,000,000 points here. Jake with the max out and 6 lines or 4 lines here in hand. One more Tetris here before kill screen. Long bar not coming.
Right. Topping out at just over 1,000,000.
Yeah, 1.03. And Ben
is in position. If it gives him the long bar, you know, kill screen is coming, but there's time.
Like, yeah, and he can't burn without getting kill screen. There's the long bar and Ben.
For Ben. And again. Ben, push to the limit, executes the victory.
Oh, and Ben is popping off.
Reaction.
Double
Not
kill
the
screen.
Relief,
yeah.
But the exclamation from Ben.
Look at that. Double kill screen, double max out. Jake and B in the losers bracket. Okay? How crazy is that? So Ben with the heart up 2 games to none over, in some people's minds, one of the top 3 or 4 favorites in this tournament.
And this is not even like an upset situation. This is both players pushing each other to the limit. This is like, remember that green team match last year? This is like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, unbelievable performance, and you know, I think a lot of the folks who are maybe join us more of an annual basis saying, "Who is this guy?" Opox, but this is a guy who he's got a lot of online tournament experience. I mean, even these unknowns are coming into this tournament with experience that even the veterans that you've seen year in and year out do not have competitively. Because you kind of, even if you come every 10 years and go in a couple of rounds, maybe that's 20 matches. These guys are getting that in a month, so they know what it takes. These are not greenhorn kind of guys that that are coming in here and they don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, and they are all dangerous. And when we get to the point in the tournament with some of these kind of seasoned in-person veterans, they might be in for quite a shock, and of what they're going to be facing.
And when I watch Jake play, there's not a lot of mistakes there. He's pulling it off. He's playing the best Tetris I've seen all year. So, wow, I think Ben is very aware of. That's one thing I'm seeing, is that he is responding, and that could be an edge. That could be the next meta, is who's making the decisions in real time to push themselves, take those risks, and make sure they secure the lead. And that's exactly what we saw in the final moments of that last match.
Yep, no doubt. And I mean, imagine maxing out and losing. I mean, that's the reality here. And this is sort of what has evolved over the last 18 months. As players are...
Yeah. It's... Wow.
Yeah, I mean, kill screen, not enough. Max out, not enough. And, thank goodness these players have, Game Genie, and then can unlock the score cap. I mean...
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're capable of that score, then yeah, it's a good thing to have. So, definitely makes it better easier on our judges.
Yeah, no doubt. So Jake is on the ropes here, down 2 games to none against the 24 seed. And again, Jake was one of the earliest qualifiers. I think did he qualify on first day? I think something like that. And there was a lot of question as I think he did he get 6 max outs or something like that, which I can so cavalierly say 6 max outs, right? But yeah, and it was a question of, well, how high of a seed are you gonna need? How many max outs are good enough? Ended up slotting into the 8th seed, but for a lot of people, Jake is one of the sort of favorites, top 3 or 4 favorites to take this entire tournament down.
Yeah. And, I went from yelling and screaming about double max out last year, and now one just happened, and I'm just like, what?
Yeah, you're okay. You're just like sipping, Yoo-hoo or whatever, whatever.
I was more interested in seeing, the competitors push each other. So
yeah.
That's the more remarkable thing.
Yeah, I totally feel you. It's kind of what it's been like all year long. And, those of you who are, joining us again sort of on a more annual basis, there is a thriving online scene where a lot of these players, that you're rooting for or getting to know just for the first time are playing on, a weekly basis matches against each other, in preparation for this, but also just for its own sake. So certainly here on Twitch, just hang around, ask in chat. We can point you to where these communities hang out.
So on the bottom, Nenu's got a bit of a lead. We're a bit past transition now. Tuki's board's looking good. He's ready to get a Tetris, so he's about Tetris and change ahead. Nenu with a slight misdrop there. He might have to dig out some of those holes. So that's a chance for Tuki to catch up right now. And instead of taking the triple, he waits for the Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Tuki. And now he's only less than a Tetris ahead. Boom, Tetris for Tuki, now in the lead. And Nenu's still cleaning up his board just a bit. He now has a well open, ready to fire back with the Tetris if he gets the long bar. Having to burn some doubles along the way. And, ooh, he covered up his well right when the long bar came. That might make a difference.
We are so close right now, separated by only about 6,000 points. Nenu's going to Tetris, so everything they do here is crucial. And neither player with a great-looking board you know, heading into level 27, level 28. So Nenu's got about a Tetris lead here, a little bit less. And what
Toogie with some dependencies, and he's going to have a hard time getting something over to that left there.
Left side, and Doogie's going to top out, and Nenu is going to advance with heart number 3.
Wow, that was tough for Toogie. He was actually ahead just for a split second there, but Nenu rounded out and did the dig and made the Tetrises and catapulted into the lead. And Nenu will advance.
And Nenu is happy. And everyone get your GGs out for Toogie. He will be leaving this tournament, but certainly not leaving our hearts, and he's left us with some great memories here. So certainly one to watch for sure.
Definitely. I mean, and representing Austria, I mean, great. You know, having the worldwide representation and having a strong play, being able to, you know, to take a game off Nenu and also be in almost winning that one, really. Had the pieces lined up right, like, you never know. Like, that was a close one. And here we are with a 2-player setup. Ben taking a lead, 122,000 points, and Jake needing to win to stay in this. Both players with really good fields. And Jake with some interesting burns there. A lot of style. I love seeing that. That is some impressive tucks and spins we see from Jake. I think Ben a little disappointed that he had to take a triple there. But he's clean, and he's ready to Tetris. Jake catching up just a bit. Now 60,000 points ahead. Now just a Tetris ahead. Benno at the transition. There it is. Still in the lead slightly. And Ben hitting a Tetris, Jake hitting a Tetris. This is going to be another close one. This is going to be both of them pushing each other once again.
Yep.
How will they respond?
And Jake, really no margin for error here, on the ropes. If he loses this game, he is out. Needs to win to stay in it.
And definitely the fans are going crazy over this match. They want to see some good Tetris, and they're getting it.
All right, so 540 Jake now less than a Tetris is separating these guys. Oh, Jake with the Buko spin! I don't
know what to call that spin, but it is amazing.
That is called the Buko spin because it was pioneered by Matt Buko, and I think you and a lot of our fans are seeing that spin for the first time.
Nice.
And there's a great video on YouTube by our own Sharky, who is still yet to play, detailing all the spins. A lot of them kind of new to some of our players here. So those of you in our viewing audience, go check that out on YouTube.
Jake taking the lead just slightly. They are neck and neck at level 23, playing some of the best Tetris you've ever seen. Whew, Jake with some tough drops, waiting for the long bar. Oh, he's not going to...
Oh no, and Jake is out of the tournament. Ben is good and will be continuing on here in the losers bracket. Jake is out. Opox is pumped. I don't know if a lot of people would have seen this result coming.
Wow. Yeah, I think it came down to Jake not taking the safety burns at that height. Oh, and there goes the camera.
Yeah. He is flipping tables and going off cam, and I don't blame him. So Opox thrilled here. He will be moving on.
Yeah, just seeing, the Opox going from relief in the first round to elation in the second round to wow, just being pumped, and that was a well-fought battle. Like, if you've ever seen someone win through, effort and responding to your opponent and just playing amazing Tetris, this is one for the highlight reels, ladies and gentlemen.
You bet. All right, so let's go ahead and play a little message here into our break. All right, it's break time, guys.
So when do I come back?
You can come back in about I don't know, 25 minutes, something like that. Hey, everybody, if you're still here, keep us open. We'll be back. But also go over to Classic Tetris 2 because there's stuff going on there too. So, keep them both open just all day. Don't close your computer and you'll be fine. All right, bye. We will be back in a few minutes here. So we are getting this all set up for you. So stay tuned. We will be. Whoops. That's where we're at now, and we need to get all the players in. So we'll be we'll be there in a few minutes. And add. No worries, man. All right, guys, we're just getting the matches set up, so we will have Tetris action for you momentarily. So, don't worry. I gotta go fix a couple of things, so I'll be in and out here. If you want to hear me type, well, you're in for a treat. So yeah, we'll be with you in a little bit. Shouldn't take too long. Cool. Oh, I was like whispering to myself over the stream. Hi. Wow, a little ASMR for y'all. There you go. Did I say anything bad about Chris Forrest? Okay, no, I'm just kidding. He's doing a great job. We'll be momentarily. How much longer is this bracket expected to be? Well, let's take a look at our bracket. That's a good question. That is not a good bracket command. Why? Oh, here we go. That's why. Okay. So for some reason, Nenu's not filled in on the bracket, but trust me, he's in there. So it's going to be Sharky and Paul, and Ben and Nenu, right? So those are going to be played simultaneously. That's going to put Sharky and the winner of Sharky and Paul in their own little dealio, right? So they'll be waiting on the results of Ben versus, well, what's going to happen? So yeah, so basically, all right, so Sharky and Paul, Opox and Nenu, right? That'll happen simultaneously. Then the loser of Sharky and Paul and the winner of Opox and Nenu will play against each other to determine who plays the winner of the winner's bracket. And then that will be our final, like for this top 8, this section of 8. So there you go. So it's not much longer. Y'all are good. Let's see. He's saying, Chris Forrest saying, refresh the bracket, please. Okay, I would love to. All right, let's refresh it. Ready? You guys are going to see some things here. Hopefully it's not too ugly. Here, let me go. Let's show you something different rather than this ugliness. All right. We're almost there. Where's the pre-roll? All right. Here, we'll show you this while I work on that bracket. Refresh the page, but it is not. Yeah, we're trying it. I'm scared because the whole thing went away. Oh, that looks good. Oh, I'm glad I refreshed that. It looks horrible. What happened? What has happened? we're still waiting on Sharky and a couple of other things here, so I don't know if I have his thing. So, all right, sorry. We'll be there in a few minutes, guys. All right. Well, it looks like we have all our players now, which is great. So I think we are coming back. Let's check on that. Let us check. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to hurt. Start whenever someone's ready. Okay. So it looks like, yeah, if you want to do... All right, we're going to be back. Ready? All right, we are back. Hey, Chris.
Yo, we're back. How's it going? How was your break?
It was good. Chicken sandwiches were had, running around, fixing brackets and this and that. So, typical. This is really just, I feel like at home. This is like what I normally do like every couple of Saturdays. So it feels pretty normal, man.
I had a chicken pot pie and I started watching some of the Classic Tetris 2 stream going on. They're doing Brendan versus Miles now.
Nice.
Pretty fun to watch. I mean, they've got quality action just like we do. So I can't wait to watch the VODs after we're done and find out, see all the carnage that we missed out on because we're working on this one. But hey, that's the job, and we love bringing the show to you all. So
yeah, no doubt.
And speaking of bringing the show to you, the reason why we're able to bring the show is because of our awesome sponsors, one of them being Enhanced Games and Tetris Effect Connected. And we just want to give them a shout out because they've got an all-new multiplayer mode coming to the Xbox Series X, Xbox One, and PC through the Microsoft Store. And it's also coming to Game Pass at launch. And if people are wondering, it is coming to PS4, Oculus Quest, and Epic Game Store as an update later on free next summer. So if you check out a Game Scouts video, there's a series explaining the new Tetris Effect multiplayer modes, and one of them is inspired by the CTWC. It's called Classic Score Attack, and it replicates the behaviors and graphics of NES Tetris for new modern consoles and PC. So we're really proud that our community and the scene that we have playing competitive Tetris, Classic Tetris, is going to be making a new appearance in a new form, in the form of Tetris Effect Connected. So I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, and I think we get to play it like this week, Chris, and I can't wait to come back next week and tell people what it's all about.
Yeah.
So, pretty excited.
I'm going to be wiring up my NES controller to the PS4, or not PS4, to the PC. I already have one that does that, so I'll be playing it with that, and I'll see if I can even tell the difference. It'll be amazing. Yeah,
it's going to be great. Well, Chris, I mean, we've got some action at hand here. I've got the bracket showing, and I just wanted to explain really briefly, where we are and like what's going on and like what you're about to see. So, as you can look at the bracket graphic, we've got Sharky and Paul still fighting it out in the winner's bracket. So that's the top match that you're going to see. Neither of those players have lost a game yet, and so still they've got to lose twice in order to be eliminated from the tournament. The winner of this top match will go on and play against the winner of the loser's bracket, and then the loser of that winner's match will go down to the loser's bracket and try to fight their way through and to be that winner and look for a rematch. So pretty exciting stuff we have going on here. Let's go ahead and switch it over to our action and get our players ready. And there they all are. They're hanging in there. They're tired. They've been waiting around, but they are ready to go and excited and pumped. All of them, except for Paul. The two bottom ones taking place in their first CTWC, and the two on the top, grizzled old veterans at this point, having played last year. So as soon as we get ready from these players, we can get this underway.
And I know our crowd, our audience on Twitch and the chat, they are super pumped to see this. Apparently we had like 9,000 viewers or something when Sharky was on. And a lot of people love both Paul and Sharky, and a lot of people are fans of Nanu. And wow, seeing Ben's performance just now against Jake, that's going to be one for the highlight reels. People are already talking about it. So this is hype. I can't wait to see what happens.
And of course, people excited here to see our very own Chris Tang in action here on the stream. So, I mean, that's pretty exciting.
I'm just talking, and hopefully I'll get some more Boom Tetrises in. It's just that lately, the friction between the two players has been so intense that it's really not about just booming a Tetris anymore. It's about seeing how players respond to each other. And I think as we evolve, as our sport grows, we're going to be seeing a lot more play styles interacting with each other in interesting ways.
Yeah, no doubt. So we are looking for a ready from Sharky and Paul. They're still tapping away on their controllers, but we want to get this underway, right? So let us encourage them gently to tap ready on Max Out Club if they are not already. Maybe there's something I need to do. Okay, Sharky's ready. And Paul, the people in chat talking about Paul's hunky roommate. They like his hunky roommate.
Yeah, no, it's part of the flavor of the event. Like, you get to see the lives, and you get to relate. That's why these are our superstars, and they've got fans. This is great.
All right, so we are going to get these matches underway, Chris. And if you want to give us an emphatic when it's time, 3, 2, 1.
I see the numbers going down. It's about time. 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Oh my God, that was really good. How am I supposed to follow that, guys? I mean, come on. It's the legend, the master himself, Chris Tang.
Is Ben okay? We noticed he's like doing stuff on his computer.
Well, the judges will figure that out.
Okay, it looks like something's going on. So, the match on top, what's going on? There's something going on there over there too.
Yeah, there is something going on. We were ready. Okay. Oh, he did a 17 start, and then what is happening on Paul's side?
Yeah, it looks like he's playing, but we're not seeing his screen.
It does. Yeah, keep on playing. We're just gonna go with it, and maybe you'll jump back in there for a second.
So yeah, please pardon the technical difficulties. There's probably they'll probably have to do some judge arbitration stuff, and we'll sort that out.
And we got trick-or-treaters here, Chris, in the background. You might hear them.
Uh-oh. I turned off all my lights, so hopefully no one will bother me. I'll throw my candy at them. I went on a keto diet, so anything, and that was I don't know, 2 years ago, so they'll be getting 2-year-old candy.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, you can freeze that stuff.
That's true. Oh, I forgot to. Did I forget to mute my James Chen? Yeah, I did.
Were you listening to James Chen on the side, just looking for tips and stuff you could steal? Is that what you were doing?
No, I was watching the on break. I was watching Classic Tetris 2, and
All right.
I hit pause, and then I was I intended to mute it, and I didn't get around to it.
Now this might be a. People are saying perfect clear by Paul. This might be a reset. I mean, we're letting people go, but I think this possibly is a reset. Keep on going, guys, and we'll see if we can get some tech support here.
Right, because it could be on the stream side, and you need the stream in order to have the game, really.
Okay. People saying that if I restart the countdown that it might pop the screen in, so we'll see if that's the case. And it's not the case, so... No, Trey wants a screenshot. Alright, we're doing some live producing and troubleshooting here, so bear with me, guys. So this may be all null here, but this is all the vagaries of doing all this stuff virtually, right? This is a whole new world we're all trying to cope with, and sometimes we have to be a little kind with one another and extra understanding, right? So if we have to reset some of these, then that's what we might have to
do. Ben got up and he's writing something.
He's writing notes. These guys are writing notes, but what they need to do is be in their appropriate chat.
Reset.
Yeah, so we've got folks hanging out in there, and we've got folks hanging out in Paul. So this might be a reset all the way around. So I don't know.
Maybe yeah, he's trying to pass a message to Nanu. Maybe he needs to, because there's no real other way to communicate that if you're in the middle of a game playing.
Yeah, no, exactly.
As long as the judges, said that that's what they need to do, then. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I think it's a matter of getting the message that we need a restart to the players, if that's what the judges have decided.
Yeah, I'm waiting on a ruling from what the judges want me to do. So we know Ben started on level 17 by accident, so that would be a complete... I would imagine that would be a complete redo. And I don't know what's happening on Paul's side.
Yeah. If you have the... Are you also looking at a Max Out Club link, or is that...
No, I'm just in our... No, why?
Okay.
No.
Oh, I mean, if it's showing up as that, on the Max Out Club role, then no one's going to be able to see that game.
Yeah, and... okay, so let me see what the... Alright, we're just going to let this happen. I think the bottom match is probably going to be scrubbed, but I want an official ruling before I say anything.
Mm-hmm.
We're not the judges, we're just the streamers and talk over everything. And there's a whole panel of experts back there with a whole 320-page rule book, and they're just trying to pour through it and figure out what they should do.
It is kind of interesting how both games at the same time had some kind of catastrophic failure. We'll be talking about this. It's interesting, but at least we'll be able to have a clean restart for both games at some point. Yeah, it looks like Trey's not getting any signal.
Telemetry from you.
Yeah, the reason why there's a delay in what's going on is the players who are playing don't have any idea that anything's going on. They need to get word to them after a ruling is made. So until then, the policy is for them to just keep playing.
Okay. Waiting on just confirmation from the judge of what I think is true, but being 100% sure. It's fun doing everything virtually. This is, so my job has gone to pretty much completely virtual, and this is what stuff is like all the time too.
Yeah, I mean, there's things that we could do in the future, like maybe we do have a way to alert players when, because we don't really have a judge to be able to like tap you on the shoulder and say we need to restart. Like we need a virtual version of that,
right?
Well, like we'll make like a robot version of Vince, and every competitor has to have one on their table, and they'll start setting off an alarm. We'll have to...
The question is, could we tell it from the real Vince? That's the question. Okay, it looks like Paul is back, so Paul's thing works now. And I just want... All right, bear with us, guys. We're just ironing it out. But what's going to be great is, just how awesome this looks when they edit this all together. You'll have no idea that any of this happened. It'll just like right by it. It'll be like, oh, this thing went off without a hitch. Do it online every year the same way. No problem. Okay. All right. We've got the ruling that both games are going to be restarted. That is the official ruling from our judge. Don't blame Vandy. You can blame Chris Tang a little bit if you want to, but don't blame me at all. And we'll get this underway. So let me go ahead. Yeah, and just if you're listening, players, you must keep Max Out Club visible. Don't click around to another window or tab. You have to keep it visible. So everybody cool? We're doing this the right way. We're gonna settle this on the field, right? Not through technicalities and all that stuff. All right, awesome. So let us get readies from both players, and then just from all four players, and then let's make sure that the players are in their appropriate chat that they need to be in. So Neto got a little extra practice. So did Sharky.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Yeah, chat's feeling like it's a bad thing to have to play extra, but if I were sitting there, I'd be like, free practice. Everybody's got to make the best of a situation, so we're all here to enjoy this thing together. We can do it.
Yep. All right, we got 4 ready players. They all look ready. They're all in chat. They're all running around. They're sitting there waiting for us. So let's go ahead and start this again.
Okay.
And we'll just pretend the last few minutes didn't really even happen, right? It's the magic of television.
People still watch television.
Through the magic of whatever this is, Trayvision.
Trayvision. Yes. Oh, looks like they're off and going.
All right, look at this. And
Yep.
4 pictures of
countdown.
people and 4 games of Tetris are going. This is exactly what we intended from the very beginning. So awesome.
Yep, they're off, and I'm sure we're going to see some great Tetris. It's not, it's not like they're going to play a bad game. So let's see. Paul with a pretty high stack early on, though.
Yeah, you know, the one thing I'm sort of used to, having that I don't have this time is sort of the next box, right? Sitting next to these games, because that's always an indication to me of like, okay, so it's below the next box, so it's okay, or it's above the next box and it's not okay, right?
Oh, right. The layout is different.
Yeah. So I'm just not used to not having that there, so I always use that as sort of a gauge there. So. Well,
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say we are underway, and I was going to give a score check here for Sharky after Tetris 118, Paul 35,000, and on the bottom we got 74,000 for Nenu, 61,000 for Opox.
Paul playing pretty high. We saw him play high and surviving some pretty crazy setups earlier on, so he's there to play risky. And getting dependent on a couple kinds of pieces now. They finally gave him the J he needed, but he's still not safe. Okay, he got the pieces he needed, and he's burning back down.
Paul should be good at this point, and so that means everybody more or less with healthy stacks at this point. Ben with a little bit of burning to do. He's actually building for Tetris. He's on top of that one row of garbage.
But that dig, Sharky got a huge lead now. It's about 100,000 points.
Oh, yeah.
Paul's in good shape now, though, so he could fire back.
And just to remind those of you watching, the top match there, that is still a winner's bracket match, so neither of these players have lost a match yet. And then the 2 on the bottom is a loser's bracket match, and it's an elimination match, therefore the loser will be out of the tournament.
Yeah, we've already had a couple of eliminations, and the results of that. Who would have thought, right? Like a lot of people, thought of some of these players as favorites going in, and
certainly Jake for sure. Sharky kind of up on high, and this is kind of dangerous territory for a Das player. Now, of course, we've seen that Sharky does have some, weapons, so you might call him like Das with tricks, right? Because he can throw in a tap here, sort of in an emergency situation. But he's going to clear this away, and he's actually Tetris ready. And
that was amazing.
It really was very efficient. And another Tetris for Sharky. So 260, maintaining about an 80,000 point lead over Paul.
Right, such clean placement with such a tight margin, no margin of error, able to pull that off.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem for Sharky on the left here. Nice long bar to fill that in. And yeah, he's going to be clean, sort of pending that piece right there. So he's going to be... There he is. So he's opened up the right side again. Paul has cut this lead to 43,000, but Sharky's going to take some of it back to get back to 290 versus Paul's 227.
Nenu playing up way high.
Yeah, welcome to Nenu. That's Nenu.
Wow. It's risky. He's going to need some good pieces to get out of this queen. That's going to hurt him. That box miss drop. And it looks like Ben is going to be taking this round.
Wow, and Ben Opox there is good. Wow, and he gets the heart. So Nenu dropping a game here to Ben. We call him Opox because that's his screen name on Twitch, and it's weird for me to call him Ben, so I don't want to. So,
right. I might have mentioned I thought the bracket had Ben Mullen qualifying. I'm like, wait, who's that? And then I was like, oh, it's Opox. Okay, cool.
All right, so they're ready down there, so we'll go ahead and count them down while they continue up top. Opox has a whole story behind what Opox means, but I don't want to tell him. It makes him he doesn't want people to say. I remember when he told us
Tetris.
When he told us one day all what it meant, he didn't want anyone else to know the story. So, but ask him when you show up in his... It's not even embarrassing. I don't know why he's embarrassed, but
Yeah, I'll look forward to the day when we're all like chilling at a live event and I'll ask things like that.
Yeah, it's kind of an anticlimax. Like it's not even that exciting, but you know, that is his story to tell, Chris. All right, Paul up pretty high there. Didn't really have quite a sloping stack, but is able to get some pieces and a Tetris to knock this down. 342 and another Tetris for Paul. 97,000 points behind Sharky though.
Yeah, like I said in his other match, having it stacked that high lets you capitalize off of multiple long bars when they come. Could be a scoring strategy to that.
Yeah, but not without risk.
Yeah, it is risky. Like, the better players will tell you do not do that.
Yeah, it's tough though, because the other players will be forcing your hand, right? You know, they're putting up such great paces, and you're kind of, at this point, you know, you can't just kind of line out to a safe 800,000 and assume you're going to win like in, you know, some of the earlier years.
Yeah. And I saw him, I'm not sure if that was a misdrop up there with that box, but it created a situation where he had to fill in the other side, and now he's got a little bit of digging, but now he's out. So, not sure if that was foresight that was intentional or reacting to a misdrop.
Paul still 127,000 points behind Sharky right now. Sharky looking as a DAS player to go deep in this tournament. Oh, misdrop with the T for Sharky. Still has a tuck that he can do, but decides that he's going to have to just kind of burn it down. That's okay. Uncovers pretty well, and he'll be Tetris ready soon. But Paul has cut this lead in half. Just in that intervening time. You know, that's how fast it goes. Ben getting up high, and he's going to clear away the right side and drop something in for a Tetris. There it is.
I mean, you look at Ben, like in his last, all these games he's won in a row, he is on a tear. Like, imagine playing Tetris that well, that many games consecutively.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the Joseph qualifying run, and then there's Opaw's run right now. We're watching it live.
Yeah. Now Opox is, you know, he's certainly a prominent community member, plays a lot of matches, really involved in the online community. But I'm not sure if anyone saw, you know, this coming where he would be getting so deep and taking out some pretty, you know, pretty heavy hitters. And now he's, you know, one game up on Nenu and threatening again to take another game off Nenu. So,
ooh, Paul's in trouble.
No, Paul. And Paul's going to top out 575, and Sharky's good, and probably good for Sharky because Sharky was in danger himself.
Yeah, he had a pretty big lead, but yeah, that's
Sharky. Yeah, Sharky's gonna get the heart. He was in danger, but there was still runway. You know, it was about, what was it, about 100 some odd thousand points, and maybe, you know, 20-30 lines to go. There was some runway there, so yeah, so Sharky with the heart after all that, and these guys are thirsty. Look at them.
Yeah, they were both taking some, you know, they're both playing really high, taking risks. They're kind of pushing each other without, I don't know. I think they were just kind of going at they had the pedal to the metal and they weren't letting up, and that's what happens sometimes.
Yeah, and you know, I think, you know, obviously Sharky highly respected as a player, but I think there's still sort of a bit of an idea that, oh, as a DAS player, you can only go so far, but he's fixing to prove people wrong and force his way in by hook or by crook into this top 8. Mm-hmm. We got readies from them, so we'll go ahead and start the countdown for them. Mm-hmm.
Three, 2, 1, Tetris.
There it is.
And meanwhile, we have a very close game on the bottom. Been going back and forth. It's hinting at a neck and neck, but we'll have to see. They're about 20 lines from transition.
Yeah, the necks are in the same zip code here, but now, okay, now I think it is neck.
Now they're, yeah.
And yeah, Nenu with kind of a jacked up board there. He's got that gap in the middle of his stack, so that's going to take some burning and probably cost him 5 or 6 lines of pace here.
Yeah, they're both playing one line off the field. Like, Nenu's probably going to make a Tetris with that.
No, I would think that was just a triple.
Triple. That's a triple. Yeah, I think he intended to, but that was a misdrop of Z.
Mm-hmm. Right, so then he's going to get clean and put himself back into a regular right side well situation. Nenu 400,000, Opox 398, and that is firmly in neck territory.
Neck and neck. Yep.
That's right.
There will be necks. Nice last second tuck by Nenu. Ben dealing with a little burning.
Yeah, just before transition, he's actually set up for a Tetris one row off the bottom. We would like that long bar right now.
It's been that way for quite a while now. Love to get that taken care of before transition. Whew. Down to the wire. Might have to take a double or triple.
Yeah, he's going to have to take that double. And he's going to get the long bar in for the Tetris. And he's actually set up for another one.
Whew. Safety triple. Oh, and he does the risky move and does and gets the Tetris.
Yeah, he is out for blood. Ben here, this unassuming kind of teenagery looking guy, out for blood. It's the quiet ones you got to watch, Chris. Oh, and Sharky's going to bring a piece back, and he was looking to burn, but he saw the long bar in the window and brought the piece back, put himself in kind of a dangerous situation, but got the Tetris anyway. But Sharky now has a manageable stack, kind of a lot lower and less risky. But wow, that was a moment.
Ben's starting to look a little bit like Type B down there, but he's taking care of it.
Yeah, and Nenu has opened up a 111,000 point lead over Opox right now. But still time. It's just level 23, level 22.
Yeah, and we've seen Opa come back in situations like this.
And we've got Sharky up top here with about half a Tetris lead over Paul halfway to transition. Nenu set up for a Tetris. He's going to get one. Opening up that lead to 135. Ben trying to keep that well open for the Tetris. Knows he needs it. And bang, Tetris for Ben. Oh, did we bang and boom at the same time? Oh my god.
I guess so.
That's pretty legendary. That's
it was bound to happen.
It was. This is what it's like when booms collide.
Bang, boom, pow, Tetris. There it is. Boom, Tetris for Ben. And then he's going to be set up for another one. Has to use the long bar to fill in the gap. Waiting for it again. There it is. Boom, Tetris for Nenu. Widening that lead, but then Ben fires back. We're at a 100,000 point deficit now for Ben. Widening because Nenu just made another Tetris.
Yeah, Ben at this point is kind of hoping that Nenu gets tripped up here, either with an extended burn or topping out or something.
Yeah, we're headed toward kill screen rapidly.
And Ben knows the situation he's in, shaking his head. And he's just trying to play as efficient as he can, as few burns as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And there's
got one.
There's one, but Nenu's going to get one back.
Oh, this is the tuck.
Yeah, and that really could do Ben in. It's like one little thing, right? You think, oh, how big could it be? But there it is.
Yeah, that was the difference.
Another Tetris for Ben, 760, but still back by two Tetrises. And Nenu's into kill screen, and Nenu can't do anything past kill screen. Tops out 838, so Opox needs 839. Open for one down the middle and no long bar, and how often does that happen?
Yeah, it's just...
And can't do anything about it, and Nenu is going to tie this up.
He was really at the limit. I mean, he was at 229 lines. There's nothing else you can do but wait for that long bar, and even then, he would probably have to have another Tetris set up to have caught up.
All right, Nenu is ready. Ben taking a drink here.
I guess I could say that was a fatal mistuck.
It was. It was. That sounds painful as well.
Yeah. Ouch.
Yeah, don't want one of those. All right, they're both ready on the bottom. We'll count them down, and then we'll focus on the top game here. Oh, transitions, and that long bar for Sharky in the middle all of a sudden.
Transition too high.
Yeah, and he kind of hung that long bar or lost dash or something on that long bar. And Paul is good. Yeah, they were like super neck and neck, like almost identical scores. And any score by Paul would have taken it. And Paul's going to get a point, a heart or whatever. What are we calling them? Hearts? There we go. So Paul is good. And we've got 2 games here on screen that used to be best of 5s, and now we're best of 3.
Yeah, I was waiting to count down the other game, and then all of a sudden, Sharky, like out of nowhere, was playing up high transitions, and I was going to say something, and then that's how fast this game moves. Like, in the blink of an eye, your fate is determined. But yeah, they're up. They're 1-1 now, up on top. So, as you would say, the best of 5 is now best of 3.
I do say that. All right, we got Sharky ready. Waiting on a ready from Paul, and there he is ready. So, get them underway.
And the countdown I was going to do for the guys on the bottom is going to go to the guys on the top.
That's right.
3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Love it.
And we're still early going on the bottom. Playfield's still looking pretty clean.
And we're going to bring it back a little bit. Thought about taking a burn on the right side, but brought the long bar over, set up for the Tetris. It paid off. Ben with the early lead.
Yep. Taking a single just to keep it cleaner.
Sharky's going to clear out the right side, and he is ready for, well, almost ready for it. He was for like a brief second. So we're going to do some extra cleaning here. Paul needs to clean a lot of stuff up here. This could be, 10, 15 lines of burning here, and you don't want to lose that pace to Sharky.
Yeah. Could be one of those, as Jonas calls them, a festering situation. If you have a hole and you don't take care of it, you start stacking on top of that hole, and then you have to clean more than you would have had you just kept it clean to begin with.
Yeah, sounds like my last dental appointment, Chris.
But it looks like he's going to open it up with that. And he's still in the lead, even after that dig.
All right, everybody with clean boards right now.
Yep. And boom, Tetris for Sharky, taking the lead. But Paul set up, and they're going to go back and forth with setups like that. Another Tetris for Sharky. Paul with a bit of a line bar dependency there, having to use one on the left. But he's in good shape again. Sharky doing some interesting tucks there. What looks like a mistake at first, sometimes they just know what to do with the right combination of pieces.
That's right. Sometimes you got to make it a little worse before you can make it better.
Yeah, that's part of the mastery of the game.
That's right. 187 Sharky, 165 for Paul on the top, and then 317 Nenu, 383 Opox on the bottom.
Yeah, Opox having to build on top of the hole in the middle. And now he's going to be able to use that L to burn it down. Get access to the right side well again. There it is. Got the long bar, and boom. Tetris for Ben. Sharky up by a little. Boom, Tetris for Sharky. Now up by Tetris and a half.
It's kind of hypnotic, Chris, watching this, at times, just like got yourself like, wow, what are they up to? And you forget to, or at least I forget to talk because, you're not a professional. You don't, but.
I'm trying to figure out which board to track, and Paul's in a little bit of trouble with a lot of holes on his playfield. See how he gets out of this. You've seen him get out of worse.
Yeah, this is low enough for most hyper towers to deal with that. Opox for the Tetris. Opox maintaining about 3 Tetris lead over Nenu for a while, and both heading toward transition.
Yeah, their next Tetris is gonna transition them, or at least Nenu will. And yeah, Paul's dig enables Sharky to get a pretty commanding lead now, 123,000 points.
And building. Because look at all that garbage that Paul has on the top of the Tetris well on the right side. I mean, that's like 8 to 10 lines of garbage that he's going to have to clear.
Yeah. And yeah, having to uncover the hole on top of a hole is, it just takes time. And
oh, but look, he's set up for one right there. A dirty Tetris for Paul.
Very dirty Tetris.
And that's how you want to downstack, right? Is with Tetris is if you can.
Not wasting it.
Good one for Sharky. 450 from him. 291 from Paul.
And meanwhile, on the bottom, Opa has opened up almost 100,000. Now it's definitely a 100,000 point lead over Nanu.
Yeah, Opa's not the best looking board right now, but gonna clear this away pending the right piece.
Sharky's about to transition, and yeah, we'll see if he. Last round wasn't in a great position. This time, he still had a spire in the middle, but he was in low enough position for it not to cause a problem. Nice S-spin there by Sharky.
Yeah, Paul able to downstack just in time for level 19. So he's going to survive through into 19. And bang, Tetris for Paul. But finding himself really just with a deep hole against Sharky.
Yeah. Ooh, Sharky has a dependency on the left after he cleans this, but he's gonna smartly do the Tetris, lower the left side, and use the next long bar, and that's what he did.
All right, Nenu trying to cut this gap, and Nenu's back within half a Tetris now. And,
wow.
And Tetris for Nenu into the lead. Now he's 10 lines ahead in the future on Opox, so that's going to factor into it as they approach kill screen.
Yeah, and it's getting there fast. 26. Well, 26 for Nenu, and yeah, Opa is good position to retake. Yeah, he retook the lead, so yeah, he was able to get that back. Ooh. It's got a lot of dependencies though.
Yeah, his board is in a little bit of trouble here. Needs a long bar, and is just, oh no,
really badly.
And not getting one. He's gonna
get one.
Oh no!
And, yeah, and to do it, Nenu takes that round.
So Nenu with the heart here, and I think Ben a little incredulous. Like a few times, it looks like he's been in that situation where he's got this long channel down the middle of his stack, waiting for a long bar, and it doesn't come. Where he's just all in on it, right?
Check it out, 32 drought. So yeah, that was definitely a rough patch. That if you don't take care of the field and stay low enough, then that's what happens.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, on the one hand, yeah, drought, but also you made yourself dependent on that drought, right? I mean, I'm not, saying it. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, a lot of times, I mean, these guys are pushing each other to the point where they need to make those Tetrises. So
it looks like Paul is topped out on the top. Sharky already had a huge lead.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a hard for Sharky as well. And we've got two 2-1 games here. And we got a ready on the bottom, and so we'll just do them both at the same time.
Yep.
Sharky usually likes to take a moment here to center himself, playing the mental game, right?
If they're both, yep. Paul's rehydrating.
There's also a little, there might be a little bit of psychology here, because when I was a poker player, I used to like to make the player play on my cadence, right? And so sometimes I would do things just deliberately to slow down, and so that they had to wait for me. So take the time that I needed, right?
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like Sharky's going to get up and take a little break. So we'll start the bottom match here, and then we can start the top one when they're ready. It's also kind of like that thing if you work in an office, right, where you kind of like pretend you have a phone call when somebody's coming into a meeting with you, and you're like, all right, you're on my timetable, right? I'm going to take this call and then meet with you. People do that stuff, Chris.
Yeah.
I'm one of them. No, I would never do that. Of course not. All right, looks like they're ready on the top, so we'll go ahead and count that one down.
Yeah, the game in the bottom's already started, so it was even scores, like not even neck and neck. It was like a 0-point deficit for a while. Guess that's because they weren't pushing down.
That's right. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're pushing down on the bottom there. And again, most hyper tappers will not. But sometimes they.
There it is, 0 deficit.
Yeah.
And if missed it by a single.
I know.
It will be interesting once we hit top 8 and they're using the same pieces. We may see, clone trisses and setups that are exactly the same. That'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, really, when you get to the top 8 and you figure, okay, not only do we have like the double elimination to get there, and you've got best of 5, and you got same piece sets. I mean, this is really like a definitive, statement about who is the best Tetris player, like right now.
That was always the question. That's why we started this.
Yeah, and it probably sort of dawned on you guys over time, like just how much there's obviously there's RNG in the game, but how much does that express itself over time between two players, right? Over a lot of pieces dropping in 230 lines, right?
Right, and also, I mean, when Jonas was dominating, he would do things that just after watching enough of Jonas playing, you're like, well, it's not RNG anymore. That kind of consistency is a skill. It's part of the game. And once you get to the point where you're that good, then, you can take whatever the game throws at you and survive. So, but now what we're seeing is players pushing each other to take those risks and being able to manage those risks in real time. And that's a whole new layer of challenge that we're seeing.
Yeah, I kind of belabor the poker analogy to death, but it's kind of what happened during the mid-2000s in poker. With if anybody's familiar with that, basically like solid conservative straightforward play was the order of the day, and then you get these kind of young guns coming in here with like wild moves and forcing the hands of the kind of the old guard, and it's I don't know, it's probably a story that plays out in several spheres, not just poker and Tetris.
Boom, T-spin for Ben. No line clear, but it's nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, I still get tickled when I see a T-spin, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
After all these years, it's still cool. Because I had no idea I could do that when I was a kid. Like, I had no clue that was possible. I'm still very impressed by it.
Yeah, I mean, even when you first see the game, like back when Tetris was new and you've never seen it before, there's just that feeling. Sometimes when I watch some of these advanced players playing it, doing things I've never seen before. The game has been around for 30 plus years, and we still see new maneuvers coming out. Like that spin that Jake did. Like,
yeah, the Buko spin, right?
Yeah, that made the game feel new again. Love to see it.
All right, we got 270 for Sharky, 332 for Paul. Sharky burning a little bit. Down on the bottom, we got 362 for Nedu and 313 for Ben. It looks like Paul's roommate's going a night on the town or something there. Where's his mask? Get your mask on, buddy.
Well, hopefully we don't see a change in the complexion of the match based on what's going on in the background. We want to see Paul play his best no matter what. And boom, Tetris for Paul, widening the lead to almost 100,000 points. Sharky dealing with some traffic on his pieces there. He's going to need some good ones, and he gets it for the triple. But yeah, some holes he's going to need to uncover, and that's just going to let Paul widen that lead towards clean.
Good down stacking from Sharky to get all this cleared away, and he's going to get back to the right side of things with a Tetris. So 317 Sharky, 451 for Paul, Nenu 440, and Ben 410.
Sharky cleaned that up in a hurry. He's in good shape again. Waiting for that tuck.
Yeah, wants either a J or that S to spin in there, and he gets the S.
With style, and boom, Tetris for Sharky. And we're neck and neck on the bottom, but boom, Tetris for Nenu, jumping up into the lead by 1, and boom, Tetris for Nenu again, widening the lead. Ben looking to fire back, set up, and Ben Tetrising into the transition, level 19, down by just a Tetris. And up top, we're looking to see a transition in the next few line clears. Sharky playing at mid-screen right now. He had an early top out before from having a bad transition height. See how he handles it this time. And he transitions safely. But Paul's lead is getting bigger. Now on the bottom, we are neck and neck. Nenu and Ben.
They are off to the races here, and super close as well. You know, between 1 and 2 Tetris is separating them at any given time. And we're getting up, but high gets the long bar, and he's already set up for another one. Kind of double high setup. There's one for Nenu, so 652 into the lead for Nenu.
Neck and neck. Going back and forth now. Yeah, it's going to be a close game on the bottom.
Yeah, up at the top, Paul's got a decent lead here, 163,000 points. I mean, Paul's 652 on level 20. Not too bad.
Yeah, Sharky's got to get rid of that pile on his well right there.
Oh, and he can't get the
dependent. Oh, that wall is going to be insurmountable. I don't think he can get anything over.
Yeah.
And that's going to do it.
That's going to do it for Sharky. And we have a decider, Paul. Just decider time. All day. Paul is good. And yeah, I was wondering about Sharky, like whether he's going to try to get exactly the perfect piece on the left, or if he was going to sort of take a compromise just to get some material over there. Decided to keep it super clean on the left, but then just left himself in a position where he couldn't get a piece over the piece that he had placed there. So, all right. So when they are ready, we will start the decider up top. We've got Nenu and Ben careening toward kill screen.
Ben with a slight lead. He's ahead by 10 lines, though, so that might factor into it. They're still pretty close overall.
All right, we've got a ready. We got a ready up top. I'll start them.
Okay.
Now up.
3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Now up top, that is still the winner's bracket. So the loser of that match is still in the tournament, but will be relegated down to the loser's bracket and will play the winner of the match on the bottom. Paul with a nifty little combo burn there set up on the right side into a Tetris. Down at the bottom.
Ben, kill screen for Ben.
Yeah, double max outs for these players.
Double
Ben trying to get
out.
some points on kill screen. Nenu has 3 lines to work with here and needs 36,000 points. He's got just one Tetris will do it here. And there, oh no, and he brought the log bar back, so he needs another log bar, and there it is. And Tetris for Nenu. He brought the long bar back accidentally and denied himself the winning Tetris. And then he luckily got another Tetris, and that is going to be a third heart for Nenu.
But wow, what a performance from Opa, Ben. So many wins in a row that we saw him get, and just great play all around.
Yeah, Ben, what a performance from Ben. I mean, he got relegated down to the loser's bracket in the first round, and then made his way through Josh Tolles and Jake, and really almost, was kind of a toss-up with Nenu there. So an incredible performance from this guy, and boy, it's going to be really fun to see what he does in future years. So congratulations to you, Ben, for getting this far, and thanks so much for giving us a great performance. So wow, what a great time that kid gave us.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to transition over here to our scene. It's going to be a little janked out, but we'll fix it. Don't worry.
I mean, people are going to be talking about that Jake match, for a long time, and there's going to be a lot of highlight reel stuff. It was great and fantastic way to kick off the World Championships like that.
That's right. So Nenu is waiting in the wings for the loser of this match. I mean, that is not easy, So, and then the winner will play then the winner of that match. So we're going pretty much the 1v1 scene from here on in, Chris. So
there's going to be one repeat match where someone's going to have to fight each other twice.
That's right. But that's okay. Yeah, like prove you were supposed to eliminate me, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we got Sharky here, 246 through 62 lines, and Paul, 262 through 59 lines, so pretty darn close.
Sharky's in the mood for tucking.
Oh my goodness. Bringing that one back.
Why not?
Bring them all back. Why not? All right, Sharky with the Tetris here, 293, Paul, 310.
They'll have to add that one to the Tetris
glossary,
right?
Yeah.
The player has multiple tucks set up.
Yeah, he's in the mood for tucking. I forgot all about that one, and now I am ever so painfully reminded of it.
I hope people like that one.
No, it's great. There's so many legendary turns of phrase that have happened as a result of this event. So, all right, we got Sharky here, 368. Paul with a Tetris 401. So a Tetris and a half lead for Paul. This is a decider. The winner stays in the winner's bracket. The loser goes down to the loser's bracket to face Nenu.
Looked like Sharky was gonna build a bigger spire in the middle and then backed out of it. So that good move to adjust there.
Sharky with his Tetris 419, back by about a Tetris and a third. Paul's going to get it back.
Paul gets the right piece to stack that cleanly. Still some time before transition, so trying to get the points that they can.
Even though neither player will be eliminated directly as a result of this match, it's a huge advantage to one fewer match that you have to play if you win this match.
Mm-hmm.
And every match you play is an opportunity to be eliminated from the tournament. So, and there's a Tetris for Paul, 545. Still got about that 2.5 Tetris lead over Sharky.
I've noticed not too many players hyper tap the long bars onto each other to dump them, but Paul does it.
Now, Bidwell in the chat is saying that the winner's in the money. Is that right? They're paying the top 16? Is that correct? I don't know. Someone maybe get a confirm on that, but I guess I trust Bidwell. But he's saying the top 16 will be paid, so the winner here would get in the money. All right, confirmed by Pumpy Heart. What other source do you need? Sharky into transition now, back by a little over one Tetris. Paul into transition now.
Neck and neck.
That's right.
Although Sharky's a little ahead by lines.
Yeah, that's right. So he should be, a couple of Tetrises ahead with his line counts. And again, as you approach the kill screen, your opponent tops out and you still have lines in hand that you can work with. That is an advantage for you. Another Tetris Sharky, Tetris and a half lead.
That's some good burning by Paul there, keeping it safe. Boom, Tetris for Paul. still very, very close.
Yeah,
Even the
Sharky.
line count.
See Sharky with that shoulder roll where he's like almost like nudging it, over with his whole body.
Yeah, that's kind of the basis for the Hyper Jolt. It's like a full body quick tap. Ooh, nice column 3 Tetris for Paul. And he chooses to burn it away with a triple.
Yeah, he's got 10 lines in hand here, so it's a virtual dead heat. There is a demonstrative Tetris from Sharky. Statement Tetris right there. He got clean and made a Tetris.
Paul missing a shift there, making his board a little dirty, but he's able to clean it off. See if he settles for a triple there, or if he, yeah, he's gonna have to burn that down. And he might do a dirty Tetris here, and he does. Boom, Tetris for Paul. Still down by a couple of Tetrises. Sharky's playfield in great shape. Looking at a Tetris again.
Yeah, Sharky, as long as Sharky just stays alive, through kill screen, probably will take this match from Paul.
Ooh, longboard didn't come fast enough. Oh, and yeah, he gets it over. Barely. Boom, Tetris for Sharky. Widening the lead just slightly, now up 3 Tetrises. And Paul having to settle for some burns there. He might not be able to afford that. Oh, he might build a...
Yeah, he's going to have to. So Sharky,
well.
Yeah, Sharky heading into level 28 here. He's going to Tetris over there, but let's see what he's going to be able to do with what he's got left.
Paul
850.
not getting the long bars at the right time.
Oh no, and that misdrop is going to cause so much more burning for Paul that this might be it for him. This might be insurmountable. Hyper tap or not.
Oh, he rotated the T.
Oh,
He might
wow.
have been able to...
Tetris for Sharky on the right side. Willed it over. So 891 for Sharky. Paul needs to get to 892. He's got a Tetris set up in the middle. There's the Tetris, but he's like 3 Tetrises behind, and so he's going to have to do something pretty miraculous to pull this out.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to make enough Tetrises to make up the point difference.
And he's going to have to take that burn on the right side, and he's going to top out, and Sharky gets the heart and is good.
But like you said, this is a winner's bracket match, so Paul's not out yet.
Yeah, Paul is not out. Paul is still here, but Sharky has the advantage of not having to play 1 extra game. So Paul will be going against Nenu. And Sharky, yeah, look at that. Man, I remember when I was young and used to win things. That's how I used to feel. Now I'm old and I don't win anything anymore. But wow.
No, that's great. You love to see it. Just
All right, so we're going to go down to, just give me a moment to set up the next match here. We'll take a look at the bracket.
Chat's going wild right now.
And we've got, of course, this bracket loading. It looks great. We'll fix that in post. And I'll be right back. I'm just going to set up this match. And it's going to be Nenu against Paul.
I just peeked over at the other stream. Looks like they might be done. I'm not going to say any results because, that might spoil things, but congrats. Oh, Classic Tetris 2 just raided us, so I guess they really are done.
Oh man, we're like way behind. We're like the slow kid there. All right.
Welcome, welcome, Classic Tetris 2 viewers, to the Classic Tetris 1 stream for the CTWC 2020 Day 1 bracket matches.
All right, I'll be right with you there. I'm just going to set all this up.
So I have a bit of a suspicion that a lot of the Classic Tetris 2 viewers were already tuned in to us. But yeah, we've got a lot of players and Fans talking about the results. Seeing Chris Bidwell in the chat. How are you guys enjoying Tetris on this thrilling Halloween weekend?
Yeah, speaking of Halloween, I can't wait to see how much leftover candy we have.
Yeah, I'm hearing some kids outside. I'm not sure if they're trick-or-treating or not, or if it's just, random noises. If I wanted to scare them, I would force them into a game of NES Tetris, and they'll see the horrors of true RNG that only NES Tetris can provide. Those are the things that my nightmares are made out of. Z bursts, S bursts.
All right, we've got him. We just need to get Paul to join secret code here. CT1 bottom.
Why isn't there Tetris piece-shaped candy that we can just go out and buy anywhere?
Yeah, seriously. Where's all the Tetris candy? That's a great question. They're into everything else, this Tetris company. Where's the candy?
I know there's like a waffle or pancake cookie cutter thing that they sold a while ago. Still need to get one of those.
All right, well, we are ready with Nenu versus Paul. This is the winner of this is basically the loser's final. And so the winner of this will face Sharky in the final. So pretty big matchup here. I'm going to go. They are ready. I'm ready. The chat is ready. Chris Hang, are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. All right, so we'll go ahead and get this underway. I want to try a simul countdown at 3.
Let's do it.
All right. Don't go off me. Go off the numbers. Ready? 3,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris. Oh my God, that was horrible. But we tried, We tried. It's hard not to coordinate with each other, right?
Yeah. I was looking at the numbers.
I probably wasn't looking at the numbers. This is we had some pretty comical moments, me and Ben Mullen doing Classic Tetris Monthly, trying to coordinate some countdowns. It did not work. Me and Arda didn't work. Who did it work with? It worked with one person. I think it was Jeff. Jeff and I we were in sync.
It varies. I think we had a couple that were pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad. We'll let the audience score each one, 1 through 10.
And Nenu with the eyepiece dumping on the left. It's usually something you see Paul doing.
That's right. Nenu will stack high at times, and there are times when it works out great, and then there are times where there are these sort of spectacular blowups that you don't see coming. But Nenu very savvy, great at moving pieces.
Yeah, just barely getting some of those over, but
to us, he's barely getting them over. For him, I think it's routine though. He's like, yeah, I know what'll get over.
He is settling for some triples. That's giving Paul a little bit of a lead right now. Paul definitely playing aggressive this round. Really holding out for the perfect pieces to result in a Tetris.
So 185 for Paul, 132 for Nenu.
Really good stacking by Paul there. Just making use of it, making it really clean.
Yeah, game not giving him pieces here. You're going to have to take a triple, which is like the bane of Tetris, right? Take whatever you want, just don't take a triple.
Yeah, if you look at his drought meter, though, I mean, he's been handling it.
Oh, yeah, 30 on the drought meter, 31. And there's it, long bar. Finally, boom, Tetris for Paul.
For Paul. Yeah, I mean, he was playing as aggressive as he could, given what he was given. And he held out and got the Tetris right with the next long bar.
Another Tetris for Paul. He's up by 80,000 points. Nenu try to make some sense out of what he's got over here. And he's just piling squares.
I think, yeah, Nenu could have used that J piece a little bit differently and gotten it clean, but instead became more dependent.
The game just feeding Nenu just square after square, and all piled up in columns 1 and 2. Looks like
okay, now it's starting to get solid, yeah. Once he fills in those gaps, then he'll be open again.
Well, of course, a few more squares, though. Why not? Just for good measure.
He's out of the woods, and he's ready for Tetris.
And boom, Tetris for Nenu. Yeah, look at that simul booms.
Nice. Yeah, I really love how the different commentators in our community coin new terms. Heather with a simul Tetris is one that I like.
Yeah, you got nothing to do but just sit here and watch people play Tetris. You got a lot of time in your hands, come up with stuff. 370 for Paul. Big lead for Paul, 155. And Nenu's just been burning his pace away. Nothing much he can do, though.
He's doing it well. That was a really nice, dirty triple I saw just now. I mean, I didn't even expect that to be a thing, and Nenu made it look easy. And there, finally, a Tetris for Nenu, offsetting the deficit just slightly. Paul up by 120,000 points.
So Paul, I believe, Singapore, and of course Nenu in Indonesia, right? I mean, this is a match that could not have happened last year or any other year, really. So it's amazing what we're able to see here, and just what these players, given the opportunity, are able to accomplish.
I even think that, in a way, by having it online like this and by elevating the talent that we have in our community, we can justify, a future physical tournament that will have these people come together.
I mean, how could we not, right? Can we really go back? That's the question.
Right.
So 477 for Paul, 313 for Nenu. We're approaching transition.
Mm-hmm.
Nenu with some work to do, but it's still early.
Yeah, that post-transition is going to play a big part in this one. Looks like both players are going to go into it fairly clean. Let's see if... Yeah, they're both pretty clean right now. And Nenu is one Tetris away. Not the best piece combination there. He's got some holes now.
Yeah, Nenu's just going to have to... Oh, no, yeah, he found a much better burn for Nenu. Look at the last second.
Yeah, I saw the adjustment. It was... first place kind of worked, and second solution was much better. And he's ready to Tetris.
And another adjustment to make room for squares. I mean, you can tell he's definitely taking that next piece into account.
Yep.
And he has the, the sort of mental facility to actually take advantage of it. I mean, I see it coming, and I can't do anything about it. I mean, I bet I've got a lie in it. These guys can adjust.
Paul with a slight misdrop there. I think he's going to have to do a little bit of burning. Gives Nenu a chance to catch up, because it's starting to get close.
Yep, Nenu set up for a Tetris. And boom, Tetris for Nenu. So he's cut this lead basically in half. 72,000 point lead for Paul, and Paul still not with a great stack here, and then with another Tetris, and then really a Tetris and a third away from catching up to Paul.
Post transition, Nenu's been a lot cleaner, and Paul's been dealing with burning now. And Paul having to settle for a triple there. Nenu catching up a bit, as much as his board's in slightly better shape.
Paul's going to set up center well. Tetris for Nenu. He's within one Tetris.
Ooh, long bar came at the wrong time, but okay, he's going to open that up, and he's Tetris ready. It's going to be a center well Tetris. Nice and juicy. Boom! Tetris for Paul. Center well. We are approaching neck and neck here.
Another one for Paul. He's starting to open this lead back up again. Nenu ran into a bit of a slowdown. But Nenu's board not very complicated, so he's able to get a Tetris out of it within a Tetris. Paul's going to get it back.
Yeah, both players are hitting their stride right now. Playing pretty clean. Well, Paul having to deal with some of those pieces getting in the way.
Oh, it's going to be so tough here, but he's going to clear away the center well again. Nenu waiting on a long bar, getting droughted. 24-piece drought for Nenu. And another Tetris for Nenu. He's within a Tetris. There's one for Paul. He's going to get it back.
Yeah, this is still very close. Ooh. Nenu had to cover it up. He's going to have to do some burns here, and he's high up on the field. It really limits his options.
Yeah, the sequence for Nenu. But Paul's left side is totally inaccessible, and he knows it. And he can't do anything about it, and he's going to top at 801. So Nenu's got a chance here to chase this down. Gets a Tetris over. He's within one Tetris, and he's got 10 lines.
Yeah, it's definitely doable.
He's got a double there. He's got 11,000 points.
Some dependencies. He's going to fill that in, though.
And he's setting up for the Tetris, and he's going to get the Tetris, and Nenu.
Nenu takes it, right?
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it. Yeah. Nenu is good. At the very last moment, Nenu is good. Whew. What a match and what a chase down. Nenu was behind the whole time and just kept closing and closing and closing, waiting for Paul to run into like a slowdown or an extended burn sequence. It happened, and Nenu was able to stay clean enough and capitalize. So Nenu up 1-0 over Paul.
That was a ride.
Yeah, it sure was. All right, we've got readies already, so let's go. I mean,
Nenu just started. 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
And Nenu, I mean, really, how many in level 28 out of that mess? Did he squeeze out 2 Tetrises? Is that what he did? I mean, I
think so, and he still kept going even after he made the score.
Oh, what a mess! What a mess! I mean, just incredible concentration, planning, and adjustments from Nenu.
Yeah, now it just seems like such a long climb, from the start of 18. They have to fit as much perfection as they can safely in this stage of the game. But when transition hits, it's like all hell breaks loose, and you never know what's going to happen. You can make a total comeback just like that.
That's right. Sometimes, Chris, people do ask, like, well, do you think they'll ever do away with the 18 start, right? So the players are just rapidly improving, and do you think that they would ever do away with the 18 start? And I don't think so. I think that the pace of the game is like, just as a spectator, there's like this transition, this inflection point moment, the transition to 19, but also kind of tests 2 different things for the players, like sort of the, oh no, Paul, but that's okay. You should be able to get out.
He'll burn that down on the right.
But yeah, it sort of tests their ability to be like super efficient, clean, on level 18 with, kind of almost too much time to think for some of these players now. And then sort of the quick reaction, fast twitch kind of thing on 19. So I don't think we're ever going to see a point where we do away with 18 starts.
I also think that you need to be able to have people start the game like a new player who plays the game for the first time would be better be able to appreciate the difference between 18 and 19 if you have 18 starts be competitive. Yeah. If they're all 19 starts, then your player population is going to be extremely limited.
Yep.
They'll be might be intimidated by having to start on too high of a level. So I kind of like that. It's kind of like for a while 15 starts were okay. Paul was having to do a lot of digging here early on.
That left side is inaccessible to Paul at this point, and he knows it, and he's going to top out. And Nenu is good for heart number 2.
I think a bit of nerves might be getting to Paul because he was on a tear, and then Sharky won the series, and Paul hasn't recovered since.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, Nenu with the heart here. A little bit of a gift from Paul. So Paul is up against it. This is an elimination match. The winner goes on to the finals for Group B. The loser is out of the tournament. They are both ready. We'll get their game started. Someone in chat making a good point. They're talking about eliminating level 18 as the guy competing tops out on level 18. See? There you go. All right, we are underway.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, as you see, we're still discovering players who, could be out there somewhere playing the game on their own, doing the best that they can. And, they could play on 18, but, if your competitive meta starts on 19, then it's, they'll play it for the first time. And it's just like, Sure, it's part of the game, but I think playing on 18 and leading up to 19 is also just as important.
Yeah, totally agreed. Now, of course, unless people, get so good at 19 and so good at 29 that you just start at 19 and then transition into 29, but I think we're at least, a decade away from everyone just being able to casually pick up and play 29. All right, we are underway.
Yeah, I mean,
here.
you can't even start on 29 without a cheat code anyway.
Well, no, that is true. You have a good point there. So Paul able to burn down that really kind of reverse weird mountain he had going there and finally get a Tetris out of all that. And they are neck and neck here through 20 some odd lines.
Mm-hmm. I noticed both players, they set up some really intelligent tuck setups, that leave their playfield clean, even though, it causes an overhang at first, and they solve it within a couple of correct pieces.
Yeah, no, these guys are just masters of finding these super efficient tuck setups, and regular people are like, what? How do they even see that? But they're just, they're so trained and so much experience now in seeing it. It's like nothing.
Yeah, it's definitely something that if I had the time, I'd like to study that a bit more, and these players are showcasing that.
Well, it's kind of funny that you mentioned study too, because a lot of these folks, they kind of know each other. They're friends and kind of hang out with each other online and these voice chats and streaming games to each other and actually discussing strategy and going over scenarios and I would have done this, you would have done that, and so able to learn from each other while still maintaining their own kind of individual styles.
That's kind of how we got to where we are. Joseph was able to study Jonas and learn from what he was able to bring to the community. So it's a lot more than just having new players wanting to pick up the game, but they need to have the resources to excel. And the people who laid the pavement for that, the organizers of our tournament and community leaders like, Jonas and Harry for doing his streams, and Sharky now producing a lot of content, and even new people, AMJ and Game Scout, seeing people who are new to it start to make such quality content is really helping us grow. And even after this being all online, I mean, we might see a huge explosion just with more resources out there.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we got Paul Tetrising, Nenu Tetrising, 239 Nenu, 233 for Paul, so pretty darn close this late in the game here. 77 lines.
Neck and neck. Kind of miss having that live crowd though, because when I'd say neck and neck, you'd hear the whole room go neck and neck.
Yeah, neck and neck. Right, yeah.
Yeah, that would be so fun.
That's right.
Maybe people...
go ahead.
I was gonna say, maybe people new to us who haven't seen our live events will, they'll watch this and then they'll look us up on YouTube, or they'll hear about the ESPN broadcasts and they'll get into it even more.
Yeah, you bet. With some of the things that we lose as a result of not having this live, we're also gaining quite a bit as well, just with the level of participation. So it's a trade-off, and I'm happy to do it this way this year for what we're seeing this time.
True worldwide participation, just spotlighting the talent that's out there that might not normally get to have it, having a nice prize pool for people involved in online. Before people were just doing it for fun, but now there's stakes, and you take it a lot more seriously, and that's, you challenge yourself, and sometimes stars are created, and people like Jonas and Joseph and Harry, they were given the opportunity, and now there are Tetris heroes, and we'll have future generations of them now that we've established it.
Yeah, no question. 389 Nenu, 400 for Paul here as we approach transition.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, transition is coming. Paul's got some holes on his board. He's gonna have to dig out. I don't think it's anything he can't handle. It's just when you're, like 10 odd lines away from transition and you see Swiss cheese, it's like I start panicking. I don't know about these guys, probably not, but.
All right, so Paul, 11 lines from transition, would like to transition with somewhat of a workable stack here. He's still really close to Nenu right now. He's got to open up that right side. Maybe squeeze out a Tetris or two before transition.
He's going to have a nice stack of boxes on the left. And Nenu hits transition with a clean field.
There's a Tetris for Paul, and he's working on one more.
Is he going to... Oh, there it is. Boom, Tetris for Paul into the transition. Nenu just with a slight lead, but ahead by a few odd lines, so they're still pretty much neck and neck. As I imagine the audience going neck and neck. Neck and neck.
Oh, we need to get some drops here, some audio drops. Where people just drop
that would be interesting. I'm surprised that they don't have like a Twitch. People have like emotes and stuff, but having sort of like a local. I used to use. This is aging me here, but AOL Instant Messenger and the AOL chat rooms would have a thing where you would type something in, and everybody who had that wave on their computer would hear that sound.
Oh, that's right.
Only people who would opt into it would hear it.
Yeah.
So having that sort of thing for Twitch, where you type in the sound cue, you could do that. If they had that sort of system, then we could do things like having if you opt into the neck and neck chant, then.
So Paul running into some problems here. Nenu's opened up a bit of a lead, 119,000. Paul's got some burning to do. Nenu with a clean field. So this is going to take some work by Paul if this is going to happen. He's down 2-1 against Nenu, and is back by 114,000 points here at level 23. Under 60 lines to go.
Yeah, this was a pretty solid neck and neck performance up until this point. So hopefully, transition hits, you get back up to, you hit your stride again and start Tetrising. There you go. Boom, Tetris for Paul. Reducing the deficit just slightly, but Nenu's still 100k ahead.
Yeah, Paul's going to have to stay aggressive. Doesn't mean you take completely wild shots, but you are going to have to try to, open yourself up to a little bit.
Yeah, he's getting droughted pretty bad here, though.
Yeah, he really is. 20 on the drought counter. There's a triple. That's going to help him burn it down, but not much in the way of scoring.
Yeah, I mean, he's been as aggressive as you can be safely. A lot of other situations, or a lot of situations there, other players, wouldn't have been able to survive that, but he still managed to keep as aggressive as he can, given that drought.
Now this is still possible. This is still possible for Paul, but Nenu's going to have to cooperate a little bit here for it to be possible for Paul to continue. But Nenu's still just pouring it on.
No, Nenu's definitely hit a stride here and isn't letting up. Ooh, that might. He'll have to do a little bit of burning there. So there's Paul's opening right there.
Yeah, Paul can get a long bar here. He can't burn much, but unfortunately the game's just not giving him, and he's got a 30 drought. So this is going to require post-skill kill screen play from Paul, and it's just not going to happen. He's got a Spire in the middle, can't work around it, and he is going to top out, and Nenu is headed to the finals.
And Paul had a great run, but just got eliminated there. First to Sharky and now to Nenu. Just couldn't get his momentum back. But he was playing a great game there, and definitely up until transition, up until just a little bit after that, they were playing like right next to each other, right there with each other.
That's right. Well, we want to congratulate Paul on making a run here. He's certainly a Certainly didn't surprise, but definitely delighted us here with his performance. So thank you so much, Paul. And it was great to have you, and hope to see you cheering on the rest of your friends here throughout the tournament. And we're going to go ahead and get Nenu against Sharky set up momentarily. Bear with me for one moment.
When you were born, something changed. My heart could not contain the miracle of this world and all that it creates. With every passing day, the winds might grow stronger and carry us away, but we will hold on to it to light the way, to keep the reminder that love does not escape. I'm yours forever. There is no end in sight for us, nothing could measure the kind of strength inside our hearts. It's all connected. We're all together in this love, don't you forget it. We're all connected in this love.
Oh, well, that that bracket does not look right. There's the bracket. All right, there it is, guys. This is it. We are at the finals. Oh, Chris, you have one more thing, and then we'll get into all this.
Yeah. So what you just saw is our little trailer and for Tetris Effect Connected. And if you notice, there are many people that you may recognize from our community that were featured in that ad, because we all love Tetris and we all love connecting. And if you didn't get the news, the CTWC tournaments inspired the multiplayer mode Classic Score Attack, which will be in Tetris Effect Connected. And it's a modern simulation of the classic Tetris that you see on the NES Tetris done for that version of the game. So you'll be able to play an online multiplayer version recreation of classic Tetris within Tetris Effect Connected. The graphics have been redone to look like the NES, and you even notice it might have, if you look at the video that Game Scout did on it, you even see the Travision score differentials. It's just really amazing to see that they were inspired by what we do in the community and wanted to have something that represented the kind of game that we play. That's something that we never thought would happen, but I'm very grateful that they considered putting it in. And I heard Green Tea's been a part of that project, so definitely looking forward to that. Tetris Effect Connected is coming out for Xbox Series X, S, Xbox One, and PC through the Microsoft Store. And it'll also be coming out on PS4, Oculus Quest, and Epic Games Store as an update next summer. So look forward to Tetris Effect Connected.
I certainly am. I can't wait to play it. So that's awesome.
I know, I can't wait. I want to see if they got all the control mechanics down, and yeah, I'm really looking forward. And the music, just that soundtrack from the original game. I want to hear new songs.
What I'm wondering is, will people be willing to play against me? Because, well, probably because it's like easy points. Anyway, we are here. Look at this. We are in Group B finals between Nenu and Sharky. And just to let you guys take a look at the bracket, this is how we got here. Sharky barreling his way through the winner's bracket. Maybe to some people's surprise, probably not to Sharky's surprise. But, to see a DAS player here contending at the end for a spot in the top 8, some people saying...
It's super exciting, right? The chat is just alive with, DAS is still alive, and it's crazy. And just, seeing seeing a new player just rise up through the ranks like this, it's really inspiring, and I think it'll be something that a whole new generation might look up to in the future. Sharky both being a great player and a prominent member contributing to our community, so definitely props there. And Nanu's story is amazing too. He's competing. He made it through the bracket and survived the losers bracket, and now getting a spot back up against Sharky, and it's because our community was so tight. Jeff Moore, the Boom Tetris for Jeff, apparently was the one who sent the original NES hardware to Nanu to be able to play in this. And it's that kind of kindness and generosity and just wanting to see your friends and fellow community members succeed. And that's really, the wholesome heart of what we've got going on here with Classic Tetris. And we'll keep hoping to see and create new stories going on into the future.
Yeah, you bet. Now, in some of the mechanics here, just to let you know, now, of course, Sharky coming from the winner's bracket, it's still double elimination, and that means in order to be eliminated from the tournament, Sharky would still have to lose 2 games. Now, the only other player here is Nenu, which means if Nenu wants to make his way into the top 8, he would have to beat Sharky, reset the bracket, and beat him again. So that is a tall order for Nenu, having to come out here and win 6 out of 10 games from Sharky. Sharky has to win only 1 match, a best of 5. So that's
how double elimination works.
That is it. And so we just had to make sure people knew that. And I'm vamping a little bit because Sharky's max out club is a little messed up right now. Bear with us, folks, while I get a screenshot over to our tech team so they can see what I'm seeing. And maybe we can talk about one of our other sponsors while we're waiting here. Our great, Classic Tetris Champions. The documentary, right, from Chris Higgins, Best of 5, the Classic Tetris Champions. The CTWC is brought to you by this really exciting new documentary. It's actually about the CTWC and was filmed on location in Portland a few years back. It's called Best of 5, the Classic Tetris Champions, and it's got tons of interviews from players, tournament organizers, experts, and it starts with the players as they train from game day and follows them all the way up through the tournament. And it's on Kickstarter, and go on to Kickstarter. And you can support this whole thing, and you go to just TetrisChampion.com if you want to back this documentary series on Kickstarter, and your help will make it happen. So head on over to there. And
they have this really cool trailer with a lot of the footage HD, nicely shot, and just has to be all edited. And James Chen and I will be doing new commentary for it. A lot of the matches are redone in Tray Vision, so you'll see what would be considered old matches, but we're reproducing them in the modern way, so it'll add a whole new life to it. And just to see that stage of evolution in our community is it's an incredible story, and kind of like the sequel to Ecstasy of Order I've always been looking forward to.
Yep, and then just while we get Sharky finally set up here, never want to miss an opportunity to offer our thanks to the Tetris Company for once again sponsoring all the cash prizes for this year's event. And Tetris is also giving you guys, the viewers, a chance to win some super cool prizes. So head on over to Instagram. It's my favorite website. Head on over there. Go to Tetris_official. Tetris_official on Instagram to learn how you can win these great prizes. And thanks again to Tetris. So I think we've got Sharky basically set up. And as soon as we get it ready from him, I think we are good. And we'll head over there and we'll at least take a look at what he is doing, because, why not? We want to see people's faces, right? There we go. We'll fix up these things up here. And this is a really unique situation here in CTWC. A player having to beat another player basically 3 times, because it is Sharky who eliminated Nenu. early, basically in round 2 of the winners bracket. Now Nenu has to come back and win 2 if he wants in. And I think he's saying hi. So hi, there you go. And there we go. So as soon as we get it ready from both of these players, and as soon as we know that, I can't see what he's saying. He's saying
GLHF, I think.
Oh, good luck, have fun. There you go. So isn't that nice?
Wait, it's good luck, have fun. I thought it was good luck, hard fight.
Well, maybe in James Chen's community, but here it's good luck, have fun.
Have fun.
That's right. All right, looks like Sharky's ready, Nenu's ready, I'm ready. I think Chris Tang is ready. Is the chat ready?
I am ready.
I think I need to know that every single person in chat, all 2,400 people in chat, are ready before we even start this. And I'm counting, guys. All right, there we go. Let's get this
they're ready. Mm-hmm. Let's get that countdown going.
All right, give it all you got, Chris.
3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Beautiful.
And we are off. Number 9 seed Nenu versus number 41 seed Sharky. This is the finals for this. What do you call them?
This group? Group
one,
B?
Group B, which is 1 out of the 8 groups that will be playing. This is the first day. We've got 4 days of the competition for these brackets, and the other bracket that was done today was on Classic Tetris 2.
Chris, we're going to get to come back here and do this all again tomorrow.
I know, right? This is like having a CTWC like 4 years worth of it, like in 1 year. Just in terms of how much content and just so much that's gone into this.
Yeah, and fun and excitement as well. 4 years of excitement and fun packed into 4 really jam-packed days.
Yeah, and then there's December too, having the top 8. So, wow.
Yeah, it's more Tetris than you can handle.
Excellent.
All right, early goings here. Sharky 121, Nenu 98. Nenu with a hole in the middle of his stack here. It's going to limit him to a triple if he can get a long bar to go down there.
It's going to try to skim what he can of it off the top. Oh, he made a last second adjustment there. Yeah, and if he gets the right L piece, he can turn that into a triple. Oh, that works too.
Sharky's going to clear away the right side, and yeah, he's going to try a couple of safe moves there and try to avoid putting the long bar in that situation in column 9, but game kind of forcing his hand. He's going to get the Tetris anyway, no problem. 196 for Sharky.
Yeah, Nenu with a juicy center well developing there. There it is. Boom, center well Tetris for Nenu.
137 for him. Oh, look at this kind of delayed, kind of like 5 piece in the future burn for Nenu. And he's going for a Tetris. Oh no, he's not going to go for the Tetris. He's going to go for the triple. Could have gone for the Tetris.
Yeah, it seems like he's trying to do something with the center well, but he's also trying to make it safe just in case the long bar doesn't come. So, and he's set up for a T-spin, does it, clearing out that bottom, and now he's set up with a well on the right again.
All right, Sharky set up, waiting on the long bar. Sharky out to a very early 113,000 point lead here in game 1. Game 1 of potentially 10. I mean, this is a slugfest, Chris.
Yeah, this is already becoming, for the competitors. I mean, these guys pretty much have to play as many matches as they would have had they made top 8 or top 16 back in when we were a physical event in Portland. So it's a lot. Like you said, more Tetris than you can handle. But
it never gets old.
Just enough for these guys to handle, and they're getting it done.
I mean, this is a long day of Tetris, and even though they're not running around, they're not jumping and throwing things. I mean, this is a lot of mental effort involved in, and it's got to wear on you, and it's got to exhaust them at this point. I mean, how much Tetris have they played? Combined with the waiting around and all that kind of stuff. This is a real test.
Yeah. I mean, with the double elimination and all, it's not just a one and done thing. They're gonna put you through the ringer to find out really who's the best. Like you said earlier, this is unprecedented.
That's right. Sharky in the driver's seat, coming from the winner's bracket, only has to win once against Nenu. Nenu has to win twice. And Sharky kind of in his zone right now, 461 through 106 lines. And, Nenu, not a bad pace at all, but I mean, Sharky's kind of next leveling it here.
Yeah. Very comfortable lead. 10 lines ahead, but, I mean, you can't make 100,000 with 10 lines.
Yeah,
Sharky really finding a groove there.
Yeah, you can tell there's a level of comfort and just ease at this moment, right?
Nice spin by Nenu. Get the line clear there.
Another Tetris for Sharky. He's got 12 lines to go until transition.
Wow, just fitting those together like it's easy. Great job with that. He is just a couple of Tetrises away from transition. Still with a 100,000 point lead. Nenu's in good shape though.
Yeah, Nenu has matched him, kind of score for score over the last, 30 lines or so, but, Sharky just left out to that early lead.
Mm-hmm. Sharky transitions with a nice clean screen.
Yeah, it's 600k transition, basically. Monster.
Yeah, maxed out pace.
Nenu with a little less spin there, trying to squeeze one more Tetris out of this.
Yeah, this is not where you want to get droughted though, so he plays it safe and takes a triple.
Yeah, you live to fight through 19, right?
Yeah, because if you get to survive that opening speed up as 19 starts, then you feel a lot more confident and can take more risks.
And plus the scoring, does sort of favor the way that these lines and Tetrises are scored. It favors sticking around to the later rounds because the how much you get for a Tetris or any line clear goes up as each level goes up, right? And so when you start on level 19, maybe it's worth 24,000 points, but when you get to level 28, it's worth, almost 36,000 points, right?
And it's really dependent on the long bar on the right now. Whew. He's going to have to burn some of that down. I'm not sure if he can get enough over there.
Yeah, I mean, he got the long bar that he was looking for, but he kind of sacrificed his whole stack to get it.
That was the solution he needed to survive, but he's still got work to do. Whew, that is some skill.
Oh, he missed the T-spin, like any of us would. And Nenu is going to top out at 588, and Sharky is good.
Yeah, that was a valiant attempt to survive, and really, that was a really tough dig. But yeah, it wasn't enough, and Sharky takes the first round.
All right, we got a ready from Nenu. We're going to need one from Sharky. Sharky, of course, characteristically taking a few moments there to just center himself, make sure he's in the right headspace. Clear mind. Clear mind, clear lines.
Yep. No, I mean, all athletes, when they're getting ready for their next round, you got to make sure you're centered and get your controller nice and free of any sweat, and make sure you're hydrated and do a few checks.
They are ready, so we'll get this underway. Game 2, Nenu and Sharky.
Three, two, one. Tetris.
Wow, even provided your own reverb. That's pretty good.
Gotta find some way to match how epic these players are, and this kind of performance. I mean, after if Sharky's able to win this, I mean that's he's gonna be. I wouldn't say undefeated, but not having given up any matches.
Yeah, I mean, to just barnstorm your way through this whole thing.
That's a great confidence booster for sure.
Yeah, especially going into, of course, having to wait for December. I mean, that's the other challenge too. You kind of saw that dynamic again, just to crush this metaphor to death, right? Poker, right? They used to, have the World Series of Poker like all at once, just one big long grind, and they chopped it up until they had this November 9 concept. And in a lot of ways, this is the same kind of thing. So players are going to have an opportunity to, once they make this top 8, to sort of step away, review what they did, why they did it, and even to improve even more.
Yeah, they could have a new training regimen, slightly adjust for any weaknesses in their game, and maybe even study their competitors, see what their game. Yeah. We're at the point where, people are accepting this as a legitimate sport, and we were on ESPN. I thought it was great that, people like Anna and Uncle Mike, had heard about the thing and mentioned the ESPN thing. That means, the work that we did to get it there actually ended up mattering and increasing our audience and our community.
That's right. So tell a friend.
Yeah.
And by the way, I totally saw that line spin, just in case. I have a thing where I love line spins, and people like to point them out to me all the time. And they'll even post them in Discord and be like, tag me and say, here's a line spin, Van Dweller, and I have to be very nice. Oh, Sharky, see, Sharky recognizes.
Sharky with a thumbs up.
Yeah, there you go. All right, 175 from Sharky, 233 from Nenu. So Sharky finding himself a couple Tetrises and a half behind, but still
starting to see some interaction between the players and the stream commentary, and that's we started to see that last year with in our live event in Portland. Joseph and Corian and Green Tea just having so much fun up there on stage, and that's what it's all about. Like, when it comes down to it, we're in a competition, but we're still here to have fun.
Yeah, you bet. 304 Nenu, 230 from Sharky. Sharky with a Tetris, though, keeping it within that sort of Tetris and a half differential.
Then you're getting a little bit high, but it gets him the line piece he needed to tear it down a bit. Seeing a lot of dependencies form as the players get more aggressive.
Sharky getting up a little bit high there for Das. But he's going to bring it down, no problem. Taking some burns. Getting droughted here, 24 on the drought counter, and Nenu 22 on the drought counter. So two completely independent games serving up long droughts for both players, and both of them surviving and getting Tetris.
Wow, and they Tetris at the same time. It's that Tetris hive mind.
Yeah, they're so connected. All right, something happened to Nenu's camera. Nenu, keep playing. You just keep playing, but Nenu's camera is sort of an issue. But we want Nenu to keep playing here. 387 for his game is still visible, but he is not. 388 for Nenu, 332 for Sharky.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like it was something out of his control, so I'm sure the judges will figure out what needs to be done, if anything.
Maybe this is what happens. Maybe Nenu has just turned to the dark side, and this is kind of what happens, right? So we don't know. He's going full-on Sith Lord right now. 437 for Nenu, 364 for Sharky. So big pace from Nenu and another Tetris from Nenu.
Yep. But yeah, that was an interesting coincidence. The double droughts and then them getting out at the same time. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah,
we'll see more of that definitely once we have our finals in December with same piece RNG.
Yep, 506 Nenu. We're approaching transition here. Sharky with a dirty Tetris in the third column. So yeah, everybody, we're going to play it out, no problem. Obviously, it looks like something outside his control, and he's still moving pieces, so there you go. Sharky's transition here, 445, probably a lower transition than, you're kind of looking for at these stakes.
Yeah, Nenu's scoring great right now. He's got 552 and hasn't even transitioned yet, so he's definitely at max out pace. And in the lead going into the transition. 2 more Tetrises ought to do it. There's one.
He's going to have to take a burn here.
He's going to have to burn and get it back down in order to score again. And he gets out of it nicely. Playfield's in great shape. Both players are nice and clean.
So 507 Sharky, 609 Nenu. Sharky with a Tetris. So about 3 Tetrises behind is Sharky right now. The game totally counts. I just want, Nenu, if he's listening to this game is going to count. The judges have said it counts.
Yeah, it might be helping him figure out what's going on. So
you just play your heart out, Nenu. We'll fix it all afterward.
The game's been pretty much in a 100,000 point lead situation for Nenu. Sharky's got some catching up to do. And Sharky's also 10 lines ahead, so Nenu's lead's even bigger than what the numbers say. And boom, Tetris for Sharky. He's got some nice tucks, makes it look easy.
Sharky have a little bit of burning to do. That's going to put him a little bit further behind as Nenu still Tetris ready and waiting.
Yeah, is Sharky gonna... he's looking to minimize the number of burning he had to do. Okay, now that sets him up to move the well back over to where it needs to be.
Great sequence. And Sharky just trying to stick around here, wait for the inevitable. Well, what he's hoping is the inevitable sort of slowdown from Nenu, but Nenu does not look like he's slowing down at all.
No, he's not. Pedal still to the metal.
That's right. 797 Nenu, 737 for Sharky.
It's almost like he's increasing his aggression at this point. It's different from the games we've seen him play previous.
Oh, he missed the S-spin down the right side. That's going to slow him down for about 4 to 6 lines.
Just a little bit. Yeah, there. He's Tetris ready again.
It's a little bit of an opening for Sharky if he can, maybe make back one of these Tetris, kind of difference.
Oh, Nenu's super clean right now. It's just on a tear. Sharky's playing a little high.
Sharky playing a drought here. 27 drought for Sharky. Survived. Trying to get set up again.
Nenu's board is in such great shape. He's down to the bottom and building for more.
Oh, and Sharky can't get a piece over to the right side. He was up a little bit too high. And Sharky's going to top out at 809, and Nenu is good. So Nenu... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, and Nenu's going to keep going, I guess, because I'm not sure if he's completely aware of everything that's going on, because what his computer's doing right now might be blinding him completely.
Yeah, exactly. So he's doing the right thing and just keep playing until he can't play anymore. So we have these players kind of dialing in. Well, not dialing in. That would be if it's like 1992, but whatever. They're streaming into us from
max out,
and there's the max out from Nenu, of course,
into the kill screen.
So we've got players coming from all over the world, all kinds of different setups, all different internet connections. So it's really a marvel that we're even able to do this at all. And we've had a couple of technical hiccups here and there, but so far, it's amazing what we've been able to accomplish not being here in person.
Mm-hmm. And it was all organized just really rapidly. Like I can't believe it got so well thought out and planned within that short amount of time.
So while they're fixing up Nenu, let's go ahead and let people know what is to come and when they should be here. So November 1st, that is tomorrow, we will be right back here with more Tetris, another block of 8. There are 8 blocks of 8. And so we've got 2 weekends of 2 days each and 2 channels. So that's somehow, if you do all that out, that's 2 cubed, and I think that's 8 last time I checked. So November 1st, we'll be right back here. That's tomorrow. And then next weekend, November 7th, November 8th, we'll be back here again. It'll be me and Chris and Chen and Shen over on the other channel. Or if we'll flip-flop, I don't know what we'll do, but who knows. And we'll be right back here to do all that. And then once that's all resolved on November 8th, we will have the top 8 return for the main event on December 6th. And that's the whole ball of wax. And they're going to ship out special carts, and it'll be a whole thing. Believe me, PricewaterhouseCoopers accounting is going to be on there making sure everything's good. No, they really won't. Why did I mention a brand name? I don't know. But anyway, so that's that is what's happening right now. In the meantime, they're fixing Nenu's cam and getting him all set up and all that. So
And just to mention what you'll be watching here tomorrow on Classic Tetris 1, it will be Group E with many stars that you may recognize: Eric ICX, Jesper, Huff, Jonas Neubauer. It says here Nib Nubs.
Wait, who's that? I never heard of that guy. Who's that guy?
Apparently he's representing Albacete, wherever that is.
Oh, interesting.
Red shirt, Fioden, Blank, and Yanni. So another, heavily international, highly diverse crew. Group E here on Classic Tetris 1. And why don't I go ahead and mention Classic Tetris 2 has Group G with Tristop, Alan Brodendamp, Asta, Ian, Alex. I think, is that Alex Kerr, or is that a different Alex?
I think it's a different Alex. Or is it the same? Oh, there's a couple Alexes floating around.
Oh, no. It just says Alex here.
It's one of the Alexes.
Yeah. Then Matt M. Is that Matt
Martin? Yep, from last year. Yep.
And Greg Boom and Hydrant.
Hydrant Dude, yes. He's one of my moderators in my Discord for Classic Tetris Monthly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, one of the funniest things when I was watching Classic Tetris Monthly, I think, was when there was the matchup like Dog versus Hydrant, and I was like, is it some kind of inside joke? And I was just like, well, those are actually their handles. Wow.
Yeah, no, that is their game. We had a lot of dogs in the community, so one of them was bound to run up against a Hydrant one of these days. So. Oh, it is Alex Kerr. All right, we're getting confirmation from random people in chat saying it's Alex Kerr. They really should put Kitaru. We are online, and he's known as Kitaru online. Obviously a pillar of the Tetris community, running TetrisConcept.net, obviously one of the biggest Tetris communities.
And at this point, one of our seasoned veterans. So
I know.
When we started, he was the hot new young star when we started, and now he's an expert, a veteran, and an integral part of our community.
All right, looks like we are set back up with Nenu. The inside dope here is I think he was using his phone as his cam, and the phone died or something, low battery. So that is what happened. So there you go. Inside baseball.
All right.
You got a couple of readies. Mm-hmm. And I feel like those are real readies, so I think we should go ahead and get this started. So here we go. 1-1 Nenu versus Sharky. Sharky needs 2 wins to seal this, and Nenu needs to win this match to force another match and then win that match too. I mean, it reminds me of like I don't know, like soccer in a way, because it's this long, kind of slag through, and you're just kind of, it's a real battle between two teams, and over a long period of time, and you got to believe that when you get through this whole gauntlet, gamut, whatever, like you are battle tested and ready to go.
Yeah, actually, it'll be interesting to see how endurance plays a factor for a lot of the different participants in this. Today is actually pretty long. Top 8 won't be as long as this, but this is really a test, and to see, is this we'll get some feedback and see, well, maybe is double elimination making it harder, or is it better, or is it something that we want to do in the future?
Yeah,
even for a live event.
It's definitely something that there was, a vocal group of players, throughout the years, and they will double elimination. They want that, and true, it's great for the players because it sort of reduces variance. If you have sort of an uncharacteristic or a game you think is uncharacteristic of you, you get to come back and try again and put up a real performance that you think is worthy of you, and so players will like it for that reason. But
the audience gets the matchups that they wouldn't normally have otherwise.
Yeah. On the other hand, it's like super tiring, right? So
yeah,
for the players, but it is a real test.
Mm-hmm. And for a live event, it would be even more grueling, because then you have to, move around more, and you have to arrange for people to be at the same place at the same time to get it all done. So the fact that people are kind of at home and scheduled to do this makes it a little bit easier. So we'll see how this pans out in different arrangements.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about your hotel and getting back, and where's my Uber and all that. You just roll over, go right to bed, which I plan on doing.
Yeah, I do kind of miss the parties though, and just seeing everybody.
Well, it'll all be back, and who knows? Maybe we'll make some secret Zoom parties and get crunk or something. Who knows? So 255 for
Shark-
Nenu, 197 for Sharky, getting high up there. But
Sharky playing way up there for Das.
Yeah. And yeah, Nenu with about a 50,000 point lead here over Sharky in the early goings. And Sharky again, pushing down, so he's going to be playing a little bit in the future.
Yeah, so Nenu with a little bit bigger of a lead than the numbers say. Halfway to transition. It's gonna have to cause a few burns there for Nenu.
Yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, Chris, I mean, if this were not double elimination, Nenu would have been gone by now, right? But I don't think there's anybody that would say, well, Nenu is a person who deserves to go out in the first round, right? I mean, so it's good that he's getting his shot here, and it also says, hey, Sharky, you've got to prove that you're not on some miraculous run here that you can back this up.
No, Sharky is definitely proving his talent and consistency now. So that he didn't go through easy players either. So
oh God, no. I mean, of course, almost. I don't think there's anybody in this field that's an easy player.
Yeah, our brackets are so stacked; it's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's just a testament to how our preliminary qualifiers were. That was just a big test in itself.
Sharky going through a bit of a drought here, 27 line piece droughts, fighting his way through it, and you got to be able to do that. The game can throw you this at any given time. There is no, unlike modern Tetris, there's no coating there to make sure that the RNG's rough edges are smooth, sanded off. It is not that at all. This game can not give you a long bar and not give you one for a very long time. So you have to play in such a way that doesn't automatically just say, "Oh, I guess I lost. I didn't get a long bar." Right? You've got to be able
it's
to
part of the skill, being able to deal with that, and that's something that Jonas proved early on when he was just the undisputed champion in his time. Ooh, Sharky with a missed shift there.
Yeah, should be able to get a Tetris here and keep this low enough that we can burn this away. No problem. 454 Sharky, 505 Nenu. Sharky coming up on transition. And just really prioritizing getting into transition. And he's going to set up for a Tetris.
And Sharky into the transition. Nenu still with a slight lead, point-wise. But since Sharky's almost like 20 lines, that's about 13 lines ahead now. And Nenu with a really clean board. He's going to be able to get a couple of Tetrises before transition on max out pace here. And Nenu goes into transition. 581k. Comfortable lead. 85,000 point lead. Sharky's board's mainly clean, but he's building one off of the field. He's going to keep that well. Yeah, it's a little riskier.
Yeah, and he was kind of stretching the limits of Das with how high that ninth column was defining that well. But able to get a piece over. Maybe if it were one or two higher, he wouldn't have been able to without a hyper jump.
Yeah.
Sharky's really looking for an opportunity here to just have Nenu slow down a bit, and so that Sharky can just start to chip into this lead. But we've seen from Nenu that is not something Nenu does very easily.
No, Sharky's maximizing. He's using every opportunity. He did some hyper jolting right there, getting those pieces over. He wanted to get that block one more over to the left, but he's still a bit safe. As long as he gets the right pieces to be able to burn that off, he's gonna have to do it from the top, and he does. Ooh, he had to cover up as well there. He'll survive, but his scoring potential just dropped a bit.
Yeah,
and he's drilling back down.
Some pull vaults to get some of these pieces into place here.
Yeah, Nenu is not letting up at all. Wow. nice dig by Sharky. I mean, it wasn't even that much of a dig, but the amount of timing he had to have to be so precise to get those burns.
There's a way in which tapping is very forgiving in the sense of, you kind of mess up on one piece. Well, it doesn't really affect your ability that much to move the next piece, but DATS is very different than that. And
you lose your DATS charge and it's over.
Yeah, your next several pieces will be a real challenge. And so it's such precision required to keep it charged and ready. And also to recognize when you lose it. Wow.
That was an amazing spin by Sharky. That was tight. And then he's rewarded with a Tetris after. Sharky is just on fire now. Even if he's behind by points, just seeing those line clears done. Amazing.
Yeah, now Sharky is back by about a Tetris and a half, Tetris and 2/3, but that line differential here.
Now it's definitely a factor. So skillfully burning that back down. Wow.
And with Sharky's movement, it's almost like he's like starting a chainsaw, and just whipping that energy into the pieces. And he's got to stay.
He's trying to build a well there.
He's got to, and he gets the Tetris.
For Sharky, and that is the kill screen. Let's see how much he can do post 29. Oh, he did so. That was valiant. That was Tetris heroics on display there. Wonderful performance, but Nenu's just not letting up one bit, still playing. Wow, GG's. Amazing fight there. That was one for the highlight reel. Just seeing Sharky survive those situations and so skillfully burn and dig. What a show.
Yep, so Nenu is good, and Nenu is topped out here. Thumbs up from Nenu. He's such a nice kid. Both of them are really. But Nenu now a 2-1 advantage in this match over Sharky. Now again, don't forget, if Nenu wins, Nenu will reset the bracket, and everybody will have lost one game in the entire, at least one game in the entire bracket. And then this is a true resetting, and then winner take all match that would be forced. Sharky only has to win this one match, and it would be over, and Sharky would clinch it. So,
but for the first time, Nenu actually has, a bit of breathing room. Like, he hasn't had that till just this match, and this 1 point advantage here.
That's right. He's got a game to give away here. Would prefer to close it out right here and force that bracket reset.
But think about this. No one has played, at the end of the day, Nenu's going to have played more games than any of the other competitors.
Mm-hmm. That's right. No matter what happens. And that's just, it's got to be a factor. But that's what this whole contest was designed for, right? It's skill. It's, how much you know about stacking. It's your endurance. It's the total package. And I think once we get to the end of this entire process in December, and you add in, all right, who's going to learn what from, what experience they had, and all that stuff in together, you will crown. This is not to take anything away from previous world champions, because I think they're pretty decisive. But I think in a lot of ways, it's a very definitive championship here.
Yes. And being able to have that opportunity to fight your way out of a loser's bracket, that's new to us. And I'm seeing a different dimension here. And there's the fight that you have right in front of you, and then you've got the long haul. And Nenu's definitely proven that he can excel at that.
And don't forget, what time it is in where Nenu is in Indonesia. I don't know what time it is, but I know it's really early and weird time for him to play. But it's we had to get up super early in the morning, ungodly hour, and he's still continuing to go. So his whole sleep schedule is fighting against him as well.
And being having hyper tap ability, if that's a factor in endurance, then having double elimination and longer event times and more tests might actually be a disadvantage for hypertapping in a way, because you actually have to be able to maintain that skill for longer periods of time. So who knows, maybe a new meta will form where DAS players are gonna kick back and get through their 20 matches when we have a 128 man bracket, nice and easy, while the hyper tappers are we might have to start up a a Tetris triage station for carpal tunnel, and
Yeah,
have to have new waivers to sign. And
yeah, exactly. Sharky in a little bit of trouble here, but some nice pieces here to clear this down. Sharky's able to wait this out, and he will be able to burn this down basically to the bottom. And he's open for a Tetris and gets it. And that's got to feel good. So he's back by 42,000 points, about a Tetris, about just under 2 Tetrises. No one for Nenu to pile on.
Nenu's super clean right now. Sharky's led to the double, some line dependencies there. He'll be able to fill that in.
Yeah, Sharky was really in danger of topping out during that sequence. He was up high, he was getting droughted, and then just sort of the spiral, but he was able to kind of stay with it, and he's still here.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time. Nenu's pulled ahead quite a bit. He's going to get Sharky might get a dirty Tetris here. Yep. That cover is well up, but shouldn't be anything he won't be able to clear easily. Oh, it's got the alternating burn shelf for a bit, but he clears it easily.
He just needs to get rid of that one block over the right side. Well, it'll only be good for a triple, but it'll take some pressure off his stack.
Nate digs out from the top, and he's open.
All right, but he finds himself in an 83,000 point hole against Nenu. And he's also 12 lines ahead again. Sort of a factor here. And in terms of the hyper tapping, the other issue too is, that it is physical exertion in a way that DAS is not. You're going to have sore hands after this much, but really, the hyper tappers generally shake their entire, arms, like either at the shoulder or at the elbow more commonly. And you're going to get sore. And, when some of them do report that they get sore, so they have to take breaks. So that is also going to be a factor. So you could see that shifting to maybe players will learn DAS for the early levels and reserve 19 hyper tapping for 19.
I actually think, I think when I was doing either commentary or I was being interviewed at the preliminaries for, I think it was 2017. It was at the event in Southern California. I actually qualified. I qualified an 8th seed, and then Harry Hong destroyed me. And at that event, I was like, hyper tapping is the future, but I actually think that it's going to be a combination. After seeing all that's been happening in the scene, it's going to be a combination of those skills that's really going to be the next generation.
All right, Sharky up high here.
Ooh, yeah.
He's kind of in a situation. He needs one more line bar to clear out. He's open on the right side. Still not out of the woods yet. Needs something, and it's hard for him to burn. So yeah, he's closed off that right side, and he might be done. And he's getting pieces over to the left. Unbelievable for the DAS player. There's tapping going on here.
Wow.
Unbelievable. He opens up the right side, and he's up this high. And I don't know what he can do on that left. How is he getting that piece over? And he needs a long bar for the right. It's just not coming at the right time. And Sharky is topped out, and Nenu has forced a bracket reset.
Nenu is just on a tear now, and Sharky's been making some valiant digs.
How did he? I don't know how he was doing that stuff on the left. It wasn't DAS. It was like double quick taps. It's hyper tapping at that point.
Yeah. It is the combination that I was just starting to talk about, and having the skill to be able to conserve your energy with DAS and being able to tap when you need it. That's going to be an emerging skill.
Wow.
For GG's. And now, we're having to get some endurance on Sharky's side because he's playing a game that he wouldn't normally have had to.
So this is it. Everyone in the bracket has lost at least one match at this point. So this is
It is a bloodbath on Halloween.
How long were you waiting to say that, Chris? All right, there we go. All right, we've got to reset everything here. We have reset the matches. We've reduced all the hearts. And now players need to indicate that they are ready. And they're ready to jump right back in. Shockingly, I would have needed a few minutes here. But they're jumping in.
Mm-hmm.
Whew.
Like they said in that one promo, it's Halloween and there will be blocks. Here we go. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
You're really good at that. I admire this a lot. What a turn of events here. Sharky gets up to a 1-0 lead against Nenu. Nenu comes back and just roaring back here with 3 straight games, and now it is anybody's ball game. I mean, this is it. You win, you're in. You lose, you're out.
But Nenu's just on a momentum tear. I mean, to come back losing early and then having to fight all the way back. I mean, it wasn't someone who won and then, they had to do a couple of loser bracket matches. He had to do them all.
Yeah. Yeah, so what a battle between these players, and these are gladiators of the mind. And here's like Sharky with a Tetris. He's up by a Tetris and a half now. You can tell he's locked in, he's focused. Earlier games he was kind of more at ease and kind of bopping around, but right now he's staring deeply into these pieces, focusing really hard. He's getting up high here and getting droughted again. Oh, and a mischief from Sharky.
Mischief. And he's able to dig back down.
Great.
Still in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, good placements from Sharky to get out of this, but having to put a few Minos on top of his gaps here, which is always Monka S, as the kids say.
And finally digging back down to safety. And he's open.
The long bar, that'll be a nice looking J, and he's got the Tetris, and all right,
Yeah.
he can release a little bit.
Yep.
Just unclench a little bit. But he finds himself now one Tetris hole where he was up by a Tetris and a half, so that gave Nenu an opportunity to get right back in it.
Here we are neck and neck. Even the pull down speed isn't that different this time. They're only 6 lines apart.
That's right. Let's see if the Sharky continues to push down. It does look like he's going to. Nenu with a Tetris. I mean, this one was, really just destined to go as long as it possibly could. I mean, how many deciders and reverse sweeps, and now we've got a bracket reset and a double. These guys will now be playing their 3rd match against one another. So, incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at our schedule now. We were supposed to start the second group at 1:30 p.m. and now it's 7:30 p.m. my time. So, if we were in Portland, it'd be like 2 a.m. now.
Yeah, you bet. Well, this is why you can't do, double elim and all that kind of stuff there, and the 64-player bracket. So, who knows? Maybe sometime down the line there'll be sort of a hybrid with early rounds, done online and then, finished up, maybe top 16 or top something. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a tough thing because, people also want to travel out to qualify, for the experience of taking the shot.
I think it'll be some kind of combination. You'll be able to qualify both online and to do something like this online, or show up in person. There'll be a certain number of slots. You can see that happening.
Sharky with another drought here, able to survive it and get a Tetris. He's in the lead by about 2/3 of a Tetris.
Really close game, though. Wow.
Boom, Tetris for Sharky, and there's another one for Sharky. So he's now up by a couple of Tetrises here after Nenu Tetris.
Just like that, yeah.
And keeping it safe with that double wide well on the right side, willing to take a couple of burns here, to set up for a Tetris at any given time, which kind of makes sense, I guess, against, kind of DAS player. You would expect to have a little bit of an advantage where you don't have to play as aggressive. And Sharky really has to kind of not let up. That's really kind of the disadvantage that Sharky's at. Just, DAS player. But on the other hand, he's got all these hyper tapping tricks that he's pulling out, and able to execute with them. So is it a disadvantage? Is it not? I mean, who knows? I don't know what he's doing over there, but it's got him this far.
Yeah. He's definitely, when it comes down to surviving, then it was a mischief there.
Multiple droughts for each player here, and both resolved.
And Sharky's board's in great shape now, going into transition. Nenu's got to clean that up. He's got about 12 lines to do it. It's going to affect his score, and Sharky's ahead right now. Nenu going to clear that all out in time. Got 5 lines. Transition. It's mostly clean. It's manageable height. And there we go. Tripled it out. Transitioned with a clean board. Didn't do anything too aggressive there. And we're off to level 19 speed.
Sharky with about 3 Tetris lead.
Nanu with a sigh, getting his momentum back there. Free from the dig. Boom, Tetris for Sharky, winding the lead to about 80,000 points. And both players have clean fields. Sharky up by about 10 lines, so it's a little bit closer than it may seem. And Nenu opting not to go for a center well, instead to clear it out and rebuild the well on the right. Sharky up by 100,000 points now. Nenu with a clean board though, so taking a triple there. Conservative, but into a Tetris, so he's able to score a bit back there, but Sharky right back into it. 100,000 points still in the lead with a clean board. He needs to fill out that left side though, and instead of he smartly Tetris to bring it down a bit, and he's gonna do a couple of quick burns. Nothing too wasteful. Playing a bit high, but okay, he's burning it down. Just gets the right pieces. It's like nice and clean now. Ooh. Oh, and he wasn't able to clear that out, so he's got a double. He's in survival mode again, playing very high. And nice dig. Clutch play there. And safe for just a moment. Need the line bar really badly.
And getting droughted for it.
He got droughted.
Get it. He's going to top out, and Nenu is already ahead.
Nenu still just tearing through it. Not letting up, and it's enough to take that first round from the bracket reset. Still with all the momentum is Nenu. But Sharky just showing amazing survival skills. We are seeing a clinic in Tetris survival. And wow, Sharky's putting on a show. I mean, win or lose, these are going to be highlight reels.
Yeah, you bet. All right, we're waiting on a ready from these players. Once we get it, we will get into game 2 here of match 3, ultimately, between these players. But after the bracket reset, we've got a new finals, and they are ready, so let us get it started.
Two, one, Tetris, Tris.
It never gets old. I love it. I could never do that. I'm gonna practice that for tomorrow.
All right. No, that's cool. I wanna. It's fun when we play off each other. So, ooh, nice line spin by Sharky.
I do like the line spin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in a lot of ways, I kind of wish I didn't know there were droughts. You know what I mean? Like, that's what kind of, you know, just kind of want to believe that there aren't any droughts and the game giveth, you know, whatever it has. And no, I mean, it's just, yeah, you got to prepare. A lot of this game is just drought management, being ready for anything, and just being able to survive when these droughts happen.
Yeah. You know, as our previous generation of champions proved, you know, it's not all RNG. You definitely can have the skill to play in such a way that the droughts won't kill you, and that's why we had Jonas as a 7-time champion. You don't get to be the 7-time world champion without the skills to be able to survive those droughts.
Nenu getting up a little bit high above where the next box would be, so just taking a couple of doubles here to burn. Sharky with a Tetris on the right side. And Nenu with a Tetris, already set up for another one. There it is.
Sharky getting enough long bars to complete that combo. And we are still neck and neck. Line count's exactly the same.
Trading the lead back and forth. Nenu with a Tetris, Sharky with a Tetris.
Slight misshift by Nenu. He's gonna have to dig just a bit to clear those holes out.
And here's a chance for Sharky to make some of this back. If he can just get a long bar one of these centuries.
Yeah, he's got the double wide though, so he's safe. Boom, Tetris for Sharky. Still neck and neck.
Yeah, interesting placements by Sharky here. And yeah, we can't really burn in those like second and third from the bottom. So he gets a Tetris here, but has a couple of holes. This is going to slow him down while he tries to burn this out. He's got a 1 Tetris lead, but Nenu is set up.
And yeah, we're not seeing a whole lot of burning from Sharky. So, I mean, overall, his game is pretty aggressive. He's doing the best he can with what he's given. And he opts to take the triple, the dirty triple, instead of building a full Tetris. I think he's going to try to burn it down. Nenu with another misshift. You're seeing a little bit more misshifting for both players. So, you know, even with or without hyper tapping, you're playing enough of a game, any game, with a controller is going to take a physical toll, and we might be seeing that.
Yep, fatigue a factor.
Boom, Tetris for Nenu.
And also, sort of just the emotional toll, right? It's a long day, frustration sets in, you get a couple of droughts at the wrong moment, and you sort of take that. We'll start to take that personally, but you've got to be able to have sort of the mental wherewithal to say, okay, what can I do from here on in and put all that behind me? Sharky's going to clear up on the right side. Tetris ready.
And boom, Tetris for Sharky, and boom, Tetris for Nenu. Going back and forth here in a very close game here. Getting within that 30 lines to transition range. Nenu pulling ahead slightly. Sharky set up for Tetris. Oh, Sharky having to do a couple of burns. Nothing too dangerous yet. But this is where you want to get your board in perfect order.
Nice patience from Sharky to make sure that he's able to keep that well open. And it pays off. Tetris for him. So still within, about a Tetris. Then who's going to open it back up, though. And Sharky's got a little bit of work to do to get Tetris ready again. And then another Tetris.
And going into transition with the next Tetris. He has to burn for double here. Whew. And yeah, the close as well there, so it's in survival mode again. He's gonna need some decent pieces.
Getting that piece over the left, not easy here. Pulling the ripcord to do it.
Yeah. Survive. Ooh, barely pole vaulted that. I mean, you can't really pole vault a block, but the timing that he used there enabled him to survive.
Oh,
he needs the line.
Wow.
Rival skills here. He's gonna need some good pieces. He needs a line over on the right.
Ooh, and Sharky's gonna hang out and just drought it again, and just sort of long bars not when he needed him, and not getting them when he did. And Sharky tops out 441. Nenu is gonna get the heart.
And Nenu is one match away or one game away from winning the entire bracket here. Winning so many games, like Nenu's win-loss ratio and over the last few games has just been ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, and you can, Sharky obviously giving it everything he has. You can tell, just emotionally, physically.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, win or lose, like the kind of survival skills that Sharky's been putting on demonstration here are amazing. They're going to be, they're going to be clipping this on Twitch. It's going to be great.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, whoever ends up winning is going to go to the top 8, which means whoever doesn't win will end up with a top 16 finish. But let me tell you something. In the history of CTWC, these will be the hardest fought top 16 finishes you will ever see.
I think already, both Nanu and Sharky have fought more matches than any other previous CTWC contender had to fight through to win.
That's right.
So
it looks like Sharky trying to get himself into sort of the right headspace here, taking the time that he needs to just make sure that he can reset, refocus on what he needs to do. Nenu's here, ready. Sharky says ready. Let's go ahead and count this down. Get them underway. Nenu up 2 games to none over Sharky in a deciding match for this bracket group.
3, 2, 1, Tetris.
It's I love it every time. It's so good, and Nenu likes it too. Look at him, see, he's smiling. He heard it.
Yeah, we want to. Wow, this is going to be a night to remember. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, to an epic night of Halloween Tetris, and all these players for also participating.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to do. I mean, after this, I'm going to be stress eating tiny Butterfingers for hours. Let me tell you that. And leftover Halloween candy. Nenu with the Tetris, so it's still neck and neck here. Early goings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder if Sharky needs to make any adjustments to kind of not let those situations happen where he has to be in survival mode all the time. What would happen if you just kind of play safer against Nenu? But Nenu's always got this foot on the gas, so you almost kind of have to.
Yeah, he doesn't let up. I mean, there's just no rest for the weary against a player like Nenu, who can just keep it going and going and going.
Yeah, and I'll say it again. He's had to fight more matches than anyone else thus far. He had to fight through the losers bracket and play more games than anyone else, and he's just still going. And yet, all the momentum is just all there.
Right, so Nenu up by about 2/3 of a Tetris right now, but stack is a little bit dependent. Sharky with a clean stack, but high, having to take a triple.
Really nice flip there by Sharky. Ooh. He needs something that faces the correct. Yeah, okay, he finally got one. Laying it flat.
Yeah, you can see him trying to avoid taking these triples, because every time you take a triple, you're just burning away your ability to Tetris.
And
later.
boom, Tetris for Sharky, and boom, Tetris for Sharky again. That was having 2 long bars in a row just to pay off for all that digging. That must have been amazing.
Yeah, huge moment for Sharky to get those back to safety, but almost just as quickly building right back up again. Pedal to the metal for Sharky. Super aggressive, high builds. He does have a little bit of a double well on the top of his Tetris well, so
yeah,
it'll afford him some burns. Maybe a little frustration setting in for Sharky in the course of these matches here, but
that was really well executed, and he held out for the long bars, and they came. So
yep, Sharky with the lead here.
Play lead. Mm-hmm.
Yep, Tetris and a half. But again, 12 lines ahead, so it's a bit closer than the score would indicate.
Yeah, Sharky playing really solid right now. This is what he needs. Stay out of having to be in survival mode all the time, and get those pieces over to score instead of to survive.
Nice adjustment for Sharky to make room for an L piece, or J piece. See, I did it too. Sharky with a good board here. He's got that little lip there to fill in, but again, having to take some burns here.
Another drought.
keeping pace with Nenu here, despite sort of the line difference, which is 6-10 at any given time. Bang Tetris Sharky, 340, back in the lead by half a Tetris. But he's going to have to build up a little bit and take a few burns.
Nenu had a slight misshift there, so he's going to have to do a little bit of digging. This is Sharky's opportunity now to catch up in the score.
He needs to fill out that right side, which he does. He gets a Tetris. Tetris and a half lead.
Yep.
Nenu had to
And
cover.
Nenu actually dug out of that pretty fast. So Sharky just had a moment to catch up, and he did.
Well, yeah, with how fast these guys can sort of get themselves into and out of trouble, it's like every little opportunity you get, you got to take.
Yeah. Our chat's just going wild. This is a fight to remember. Nenu built up nice and big now. Gets Tetris. Still neck and neck. We're going to be neck and neck into transition, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we are getting up high there. Sharky, a little bit of sort of indecision, last second adjustment there, but Sharky going to burn his stack down, at least give him something workable on level 19. He's going to sort of encapsulate a gap there, though, which is not what he wants to do.
Yeah, a single, is... Okay, well, he's got... Oh, man, misshift there.
Right, this is still low and workable.
Yeah, he burned that roof right off.
Sharky at 453, Nenu with a slight lead here. Sharky 14 lines ahead.
Sharky having some gaps to deal with.
He's fighting so hard here.
That isn't solvable.
And there isn't anything he can do. And Nenu is going to get the heart. And Nenu will be moving on to the top 8. Wow. Wow.
Nenu with the endurance and with, I mean, that's like bigger than a reverse sweep, because that was like a reverse sweep starting from the loser's bracket, going into the winner's bracket, and just continuing the tear on.
Well, yeah, it was Sharky who put Nenu into the loser's bracket in the first place, and then Nenu who had to come back and win 2 games against Sharky in order to get into the top 8, which he does. Unbelievable performance from Nenu and from Sharky. Believe me, take nothing away from Sharky and get your GGs out for both players. We have a winner going to the main event, and it is Nenu. Fought so hard to get here, had to play more games than anybody. Sharky did everything he could to...
Just amazing performances. I mean, people are going to be taking clips out of these games. Just Tetris like we've never seen. I've seen survival like I've never seen before tonight, thanks to Sharky and also Nenu's perseverance in so many matches. I'm just floored. This has been, wow, just if this is the start of our CTWC and we haven't even seen so many of our stars play yet, wow, what an opening day. Happy Halloween, everyone. Boom Tetris for all of us.
Unbelievable. What an incredible performance. Losing to Sharky to get into the loser's bracket, then coming back to win against Tugi, Opox, Polio, and then Sharky twice. What a long road. And, starting at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning.
No kidding.
And it's now 9 a.m., 10 a.m. in the morning. What? I mean, this guy he could go right to sleep. I don't know. What are you still doing awake, Nenu? Go to sleep. Well, wow. What an unbelievable...
Nice. That's a smile of a champion there. So good to see.
What an unbelievable event, Chris. It was really such a pleasure to work with you. And why don't you go ahead and whatever. I mean, we've got a bunch of people to thank, or just anything you want to say, or...
I wasn't given a script for this, but, thanks to definitely our audience here, in the stream and on Twitch, future people who will be watching the clips of this, maybe even on ESPN in the future, who knows? But definitely we have to thank the organizers of this tournament, who we call the Long Bars, Adam, Trey, and Vince, especially for bringing this all together so fast and with so much passion and so much thought put into it to make sure it was fair and exciting and just a well-produced event for all of us. You know, we're all been separated by all the events that have been happening in this world, but having something like this, having us connect together with a game that we love so much, it's truly an honor to be a part of this.
Yeah, do we want... do we... Oh, thanks, Vandy and Chris Tang. Oh, aren't you very sweet? Look at that guy. Do we want to try to get Nenu in here, maybe, and just see if we can, kind of get a few words from Nenu? Do you want to try to jump into this? Can you see this Stream One live channel in the CTWC Discord?
Yeah, we could do an interview if you want.
Yeah,
not sure if you're mic'd up.
If he want, I don't know if he's mic'd up or if he can jump in Discord. You know, we've got people here, and you know, maybe we can get a few words out of Nenu. If not, that's okay too. So how do we get him into this chat here? Can I just add him? Oh my god.
That's what we were messing around with in our tests, and I think it worked.
Yeah, I dragged people from one. How do I get Nenu in here? Do I have to give him a role? Hold on. Just don't go anywhere, Nenu. I'm gonna give you a role. Who knew I would have to administer Discord while I was here? But
it's good to do this now. I mean, get it out of the way, and we'll be able to have smooth sailing in the future.
Yeah, you can leave your video on Google. You don't have to do anything there. I just got to get you into this chat here. Can someone help me out and try to? Why am I not able to do this? Oh, roles. Let me give him the commentator voice role real briefly. And then, Nenu, do you see Stream One live in Discord? Yeah, he's in here. And then you just need to get your voice up going in Discord.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Nenu.
Hi.
Nenu, congratulations for being the champion of Group B.
Oh, thank you.
So I'm not sure if you heard us talking about this, but you have had to play more matches than anyone else in the tournament thus far. How do you feel? Are you tired? Are you excited?
My hands was shaking.
Yeah, I could totally understand that. Wow.
I can barely tap again.
I bet. Well, you're gonna have a little bit of time. This is Vandy here. You have a little bit of time before you have to tap again at all. So you're gonna be coming back here on December 6th to play in the top 8. Now, when you were knocked out initially early on by Sharky, how were your spirits? Did you think you were going to be able to make it all the way through this field of talented players again?
My goal was top 16, so yeah, I kinda sure I'm going to be in the top 16. But
hey Vandy,
yeah.
The chat's saying that the music is going over our interview, so do you have control of that?
Yeah, totally. Music is gone. There you go. Goodbye, music.
Cool.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so Nenu, and then did you what's probably your most memorable moment, or the moment that stands out in your mind in terms of playing Tetris here, in terms of the Tetris? Was there something that you think clinched the tournament for you?
I mean, I don't know the last 2 sets. I just play Tetris. I don't care anymore because I want to sleep as soon as possible.
Yeah, no question.
Which opponent, which of the challengers you had to face today do you think was the hardest one?
Sharky, definitely. He just pulled some, I don't know, impossible quick tap. I don't know how he put that over.
Yeah,
right.
Shouldn't keep Nenu too long because this guy needs to sleep. But Nenu,
absolutely.
What will you do between now and the top 8 to prepare?
Yeah, play Tetris, I guess.
That's the right answer.
That's it. Well, wonderful, Nenu. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And yeah, congratulations. And you should just get some sleep, dude. Like, we shouldn't keep you any longer. So you did really well. And we can't wait to see you take your place in the top 8 and see what you can do there. So congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Nenu.
Thanks, Chris.
One of our top 8 going in to our grand finals in December.
That was so much fun yet tiring.
We were gonna say, it's
Ooh.
a new dimension to the tournament. You have to play so many matches now. It's going to be endurance, and you're leading the edge. You've got that over everybody else so far. No one's had to play as much as you, and you've proven that you can do it.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, we should let him go, Chris. I think now
We will see you in December. We actually hope to see you maybe in 2021 or 2022. Maybe we'll have live events again. We can send you to Portland.
Oh, sure, it will be exciting.
Yeah. Well, I'll take up the fund if that's what it takes to get him there. That's for sure.
I'm sure. Yeah, with our support,
Be.
so we'll find one way. People find a way. Jeff Moore sent him the NES to be able to play the game on. So,
and
who knows?
And
the help can come from somewhere. Yeah, and thanks to Boom Tetris for Jeff for making this moment possible. What a story! To be able to help a champion rising up, needing the hardware, and helping make it happen. What a story! The legacy of Boom Tetris for Jeff it's forever cemented now in multiple ways. And you here on Twitch have seen it happen live.
No doubt.
This community is amazing, man.
Cool. Well, thanks so much, Nenu.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
All right. So I don't know if we were trying to get someone else in here at all or not. I think it's a producer's decision. So let me just go ahead and here, let's boot Nenu out of here. Sorry, Nenu. You're out of here.
No worries.
All right. I'm booting him. There we go. I hope I didn't kick him out of the server. I might have kicked him out of the server. I don't know what I'm doing. That's what you get for winning. You get kicked out of the server, Nenu. So, all right. Well,
but hey, top 8. He's already got that Tetris money. So
yeah, what a long day, Chris. Amazing. I don't know if we're gonna try to get someone else in here. If I don't know if Sharky wanted to be in here, but if somebody wants to throw him in here, that's fine. I can also imagine that maybe he wouldn't want to or does want to, but some folks in chat wanting to see it happen, but who knows, where if you really want to be. So
okay, I looked at the chat and Vince says to wrap it up.
All right.
So tomorrow's matches, once again, I'll recap those. Here on Classic Tetris 1, we'll have Eric ICX, Jesper, Huff, Jonas Neubauer, the 7-time Tetris World Champion, former champion, Red Shirt, Fioden, Blank, and Yanni. And over on Classic Tetris 2, we've got Tristop, Ellen, aka Brodendamp, Asta, Ian, Alex Kerr, Matt Martin, Greg Boom, and Hydrant. And the action starts first on Classic Tetris 2 at 11 a.m. And then over on Classic Tetris 1, or here on Classic Tetris 1, we start here at 12 noon PST. Now, keep in mind that in America, daylight savings time changes over between today and tomorrow. So right now it's PDT, but tomorrow it's going to be PST. So depending on what part of the country you live in, it's going to be back 1 hour. So make sure you set your clocks tonight and that you're tuning in at the right time. Maybe even show up a little bit early just in case. But yeah, that's tomorrow, and we'll have another weekend of action next weekend on November 7th and 8th. And I'll give a shout out once again to our sponsors, Tetris Official, for being our official sponsor and providing us with cash prizes and supporting us every year, making our event as official and legit as possible. It's great to be able to represent Tetris. And also to Enhance Games for their game Tetris Effect Connected, coming soon to Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and PC, especially with the CTWC inspired classic challenge mode.
Yeah. Definitely
looking forward to that. And to the new documentary series coming out. What's the Best of 5 now on Kickstarter? The Classic Tetris Champions. So definitely check that out on Kickstarter. It's going to be a new story, and it was documented back in 2014, but it's going to be updated with new technology and trade vision and all sorts of great stuff. And seeing the story of our champions thrive and evolve and to take us to where we are today in the competitive community, definitely check that out and help support the new film series Best of 5, the Classic Tetris Champions. Once again, thank you to all you fans out there for helping support us in the Classic Tetris community, and we'll see you all tomorrow. And I'd love to give one big shout out and thanks to Keith Vandeweller for being my partner in crime here on this stream. It was an honor working with the godfather of the online competitive Tetris scene, helping build our community and making all of this possible, because we wouldn't have been able to bring Classic Tetris online, in the World Championships format without that expertise and advice and help through the process. So thank you so much, Keith, for being there for us and helping us to grow.
Oh, wow. You're way too nice, and I deserve none of what you said, but I'll take it. That's for sure. So thank you so much, Chris. And honestly, none of this stuff would at all be possible with all the hype and excitement that you have brought to this thing for, 10 years, 11 years? How many years? A lot of years.
Too many, but I love it. I love if I told myself back then, we would be what we are today, I wouldn't believe it. It's just amazing that we're able to reach everybody the way we have and create new champions and new generations of players to enjoy and love a game that all connects us.
So I think we were going to bring Chris, we did this whole wrap up thing, and I think people were trying to wrangle Sharky in here to answer a couple questions. Are you okay with, let's say that was the end of the official broadcast, but we're going to bring in Sharky here and ask a couple of questions. So all right, so that was the wrap. So this isn't awkward at all. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can get Sharky in. Do we need to give him a role here?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hey, Sharky.
Hey.
There he is. So you are here, and what an experience you had. You barreled through the winner's bracket. Maybe, I think you're a person who has a lot of confidence, but I think maybe even to some extent, maybe surprised yourself a little bit with how you barreled through.
Really, my only goal coming into this tournament was to do better than last year, so win my first match.
Yeah, well, you did that.
Everything else was bonus.
And then some. So amazing performance today. You barreled through some pretty good players here. I mean, you got through Opox, Nenu, of course, to get this far. And then Paul Yao. Not easy. And then, this epic slugfest with Nenu that went 2 rounds here. So talk me through what you're feeling, what you're thinking, where your head's at.
It is funny because 3 months back, after I lost to Nenu and CTM, he has said, see you at CTWC finals. And technically that was the bracket finals. So I was just like, he actually called it that we'd be playing each other. But prior to today, I didn't want a match against Nenu. I lost every single match. And so beating him once and then having to go up against him again, I'm like, oh, man.
He had to earn that right to face you again, too. I mean, he had to tear through all the losers bracket. And wow. And I just loved seeing your survival skills. You've pulled off some things I've never seen possible. And we were just like, how did he get that piece over? Even things that hyper tappers do, you're able to survive beyond that. So I don't know what you got that no one knows about, but it's something special.
Thank you, Chris. And honestly, it was an honor to have you and Van Muller commentate over my games. It was truly an honor, since you didn't get a chance to last year.
No kidding. I actually wanted to do that, and I'm honored to play that role too.
So, hey, Sharky, just, when you're ripping these pieces left and right, obviously Sharky known as DAS player with his hyper jolt, which is, basically a quick tap with your whole body and maybe sometimes 2 quick taps, right? So what we're seeing from you, is this sort of an evolution of more tapping technique at the top of the board? Is that what we're seeing from you?
Honestly, I don't know. It's just people call me the fake DAS player, and so I hold up to that name. Because some of the stuff I do, you wouldn't think that DAS can do it. So I just call myself the fake DAS player now.
That's fantastic.
Well, there's a lot of people out there who are excited about the future because of what you can do with DAS, representing that style of play, and giving hope to people have different styles that they're a fan of. So, there's a lot of people out there who are looking up to it, and keep up the good work is all I've got to say. We'll be seeing,
Thank you, Chris.
more of you, long into the future. And once again, thanks so much for what you do for our community, with your Classic Tetris Gauntlet events and the videos that you make on YouTube, and how active you are in content creation. You're really a shining example of what someone can do in this community to not only be a champion and a player, but someone who sets a prime example of what Classic Tetris can be. As a
Thank you,
positive
Chris Tang. I mean, it wouldn't never happen if you never inspired me with your commentary and that one match in 2018. So you got to take some of the credit for all that I do as well.
Take the credit. Take the credit, Chris.
It's the love we all have for the game.
People are so scant with credit nowadays. Take it when you can get it, believe me. But all right, Sharky. So we're going to see you. This is not the last we're seeing of you, CTWC. Talk about your ongoing involvement with CTWC this year, 2020.
Well, I am going to be commentating all of the silver bracket, which is, the next 32 seeds after the top 64. And I believe round 0 or round 1, I'll be having Chris Bidwell. Too many Chris's.
I know.
And and then following round 1, it'll be me and JD that will be doing the rest of the commentary. So that's exciting.
Wow.
Yeah. Joseph Saley, for those of you who don't know him as JD, they will be sitting in with Sharky. That should be pretty poggers. I will definitely watch for sure. Sharky, maybe kind of quiet now and kind of spent energy-wise, but known as certainly one of the most energetic and hype-tastic commentators, and combining that, because that's one thing. Anybody can scream over a match, but Sharky has a lot to say. He studies a lot. He's a student of the game. And he also contributes a lot of new knowledge and new insights into the game. So it's really fantastic to see your progression. And again, just off of what Chris said, really admire everything you do for the community. So I'm going to be really looking forward to watching that silver bracket. And if you want to see somebody who really knows how to commentate Tetris instead of joke about chicken sandwiches, this is your guy right here. So looking forward to seeing that. And when does that start, Sharky?
That will be on November 21st and 22nd.
Yeah, see, the man knows his facts. He's a marketer. He knows when his facts are, right? He's ready. So, all right, Sharky, thank you so much, and really appreciate your coming on here. Congratulations, and thanks so much for giving us a show.
Thank you for commentating and hosting this fantastic event, Van Dweller.
Awesome.
And Chris Tang.
But mostly Van Dweller. No, I'm just kidding. All right, that's it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up now, and I'm going to go ahead and send a raid over to somebody that everybody knows and loves, and I don't think anyone has a bad thing to say about this guy. We're going to raid Corian, who conveniently is streaming right at the end of this. So go watch Corian do some crazy stuff, and I certainly will.
Corian got Tetris.
That's right. Thanks so much, Chris. It was a pleasure. See you tomorrow.
It's been a pleasure, Van Weller. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care, and thanks for tuning in.